and me, so good together. All we need is a little bit of space now. Can't you see that we are better, better than before? It's you. Try to separate us. All we need is a little bit of focus to make sure we respect each other. I swear to God, it's you. It's you that I love. It's you.
Hello and welcome everybody to Trial of Baldr North America. I'm PJ the Puff. I'm joined by Graffiti. We are here with NA 1v1s. We're going to be doing some awesome top 8 qualifiers in the winner side. I'm just so excited. I mean, it's always a pleasure to be commentating these majors, and especially with Graffiti. Graffiti, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm really glad that you asked. This weekend has been fantastic for fighting games. This past Friday, went to a Smash Local with some friends, loved it. Grand old time. Good time was had by all. Then woke up the next day on Saturday for Trial of Baldr starting and all the regions kicking that off, and that was a party of a time. But now things are just getting better and better and better as we have more Trial of Baldr coming up. And PJ, if you would be more than happy to announce some of the names we got coming up in the chopping block here in winners quarterfinals.
We have some pretty awesome sets. If you want to follow on, make sure to hit ! bracket. There is some issues with Start2G right now, so if you're struggling to find the bracket, we as casters are going to try our best to constantly keep you updated with what's going on. But right now, we're going to be doing the bottom half of top 8 qualifiers. So that's going to be Java versus Balloon Boy, and then Guichibu versus the winner of Anonymous Alex and Anime. I'm not sure if that's been resolved yet. But nonetheless, right now, we're going to be getting Java versus Balloon Boy. Graffiti, what do you feel about that?
Gotta say, we do have some really interesting sets right here, especially now that we have Java and Balloon Boy. Java being PR2 right there, just after getting reaching grands in one of the more recent majors that we had, and also just playing phenomenal in a lot of the sets we've seen him over the course of the past year. And there was a point in time in the pandemic we kind of dipped down a little bit, especially after some of the nerfs to Hammer, after we've known and loved him for the Bodvar for so long. But once he found his footing again, he became the exact same Java that we've always loved him to be, maybe even better. The series revival, the new season of Java, has been one of my favorite shows to watch. But also, we got Balloon Boy on the other corner of the ring. Balloon Boy's career has been pretty interesting. Tell me, what do you know about this little guy of helium, PJ?
Yeah, Guy of Helium is right. Balloon Boy has been doing really well. He's been rising, if you will. See what I did there. Been doing pretty well. Trials of Ymir North America, first event of the year, 7th place. Trial Frig, 9th place. That was also run by Moose Wars. Shout out to the wonderful people at Moose Wars, by the way, making this happen. There's a lot of things going on in the background. Let me just get that in real quick. Balloon Boy has been doing very well, though. As I was saying, a rising star here in Brawlhalla has been doing very well. Unfortunately, it's a 3-0 in the side of Java. But Balloon Boy has been a very, very common threat. We've been seeing a lot of Zariel in the Devil Jin crossover, and it's actually really exciting to see because bow is one of those weapons that you don't quite often see. You know, some Koji players still remain, but right now Balloon Boy I really feel like is pushing the pinnacle of that bow. On the side versus Java, who's been pushing that orb in North America, that more patient playstyle, neutral focused, and I think Java's at that forefront of that alongside players like Radish. So it's very, very exciting to see them two play against each other. Should be a good time.
Yeah, we're just waiting for both the players to join the lobby. So sorry for waffling for a decent bit, but live production is always going to be a little funny, always going to be a little janky. But yeah, I'm actually really happy that you brought up the weapon choices, especially just after I talked a little bit about Java's hammer. Both Balloon and Java, they are playing weapons that just by default are good. They have some very incredible potential to them, but for some reason you don't really see too many other people really kind of charging that front. Like bow, there's not a lot of people arguing that bow is a bad weapon, and for good reason, and yet there's not really a lot of people, especially in North America, not really too many people that are really spearheading that. Maybe a few Kayas here or there, but sometimes it's actually the spear that does a bit more work than the bow. It's usually spearman's playing Kaya as opposed to bowman's playing her. And also the orb is really kind of coming to a bit of a, I don't know if you can call it limelight or not, if I'm using that term correctly. It's become a bit of a hot topic up there with Canon and Axe about kind of its balance and its place in the game. And we don't really see like every single grand's being dominated by orb, but still we actually have a bit of a surprise. Like I said earlier, live production is going to be a little janky. We're doing the best that we can, along with everyone backstage. There is a whole cast of people in the Discord VC, and they are currently telling us some pretty important information.
And we just got some important information on our end as well. If this is accurate. We're going to be actually shifting around in the top 8 qualifiers. We're going to be getting Bunny versus Radish, so we can kind of hold on to the same narrative we were building with Radish kind of pushing that orb, that more patient play style, versus an up-and-coming rising player in Bunny. So funny enough, we kind of said the same thing. It could be said about both of these matchups, but if I'm correct, we will be getting a Bunny versus Radish match here, which is equally as exciting. I know you're going to have to hold on to the information we just told you for the next time we get to them, but right now it looks like we'll be moving over here.
We have Bunny in the lobby, just waiting for Radish. Radish, as you can compare the PRs, Bunny been climbing in the ranks, and also their rise to power has been very, very fast. Like if you went back just a few months ago, like just after BCX, like yeah, we were all very impressed by their placement at BCX, but even then that felt a little out of nowhere to some people, and they're not stopping. For a lot of people, BCX is the call to action to play even better the next year, and you can tell this player has taken that call to action, and surprisingly well they have. A lifetime history, along with comparing the PRs, is probably going to be a little concerning if anyone is rooting for this Rayman main, but still, Bunny's improving by the day. I feel like that lifetime history, that could change at any moment. Whether or not that is today, that is the question we're all waiting to see. That it might be a bit of a difficult question to try and do the math for. The lifetime score can change at any day, but is today that day?
I mean, it's no better day than here at Trial of Baldr. This is where you kind of want to step up and earn those points and earn those earnings. Bunny has been doing very well recently, of course. Got 7th at Trial of Frigg North America, 17th at Trial of Ymir, PR number 10, so very, very strong, obviously, on the Rayman. But it feels like we see a lot of Bunny, and that's because we do. Bunny's been playing in a large majority of the brackets that are happening, whether it be community events or official. No matter the format, if it's doubles, crews, or singles, Bunny is grinding. And that's something that you like to see out of players that are looking to kind of push to that upper echelon, just always, absorbing that information, always pushing their game to the next level. Bunny has been extremely impressive to watch, and I'm excited to see their run here as she tries to move on into top 8 versus the number 1 seed of the tournament in Radish, who is a constant threat in his own right, a very, very solid player on the Red Raptor. We should be getting a very, very exciting match. And I think a clash of styles here, but we'll see kind of what energy Bunny brings out of the gate here as we get into game number 1. I'm extremely excited. I'm always a big fan of whenever we get to watch some Radish sets, so I'm always locked in for these.
Both of these players on character level almost 100. Radish has that Raptor to 98. You know what? I'll round to the nearest one, and I'll give it to you, Radish. You've earned 100 by this point. Bunny with a level 100 right, man. We are getting into the first set, the first stock, the first game, the first few minutes of the Trial of Baldr stream.
And Radish already starting off on the battle boots. Something so interesting about Radish is that, they're obviously very good at playing that disengaged style on the orb, but as soon as they get the battle boots, they have been known for making some major plays happen. And Bunny, the same can be said on the gauntlet. So far, looking pretty solid for Bunny here, who has a nice extended edge guard. Has to find the down sig, doesn't find the gravity cancel down sig. Radish with a big reversal is going to send Bunny back off stage. And already, you see the skirmishing versus the gauntlets and the boots off stage, and that's going to be a very big part of this match as Radish switches over to the orb and tries to find some control here.
The orb's probably going to be pretty good for a KO, especially since all it takes is just a little bit more damage. Then you just got to wait for a side light Sair, maybe a good signature. Radish has been pretty tricky with the signatures, but has been whiffing quite a few side sigs the past few weeks. Bunny tries to capitalize a bit on that, but they can't really find much to connect. Gets hit by the big stomp, and we have the first stock of the evening. Bunny now has to really try to reclaim some space. Radish just chasing after them and giving them no space, but still, Nair connects. D-Sig doesn't really quite follow through. Nair also connects, but still has to wait for the recovery. The weapon throw down covers his feet. Radish does not spend much time on the ground. Will we see another D-Sig? No. Slide charge side sig actually puts Bunny in a tough situation, but are they able to find their way back? Looks like it.
Yeah, Radish has been, I mean, all too comfortable offstage versus Bunny, where Bunny, you know, has the options to go for those SIGs or try to go offstage and put it into their own hands on the gauntlet, but so far Radish has been very elusive, and it can be very difficult to find those stocks on Radish easily. We're going to see a maybe gravity cancels high sig. No, not necessary. Just dodging right back to the stage. Bunny goes for the downer on a dodge read, doesn't find it, and that side area is going to close out that or that might have been a neutral light, actually. Nonetheless, taking the stock from Radish, but Bunny having a lot of damage on them. I like the option to switch and stay over to the gauntlets, because I feel like the axe gets kind of bullied by both of these weapons, so it's good, you know, having that control off stage and having the ability to turn and make those big reversals happen, as Bunny does just that. Goes for the wall bounce with the weapon toss, doesn't find a connection, but Radish now back to center stage. Bunny with a immediate KO threat and just gets right back into it and holding the center stage versus Radish. This is where you want to find your comfort versus Radish, is that center stage, so they can't run away with all of that momentum. The side air connects on Radish, goes for the down sig. It doesn't fully connect, but it doesn't matter because the ground pound comes in anyway. Bunny from the down so much, immediately taking the stock, and now that's going to be Bunny up a stock.
The Face ID is bugging out, and guys, it's time to lock in this Rayman. I think all they needed was just a minute to warm up, and now they were able to completely reverse the very formidable lead that Radish had a little earlier. Side sig just barely doesn't hit stacked. The recovery doesn't lead him to Nair. Dare doesn't cover the ledge. When he finds the way back, still continues the barrage of attacks, gets disarmed. They have gauntlets doubled down. They continue to try and attack with unarmed, but that's to try and make the best of the world that they can on this second stock with Axe. Yeah, this stock is not looking too long for Apocalypse.
We're down to a last stock situation. Bunny getting a little bit of a lead going, getting about 100 damage of extra credit, which is nice versus Radish, because, you know, Radish is going to look to even up the damage quickly, but Bunny can find a KO there with that edge guard, doesn't find much more, and Radish now back into that juggle state, goes for a down air back to try to cover a dodge back to the stage, doesn't find it, but Bunny doesn't punish, and now Radish in a really strong spot. Bunny running out of resources, forced off stage. You're going to start seeing the sweat beads forming here. Nice wall grab for Bunny to avoid that edge guard situation. Radish now the one in the back pedal, looking to find a weapon in comfort, and does in the orb. It's a nice little reprieve from the action, as you don't have to go so in with the orb compared to the battle boots. As Bunny looks to close out this game, but Radish getting a side air is big, a side light into side air, getting disarmed. We saw what the stomp can do. Bunny going high, Radish reading, but not finding the connection on the side air, but still the control, and now we know what Radish can do on the edge guards, and from the clutches defeat, Radish clutches out the game and takes it over Bunny.
I was about to say, no matter who wins or loses that game, I could see it being ran back. I could see that just being a go next, I'll just try and make fewer mistakes. That was not a complete shutout, and it did vary a little bit stock to stock, moment to moment, interaction to interaction, but overall, that's a pretty tight looking graph. I mean, granted, Radish's second stock right there, that is a bit tough to look at, but still, both of these players had more than enough of a chance to take that game home, and I don't blame either of them if they are looking to just get right back into the game. But I don't think we're going to be running it completely back. I think we're going to be changing one small little variable. Looks like we're going to a Fortress Alliance.
Fortress of Lions, I think a counter pick that could work out for Bunny. Something notable about the last game is Bunny lost 2 stocks on the axe, both to edge guards from Radish. So, you know, I feel like in those situations where Radish has that control, you know, holding on to the axe might be kind of your downfall here. And you're kind of seeing this now as the orb is able to space out the axe so effectively. Nice landing down there from Bunny to get a little bit of control back to center stage. But Radish on these juggles is just too much. You see that neutral stick come through, doesn't find a connection, but it still just does so much to continue that pressure. Bunny now getting a reversal, though. This is big. These edge guards haven't been working out as well for Bunny, and I'm hoping to kind of see that here. Try to scour for that side air, but Radish doesn't give it to Bunny. Ooh, nice reversal, though. That down air is going to close out the first stock. Bunny with a lead.
So, gotta say, this is a very, very curious for the game to be in, because earlier, in order for Bunny to bring the game to even, they had to reverse, like I said earlier, pretty formidable lead that Radish had, and now it's up to Radish to return the favor. Free choice of weapons, chooses to, I think that's double down on or that, or has boots primed after a separate happened earlier. This does not connect the NSIG whiffs, but still both players find a ways to touch back down to the ground, and a damage lead still remains in Radish's favor after Bunny took earlier the game. For some reason goes for M-Light instead of D-Light to punish the GCN Sig, and now there is a lot of pressure on Bunny to try and bring this game back in their favor. They've been landing a few good hits on Arm when they absolutely have to give themselves enough space to grab the next weapon, but depending on what the next weapon is, that is do or die right there, PJ. You said it yourself. They've had some of the lesser favorable interactions on Axe, but now they're on Gauntlets. And now this could be where we see the game even out just a little bit. We add just a few grams to the other side of the scale.
Yeah, it's such a change of pace for Radish in this game number 2. Playing mostly on the orb, I think a majority of the time and damage on the orb, and it's been working out so well for Radish. I mean, you kind of just slow it down and create these juggles. The stage counter pick for Bunny, you know, trying to find some success, maybe sitting underneath that high soft platform. It hasn't been working out, though, as Radish has been all too just consistent with the juggles. I've never seen anyone hit this many orb recoveries just to rack on some extra damage, and you see already Radish looking to do the same here, continue the juggle versus Axe. Bunny not letting them do that, though. I mean, you're down a stock here, but she's come back from worse, so it's not like it's over yet. You don't have to make any drastic measures. You can kind of hold on to what you have here. Ooh, was that a 5-piece on the orb there with the gravity cancel sidelight to extend? Radish is just all too clean on the orb. Now Bunny in a bad spot. Off stage, gets sidelight into side air. It's over. You cannot be on the Axe versus Radish orb. It will not work. As soon as you have to recover, you are getting punished every single time. That is exactly what Radish needs to do to take game number 2. Oh my goodness.
Okay, first game. You lost by the skin of your teeth. Okay, you go next. You change the map hoping things go different. You learn from your mistakes. Cool. Second game, your opponent is still able to push their win conditions on you and still able to force you into situations that you were more likely to lose in. Now you have a lot to catch up for. If anybody put channel points on Bunny right here, I'd start to get a little bit worried because they had a chance to learn from game 1 and they still couldn't really pick up the slack in game 2, and Radish was just able to learn better and how to create their win conditions. And now, hopping into game 3, the Bunny hopes is not their last game in winner bracket. They are guarding the weapon right now, but Radish is able to sneak on by with boots. Ensig doesn't really quite connect, but does read the jump, so you can tell the download is almost finished. The clash beats out the recovery in a second ground pound. 40 seconds in. Radish, I mean, I know his character literally is, but the man is on fire right now.
It's just so much pressure against Bunny. No matter the weapon, Radish continues to be a threat. Bunny hasn't touched the stage in a while and looks to reversal the situation, avoids that recovery. Is Radish, who looked to just close out a stock from a single neutral interaction. I mean, this is just Radish at peak form, chases high with that recovery, doesn't find the coverage on the up chase dodge. Smart from Bunny to try to avoid that situation altogether. Nice side stick for Radish, but Bunny looking for an edge guard, doesn't find it. Another side stick, and you're back to the stage here, and if Bunny can't close out the stock, maybe some extra credit is due. No, that side air closes it out and makes it an even stock situation here. Bunny needs a lot more of stocks like that, where Radish gets a little bit too antsy, tries to go for those big call-outs, and can hopefully do that right here as Radish now barely struggling to land. Nice narrative recovery from Radish, though. Bunny back off stage, and it's just so back and forth here in this stock, but the damage lead is so great for Radish that these 1-2 trades, the baton passing of the damage, is just not in Bunny's favor.
1 exclamation mark, 2 exclamation mark, GC side sig. We don't see 3. The word exclamation mark is so long. We gotta change it to something else. Come on, English language. We gotta do better than that, but still, that's a conversation for another day. What we're talking about right here is the lead that Radish has over Bunny right here. But still, this Radish could be putting in the work, putting in the hours to take that stock lead away. D-Light and Nair juggles just a little bit more. The weapon throw doesn't find him enough landing space. Bunny is able to disarm Radish. Axe in hand against unarmed could be fantastic for the KO. Sarah doesn't quite send. Dodges through the weapon throw. Picks up Gauntlet. Starves for Axe. Still, that means that they have Gauntlets next. So even if this Axe doesn't really turn out too well, which, yeah, this is the matchup we talked about earlier, PJ. Although Axe into Orb goes well now, it might not go well later. Bunny has to make these Gauntlets work, a darn miracle.
Game 2, Bunny spent the majority of the game on Axe and did the most amount of damage on Axe, but took the most as well. So I feel like these gauntlets last game didn't have much output. You're going to need some output here if you want to force a game 4 situation versus Radish. These neutral lights are a great way to start it off, just calling out some movement options, saying, I'm not a slouch in center stage. I can also hold space very, very well. It's exactly what's happening. That's Bunny with 3 neutral lights now on the gauntlets and matching the speed and the movement. This is where you want to be as gauntlets stacking on your opponent. Radish can't find any meaningful space with the orb, and Bunny, I mean, playing so well. Even in the whiffs, she's finding a way to avoid these counter hits from Radish, and this is kind of what needs to start happening if you want to make this comeback. Radish with a big side air looks to stifle that momentum, though. At least you're not on Axe, so the edge guard isn't as free for Radish. Radish knows that, staying back on the stage, but the side light into side air will close it out and close out the set as Radish moves on with a 3-0 and punches their ticket into top 8. That was a very, very dominant showing from Radish there.
Would you expect anything less from PR3? Any time that Bunny tried to find a new way in, Radish knew how to lock the door behind them. And also, that graph did get, if you look at the graph right there, did get pretty close sometime. Not a complete stop out. Radish, I definitely had to break a bit of a sweat to get into top 8, like you said, but hey, that will leave Bunny in the lower bracket. And also, we're just waiting on word from production to let us know which sets of winners quarterfinals we're going to next, because we weren't sure if we were doing things in or out of order. Like I will always say, live production is always going to be a little funny, always going to be a little janky.
Ooh.
Always, oh hey, make the money.
Yeah, I mean, no question now.
Wow!
It's we're here now with Meg D versus Brawlhalla. How exciting! This is Meg D, PR number 9, very, very strong player, of course. Known for the Val, but known for many other characters, including the Jala this season in particular. Hasn't been doing as well as expected in more of these majors. Missed a couple of majors, but now looking to kind of make a resurgence here versus Brawlhalla, who's been doing very well. Do you want to speak on Brawlhalla a little bit here, Graffiti?
Money is someone who would grind. Actually, I would probably put in a very similar spot as Bunny. Maybe also even a little bit of truck stop. Maybe even also a little bit of a heartbleed. Maybe even also, I don't know. Just trying to find a few other names to spit out there, just so I look smart. Money is one of those people that for the past year, maybe even 2, been grinding communities, really been putting in some effort, and you can tell that they've had their eyes on the prize for a while. But recently at BCX 23, I keep saying recent, it feels so recent. I gotta get my memory checked. It was however many months away. Wow. But yeah, at the most recent BCX, Moni had quite the showing, quite the performance on that stage, and that was really his big wake-up call. Like I said, that's what happened with, what was it? That happened with a European player last year. S-Scrape, there we go. S-Scrape BCX 22 did outstanding. I'm pretty sure outplaced the seed by far, and then just said, hey, I'm going to keep on going. Dominated the year 23. Very similar thing is currently happening with Bunny as well. And there's probably a bunch of other names that I could list. Like I said, that's all just to make myself sound smart. All I'm saying, Money has been practicing for a while, but it is only really recently the guy has found himself on the radar of the big boys, the big lads to keep an eye out for. People have known he's been a bracket demon for a while, but he's starting to look at the trophy now.
Yeah, exactly, and that's it's no better place, like I keep saying, to perform here than at Trial Brawlhalla North America, brought to you by Moose Wars. Big shout out to everyone once again. If you want to follow along, ! bracket as we get into a very exciting match between Meg D and Brawlhalla. Meg D has been playing a lot of Asuri this season. I think Katars is in a really strong spot, and Asuri in general, as my friend Hay would say, is a very traditionally good, very winning character historically. And you know, the same can be said as the rest of Meg D's characters as well, as Suri, Val, and now Jala, which is an interesting pick as well. So I'm interested to see who we're going to be seeing versus Brawlhalla, who's known for that greatsword, one of the last few very, very strong Jaeyun soldiers out there. And Brawlhalla has been showing in communities or official brackets that greatsword, you know, is not weak, and it's not something that because all of the top players dropped it, I'm gonna drop it. No, they have stuck with the Jaeyun and showed that it can be and find a lot of success. So it's gonna be very exciting to see kind of what happens here between Megdi and Moneyhala, who I feel like this could be a very, very close set. I mean, of course, Megdi is higher seeded than Moneyhala, but I mean, I'm always for an upset, and I think Moneyhala can take it here.
Also, another interesting thing to point out is that in the graphic right before we started to get into the set, the graphic showed that Megdi was on Petra, which I'm gonna be honest, I would be a little surprised if that really is the case. I mean, Orb, very solid. Orb kind of functions a bit like Sword, and also we do know he has some pretty nasty gauntlets from the Val, but still, the man is really locking in a Petra. And not only that, I feel kind of dumb for saying that now, because Megdi's Petra is ever so slightly higher leveled than Money's Jae-Yun at 62 to 60. So there's a part of me that now kind of feels dumb for saying that, but now that begs the question, when have you been practicing this? How long has this Petra been in the pocket? Is this something that we've just been recently grinding, or has this been like an old school pick that I've just been completely forgetting? Because like I said, I should probably get my memory checked. I think that's a little concerning, but still, going into the first game of these sets, it should be quite a show.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the Megdi Petra, of course, Orb in a very strong spot. We've been seeing it's funny because they were in Cruise together with Java, Radish, and Megdi, and now all three of them playing Orb Legends. So we're going to be seeing kind of the evolution of that playstyle that North America is known for, the passive and neutral heavy. And I think Petra, a great character to do that on. Great stat line, great skins you got as well. And Moneyhala sticking to the Great Sword, and so far being a very strong presence on the stage, and that's what you're going to be hoping to see. You know, we talk a lot about Great Sword being a strong grounded weapon, but they also have some pretty great tools at contesting the air. Anti-airs and rising aerials can definitely put a stop to a lot of what Megdi wants to do movement-wise, and Megdi so far has been on the aggression with the Orb, utilizing a lot of triple jumps in center to bait out options, and it's already working versus Moneyhala, who's taking the bait and taking big damage for it. Megdi now switching over to the gauntlets, as you are now into that KO confirm percent, or damage, I should say, and Megdi looking to find a big hit with this side air into side, or side light into side air. Moneyhala can't find a weapon, though. The weapon stuff has been way too successful for Megdi. Money needs to find a weapon quickly.
Dashing on the stage, is able to bait out a Sair, picks up Sword, got the lightsaber. Thank you, Star Wars. This is probably one of the best crossovers in a while, but still, Ensig just barely snags Megdi's feet, but doesn't send up to the sky. Nair gives him a little bit more room to play. D-Light recovery sends. Money back in the race. Starts for Great Sword, charges up the throw, and maybe trying to snag in a sword, maybe double it down, or, you know, whatever people do to manipulate the weapon cycle. Dodges up and almost completely runs out of options to try and evade any ledge guard that Megdi could have thrown at him, but no, it was actually the answer back. Megdi said, hey, you're out of a dodge. Free range for a Sair. Money still just dashing around, trying to find whatever they can. I think the weapon that they're going to have next is a sword. Yep, there it is. It's a bit more than a sword. It's a laser light beam sword. It's one of them fancy doohickeys, but still, nonetheless, the Orb from Megdi is looking solid as ever. We hyped up his gauntlets a bit, but Orb, I mean, we sang our praises to Radish about Orb, and that he's one of the few people really making it look like a force to be reckoned with, that it's probably been for a while, but still, there also have been a few people behind him, just like Megdi, that could be also starting to prove that point, although gonna have to try and see if he can prove that point either last stock or next game, because although Money had a bit of a shaky start in the first few interactions, had to spend a lot of time unarmed, making up for it, doing some sweeping.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been pretty solidly Moneyhala holding onto the stage. I'm sure if you like check how many times they jump stat, Megdi would be maybe double or triple what Moneyhala, because Moneyhala has just been holding on to the stage so effectively and playing that anti-air game as I was talking about. Money's like, well, if you're just going to wait for me to go in on you triple jumping, I'll just not go in and you're eventually going to have to land into me. And it's been working out in that way. Megdi's been putting themselves in really bad spots because of it, and Moneyhala knows that and is holding on. Megdi getting a side air Not enough to KO, and now Brawlhalla looks to just build on that extra credit, that sweet extra credit versus Megd. Nice weapon toss to speeding up the time it takes to land back. Megd with the cider, though, is going to close out that stock. And now it's not over because I think he might have a greatsword in the pocket ready to go, but the weapon starve on that second stock was so strong for Megd. Not going to happen here, though. Greatsword gets picked up by Money.
Sidelight doesn't really quite lead into anything. Megd still trying to get a good download on the Money. Able to land a pretty decent combo, but still, Money responds. Still doesn't also follow up anything after the bridge, but is able to follow up with a finisher as a second combo. Dashes back for sword. Recovery doesn't send. One more D-Light recovery. Maybe even a D-Light Stayer could open up the chance to edgeguard out this game. Still recovers against the stage. Dodges through the N-Light. Megd chasing around, trying to find whatever option that they can. N-Light just barely.
Oh, this is big.
Over the age, running out of options. The recovery doesn't actually come through.
Oh, no.
Stayer. Can he complete it? Can Megd find it?
It's so close here. That juggle could have meant it all, but it doesn't for Megd as Brawlhalla able to get back on the stage with the lightsaber and get the downlight into recovery. It was so smart. Megd had to juggle, read the option to land back in the corner, use the sidelight to confirm into Sarah, and all they needed to do was tap in the last hit, but they couldn't. They dashed a little bit too far off stage. The downer didn't catch the wall hang, and that's all it took for Brawlhalla to get back to the stage and to close out that stock with the downlight into recovery. It was literally down to that single interaction. If Megd had a little bit preciser of movement, that orb downer would have connected and potentially ended the stock there. And that's all it takes for Brawlhalla to take the game over you. And now it's going to be Brawlhalla with the 1-0 lead, who has been the one with the lead, but Megd just really, I mean, you can never count Megd out. No matter how dire the straights might be, it's going to be Megd forcing you to those last stock, very high intensity situations, and Brawlhalla looking to shake that one off and get right back into the speed that they've been playing at. Now you see the juggles come out for Brawlhalla as they are constantly swinging at each other now in this game number 2.
Megd is an endurance runner. You got people who sometimes play to sprint. Megd's here for the marathon. Guy's got mental of steel. It's got steel plating around his brain. There's no shaking him. You 3-stock him, he just finds a way to come back. Money's able to land a pretty nasty combo on him, send Megd down in the next stock, but what do you know, this game's still going to go to sudden death. This man is here for the long haul. This man hacked his bags, and he is cruising just under the speed limit. You're not going to outspeed him. You just have to slowly let him lose, and even then, probably not going to happen because he's just really good at the haul.
Yeah, this strategy is good for the mental, and that's what Megd is going to need to try to bring this one back. And as you said, you know, Brawlhalla had a really early stock with that greatsword. Doesn't matter, Megd just slowly whittling their way back, and now it's an even stock situation. Megd on the gauntlets hasn't found as much success on the gauntlets comparatively to the orb. Hopefully we can find some of that here, but so far Money has been very good at kind of playing around that range where you can bait the gauntlet player to actually throw out a button and then dash out of the range. So you're seeing a lot of sidelights getting whip punished from Megd specifically. You got to watch out for that, and especially those jumps as well. As I say that, Megd finding a bit of a group here, a pocket to ride as the damage has been slowly building up for them. Money has just been so quick, though, because as soon as Megd drops a juggle and Money's back on the stage, Money's ready to throw out those hitboxes, become that hazard on the stage, and just create so much space for themselves. And so far, Megd's been struggling with that, and this is kind of the playstyle you want now in this sword versus gauntlets, that whip punish. And I think Money, knowing that, gets hit with that neutral sig almost enough to KO. Nice unarmed combo to give yourself a little bit of time to potentially grab a weapon. That sidelight will give you that great sword back. Nice dodge to avoid the neutral sig, but it is so close here. It's really anyone's stock.
Megd playing very floaty, lands the Sair, doesn't quite send. Money chance to recover. Is he able to get up from the corner, or does it dare shut him out? Whiffs the side sig, sidelight into N sig. Don't think I don't see. I saw some of y'all in chat waiting for that N sig to come out. Guess what? We're finally seeing the orb N sig come out to play. He's used it a few times, but not to the success of landing the stock ending KO that we really need to see in orb menacing hit on Petra. However, it's going to be all of these little mini combos, these little, I don't know if you could call those, call it what he was doing a bread and butter, but he's landing some like small little 2-steps, these little small 3-piece combos, and building up a whole truck ton of damage and making this game look darn near impossible for the Jaehyun. But still, this stock is not looking impossible. Great Sword could challenge Gauntlets off stage, but maybe not so much on stage because the end light opens up for the recovery. We have this set 1-1, and that's a pretty big statement to money right now.
It's it kind of shows that Meg-D was able to adapt, I think, in that last stock specifically. On the Gauntlets versus the Jaehyun, finding really a lot of comfort in just holding kind of near where money was and not giving them any space to breathe. And I think that's where Meg-D wants to be with that movement. Always in your face, ready to whiff punish. And the whiff punish game plan has been working out very well, especially versus the Great Sword on the orb. We'll see if the Gauntlets can do the same here in game number 3. As it is 1-1, I called that it was going to go the distance. I do think we're going to be getting a game 5, but I think it's too close to tell who's really going to win this one because it is so close.
That's just how Meg-D plays best. He pushes your buttons. He takes you the distance. You think you have a lead in the set, but he's got the next 4 games planned out. 40 chess. Right here. This guy is sometimes I feel like he intentionally brings it to game 5 just to kind of mess with you because he knows he can win the game 5. Sometimes as a Brawlhalla player, you do a little bit of trolling.
I don't know if that was what we just saw was trolling, but Meg-D like literally ran laps around the stage using that soft platform to kind of mix up their approach, and it didn't really work out in terms of the damage department, but Meg-D looks all too comfortable moving around. This is kind of where Meg-D starts finding their flow state, is when they're able to just navigate the stage very cleanly. Nice side air to punish that whiff punish on the neutral sig on the Jaehyun. Now Petra potentially had an opportunity to go for a spike there, didn't find it, and now it is back to being this whiff punish game plan on the sword versus the orb. I feel like the sword hasn't been working out for money as well, versus orb specifically, because a lot of your moves, no matter how much they buff downlight, you can still punish with sidelight into Sair, and that just, I mean, especially at the high damage, is just so much.
Not really struggled with some of these KOs too much. Granted, with Meg-D spacing, sometimes it isn't hard to really fish for that. But hey, a nair or recovery will find its way into your lap eventually. Sometimes players, they struggle with the KO a little bit. Sometimes people just happen to main characters that you gotta wait a bit longer for the KO than others, but that's not something that Money has really struggled with. When the time comes down to it, he knows how to sit down, find the KO. The only reason that he's struggling right now in this game is because Meg-D, like you said, running laps around him. I know I said marathon earlier, but the guy's taking it a bit too literally and making it very hard for Money to approach him, taking up the skies, trying to find the right time to land for a Sair. Notice the orb doesn't tip over the stage, doubles down the ground pound whiffs, and this could be very bad. For Money, just barely creeps back. Another orb pops into Meg-D's hands. Meg-D trying to guard that weapon, throws, and actually continues to hold orb, knowing that a sidelight Sair is probably going to be a bit more safe and consistent than anything Gauntlets might be able to throw out. Nay, it is the recovery. Meg-D turning the set in this favor. First game was incredibly confidently handed over to the Jaehyun, but this is a brand new man on the sticks.
You were talking about it being a marathon, and Meg-D isn't dashing, he's running. I mean, he is using the entire stage to his advantage, and that's exactly what you need to see. That long distance movement, just taking all the space you're given, because if Money's going to hold on to the space around them so confidently, Meg-D will utilize the rest of it and find a way through, and that's been exactly what's happening, and it's been working out so far. Nice avoidance on that finisher, and nice avoidance on that neutral sig as well on the Great Sword. Nice recovery, continues to juggle. Meg-D in a very dominant spot underneath the soft platform. It becomes so difficult to land. It becomes so difficult to play the game when Meg-D has the whole stage to run around, and that sidelight into Cider is going to put an exclamation point on that game 3, and Meg-D is going to go up here.
Second game, pretty big statement to Money. Like, you beat me once, but I can always respond. I could, you know, we can go right back. We can trade. I could be even with you. I can keep up. Third game, huge message to Money. Yeah, you beat me once, but here I am, I 2-stock you. Here we are, I make that first stock take an hour to be over with. Look at that. That is that is a long first stop for both of them, too. So that's going to be a huge, huge message sending out to Money's inbox. So he's definitely opening a letter and reading right now. And whether or not he's able to read Meg D and finally catch some of these dodges. Because when we watch Greatsword gameplay, we know it's very rare, but we're kind of always hoping for those Pavelski moments. We're kind of always hoping for the blender to get plugged in one more time and to start to see some juices flowing. So maybe we could see that on Demon Island. But I feel like some of the ways that the blast zones are a bit closer to the stage could also help out a high attack Petra. So could go either way. This buffs both characters here, but still, Megdy's mental buff in any situation really hard to overcome.
Very, very clean positioning for Megdy to go underneath the weapon toss, knowing that Brawlhalla has been utilizing the Greatsword weapon toss to put a hitbox out and give them safe harbor back to the stage. Megdy reading that and hugging that underneath the wall, finding the side air to close it out. This Demon Island pick, I mean, I think what you saw in the last game was Megdy using the soft platform to really run away with the game. But now you're playing versus the Megdy Gauntlets on Demon Island, a place that very, very few players will find success versus, because Megdy has been conditioning you all game long to fear the orb. But when it comes down to the Demon Island, the Gauntlets what reigns supreme. And right now Megdy's showing that you cannot take me to this stage on my Petra. My Gauntlets will eat you alive. And so far, Brawlhalla can't find any reprieve to the pressure. Megdy continues to just put on the big damage, the neutral light into the neutral stick, doesn't find a connection, but continues to put on pressure. Megdy has already lapped Brawlhalla's damage, and Brawlhalla's on their last stock, Megdy's on their first.
Megdy, if this is because I was second guessing your Petra, I'm sorry. You don't have to be so mean to Money, okay? You could be nice to. I believe you. You could be nice to him. Dude, all right. Where are your manners? I'm sorry for questioning you. I'm sorry, okay? You've proven it.
Just an absolute dismantling there from Megdy on the Gauntlets. There's not even much analysis to give because you went to Demon Island versus the Gauntlets. You chose this fate, and the fate was given to you, in 484 damage on the Gauntlet from Megdy. Every single edge guard just led into KOs, and that's all it takes. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Megdy wrapping up that set real quick. We said that the man is here for the marathon, but he turned that last game into quite the sprint. Money now has to try and see if he can swim in lower bracket.
That was a very, very strong showing from Megdy. I think Brawlhalla showed a lot of good things that game number one, able to close out that game. Game number two, it was a little bit closer. Game three, it kind of slipped away. And then in that game four situation where Megdy had that Demon Island on the Gauntlets, it just became too much for Brawlhalla to make their attempt to force a game five situation. Big shout out to Megdy, who now has also punched their ticket into top 8 winner side, who hasn't been able to say that in a while. So it's good to see Megdy continue on. Brawlhalla is going to have to be playing through that elimination side of the bracket. But nonetheless, we got a lot of great sets coming up. We have 2 more sets for our block, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a short break, then we'll be back with some more. Stay tuned.
do when you have part of the when your bottom color, when you have that facing up in F2L, what you can do is that you can actually slide that edge down,
-4.
slide that over, and
okay.
-4.
I have a
What you
4.
can do is,
What? Anyway.
no, I'm saying what you could do is you can slide that over, and then now you have a pair. You can see right there. You can slot that in, and that's F2L done.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm following. I think. Oh, we're back. We're back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Welcome back, everybody, to a
Hey.
trial of Baldr North America. We were doing a bit of a Rubik's Cube lesson there. Thank you once again to Graffiti for that. Nonetheless, we're going to be getting right back into the singles bracket. We have 2 more top 8 qualifier matches. Who do we got up next on stream here, Graffiti?
We are gonna have Java and Balloon Boy, but also real quick, I'm actually gonna see if there's anything interesting happening in lower bracket. We do have Pugsy and Ayo Blue coming through. We got Impala versus Truck Stop. Flower actually 3-0'd Icy, and so therefore going on to fight Zinker. We have a lot of rounds still yet to fill out in not top 8 qualifiers, but the round before that. So lowers is a bit of time to catch up. And while we are waiting, I think watching Java Balloon Boy is going to be quite the way to pass the time.
Yeah, I think so too. This was actually supposed to be our first set we got on stream, but it actually got a shift around because of the way the schedule worked out. But nonetheless, we were talking about a Balloon Boy, a helium-filled rising talent here in Brawlhalla, has been doing very well recently, especially at Trial of Ymir, getting 7th, Trial for getting 9th. So Balloon Boy continues their rise versus Java, somebody on the Orb who has been finding a resurgence on a different legend with the Orb on Dusk and finding a lot of success in their own right. So it should be a clash of the titans here as we get into game number 1. Balloon Boy on the Devil Jin crossover, Zariel and Java on the Dusk. Let's get into game number 1 here. I'm very, very excited.
Very excited too. These are 2 fan favorites. These are 2 players that a lot of us love to watch, or at least I hope we do. I'm speaking for you guys when I say I love to watch these guys. I'm having a hard time picking a favorite right now, which is honestly probably for the better because I'm not supposed to, but also that also kind of means I don't really know if I want to watch this because that would mean saying goodbye to one of them in winner bracket because I really like both of these fellas right here. So this might be a bit rough to watch for that reason, but I'm going to enjoy whatever cool schmovement and whatever cool tech we're going to see up until that point. I might close my eyes for the round-winning KO just so I don't have to see it happen, regardless of who it is, but still, up until that point, it'll be a pretty good time.
Let's get into game number 1. Zario, the Devil Jin on the side of Balloon Boy, Dusk on the side of Java as we get into game number 1 here. Very, very excited to bringing you this. It should be a pretty close match, I think, because I think Balloon Boy has a lot of that upset factor, but has been unfortunately unable to close out those big upset situations. It's been 3-0 in Java's favor so far, but I think as Balloon Boy continues to build their experience, they've been becoming a much bigger threat to be reckoned with, not dropping a lot of confirms, not missing a lot of SIGs. It's just becoming more and more confident in these high-pressure situations, because you're here, Trial of Baldr, NA, 1v1s. This is your top 8 qualifier match, so you have to try to make a big upset here versus Java, who has already been pretty solid on the spear, switching over to the Orb very quickly.
Starting to see a few D-lights coming out from Balloon's bow. Starting to see a few side lights and dares come out from Java's Orb. Still in the trusty picks that we praise them for so much, not only the beginning of the stream, but also the beginning of the set. Still, slight damage lead in favor of Java, but nothing that a Sayer won't be able to fix. Nair actually threatens the KO. Picks up gauntlets, doesn't really quite find the KO, tries to fish for D-Light. Java returns the favor. Back to the end, Seg also doesn't get punished, and Balloon Boy still has to try and find the KO on gauntlets. Is the side air going to be it? Yes, it is! Baits out the Nair, no chase dodge, no one picks up the phone, and Java goes down. First stock of the set.
And this is what I was talking about with that Balloon Boy upset potential on the gauntlets has been showing kind of their dominance here versus Java, who on the spear has been struggling to get anything going here. But I mean, a spear ground pound out of disadvantage is all it takes sometimes as Java comes right back into the game into a 2-stock apiece situation. Java into that light orange, Balloon Boy having some pretty good damage. You want that damage coming into this stock. That extra credit is always so nice versus Java.
Balloon chasing, hounding after Java to try and build this lead that he has, but Java kind of pulling a bit of a Meg D on us and really using some of that schmoove, that footwork to work as Balloon Boy's not really finding anything connecting, and Java's able to even out the game just by leaving a trail of attacks behind him as he rushes around for just a lion. Still, Bo off stage against unarmed. Gonna be a pretty nasty bite for Java to have to roll on with. Sidelight sends him off, tries to bait something out with a dash jump. Nair sends up. Gauntlets trying to bait out a dodge, it works, but he can't find anything after that. Java's still just jumping around. And Light kicks him to the side. Finally, Java's spear coming out, but it is only as brief as it needs to be. Java, for once, ahead in the game.
Yeah, Java, I mean, Balloon Boy having that early lead and some extra credit, but it doesn't really mean all that much if Java finds their potency with that spear off stage. And I think it just becomes one of those forces where you have to be so careful in that mid damage, because as soon as Java sends you off stage versus spear, you just get edge guarded so consistently, especially versus Gauntlets and Bow, who can kind of sometimes struggle versus it. But nonetheless, Balloon Boy on the Bow is able to close out that stock pretty cleanly here. And now Java coming into this stock with a little bit of extra credit. If we know anything about how this extra credit's been playing out, the person who has the extra credit tends to lose in this when these two play. So we'll see if Java can clutch this one out, or Balloon Boy is going to take the first game.
Double Nair. Still doesn't lead into the weapon throw. Java slap side air, sends him across the stage. Could be coming down to sudden death unless one of them is able to get a clash off stage just like Java did before, or unless one of them is able to hold on to a stock for much longer than anybody anticipated like Java did before, or unless Balloon Boy has another trick up his sleeve to, can't come back from the side sig now. Or was that the D sig? No, that was the D sig. That was my mistake. Yeah, alright, so that was my mistake, but yeah, D-Sig snuffs out Balloon Boy's first game. Gonna maybe put him on a bit of a back foot. We're having the same character picks, and also that graph being pretty close in some spots, but you can start to see what Java is able to pick up the momentum. That was also a pretty short last stock for Balloon Boy, so extending these stocks, and also maybe trying to be a bit careful about over-aggressing, because that's something that really caught him and hit him in the back last time. And that was the fact that he was really chasing after Java, but Java was just able to not really quite run away, but space him out and then really only pick the options he knew he would win. And so Balloon Boy was being a bit too aggressive, and Java was able to just kind of say, all right, slow down, buddy. That's what I need to win. The N-Sig is what he needs to win over this first stock, and that is quite the way to do it, as Java is now the most comfortable lead that we've seen him in a while.
I feel like the Dusk was kind of went under the radar in terms of the Orb Legends. Of course, we see a lot of that Red Raptor. We're seeing now Meg D on the Petra, but I think Dusk Orb Sigs are some of the most interesting Sigs in relation to the rest of the kit, and I think it works out usually super well. And especially with the spear as well, which has one of those, grab up and slam down options to close out edge guards, and just having that little X factor, those Sigs that create that extra level of mental damage. It becomes so much, and already becoming too much for Balloon Boy, who now is forced off stage and gets a little bit of a reversal with that down air into Sair. Doesn't find much more than that, though, as Java has lapped percent and a stock, so it's been pretty rough. Finally, Balloon Boy closing out that with a side sig. This is getting a little out of hand for Balloon Boy as Java finds their groove here.
Taylor recovery doesn't quite send, but still threatens Balloon Boy's stock. And Light doesn't quite connect, but still Java can't punish it with the ground pound, throw a spear to try and create more space. Oh no, that is extremely unfortunate. Balloon had to throw Bow to try and come up with some bit more space, or maybe to snag Gauntlets and continue to weapon starve Java, but still, Java's going to make the best of that situation. Is he ever make the best of this situation? Yes, he is. Comes back from the ledge guard, tosses Balloon Boy around, continues to juggle him a bit. Balloon not finding a lot of his hits. You'd think that Bow would probably be able to outrange Orb, but nah, there's a reason that Orb has been this the source of quite the conversation in the community over its place in the game and the meta, current state, and overall bar none. Currently, Balloon Boy still just trying to juggle him around, returning the favor. Balloon Boy able to even out the stocks.
I mean, that's so big. Java having such a large lead, especially with that that end-sig edge guard we saw on the spear, and now you're seeing Balloon Boy getting back in the game on the gauntlets. The bow hasn't really found as much success as we want to see, especially into the orb and the spear, but the gauntlets have been doing tons of work as Java in a bad spot. Goes for that sig to try to catch Java getting anti off stage, and finally the sig does connect. Java having some resources, though, takes their time all the way back to the stage and is able to get back pretty safely there. It's not a death sentence when you get hit by that sig. It just becomes one of those situations where you can easily panic, but for a player like Java, nothing major. Balloon Boy having some pretty good control of the juggle so far on the gauntlets. Now Java holding onto the soft platform, utilizing those down airs, gets the side light into the recovery, doesn't KO quite yet, but still, I mean, Java playing this vertical game where you're just trying to play above Balloon Boy and avoid getting sent off stage, and exactly is what Balloon Boy is doing now. Tries to read a dodge in place, doesn't give it to them. Java now on the orb, looks to try to close out this stock with the tried and true bread and butter. We'll see if Balloon Boy can make something happen because it is all too close. The side air connects on the orb. It doesn't KO, but you're in such a bad spot. All your control is lost on the stage. Your exclamation points are coming out. And Balloon Boy makes their way back, gets a little bit of a stutter step, and there's the uppercut and closes that one out from the clutches of defeat. Java with a big lead. Balloon Boy taking the game.
Gotta say, things might still be looking a little bit shaky for Balloon Boy. The first game that Java was able to win, granted, it was a very close game, but still, Java had a very good sense of control. Was able to constantly keep Balloon right where he wanted him to be. And in this game, Java built a very generous lead for him. Balloon Boy, just like you said, he came back from the jaws of defeat and had to narrowly close out a sudden death interaction. So I gotta say, if the game you win like, you know, not stomp, not a complete stomp, but like still win pretty confidently, and the game you lose is one the opponent has to steal it from under the rug from you, I feel like Java could probably just keep doing what he's doing and find a very comfy spot in this set. 1-1 is not going to be as comfy as 2-0, but still, Balloon can take him off the side right here and make that a bit more difficult. Prove that that first game that he just won was not a fluke, was anything but, and that if he's able to build a lead in this game, that might actually really sway some scales.
I want to see a bit more of the spear from Java. I feel like Java has been kind of resorting to the orb a lot more, and I think that space is really, really great, the space that spear can give you versus Balloon Boy, who's been finding success on both the bow and the gauntlets. You're going to see a little bit more of that success shine out here as Balloon Boy is able to get the side air, catches the high recovery with the gravity cancel breakdance, and that's going to be a clean stock lead now. I mean, you're high damage, but does it really mean anything versus the gauntlets? Apparently it does, because as you go out for that down air, Java all too ready with the gravity cancel down light into the ground pound to tap in that stock. We're now into a 2-stock apiece situation, but Balloon Boy is scrapping. He is boxing. No matter what weapon is in his hand, he is looking to push the initiative versus Java, who's been trying to find some space on the orbit, trying to space these down airs out, but I mean, the defense can only hold so long versus someone like Balloon Boy who is just running you down.
This could be exactly what Balloon needs, and really proving that Game 2 was not a fluke. Game 2, maybe I didn't give the guy enough credit. Maybe it was not just a sudden death interaction. Maybe it's the fact that he was able to clutch out. Maybe it's the fact that he was able to hold on for dear life, that he won, and that it was not just the flip of a coin. Maybe I gotta put a little bit more respect on this Zario's name, but still a few dares and dares to space him out. Java is going to be a very, very difficult wall to try and climb over, but right now, Java is still trying to recover, runs out of options, just barely dips below the end sig, could have a reversal against the ground pound, but no, gets unarmed. He's able to punish the D-Light, but Balloon reads the drift in, places the recovery, and is able to give himself a not too comfy lead. It's not a big fat sofa, but still, he's sitting on a pretty nice lead.
That last stock was really just a series of good options from Java into a series of good options from Balloon Boy, but you see there, of course, that stock's gonna be taken with that side light into side air. Good recovery on both of the ends. It's been very, very close so far. The leads are evaporating here as now they skirmish offstage orb versus the gauntlet. So far, Java finding the better of the interaction. Balloon Boy with the juggle on Java now gets back to the stage and gets a downer into recovery. This is some big damage on the orb. Java has to do a little bit more damage because Balloon Boy having that Zariel defense is going to be so helpful in living, one or two more side airs. Nice weapon toss to try to break the mold. Java getting ready forward with that neutral light on the spear. And so far, it's been just one or two hits, and now we're both looking for that big haymaker to close out the stock. We'll see who lands it first here.
Was able to clutch this out earlier, but Java knows how to keep the game in their control. Who is able to turn this out off stage? Java tends to win in those situations. You see that smirk on Dusk's face. He knows what's up. He knows what's happening. He knows that it is time to clutch up against Balloon Boy and turn this into looking like being just a few more minutes until we send him down to lower bracket. But still, that second game, I'm not ready to push aside game 2 just yet. He was able to clutch that out. All it took was one offstage interaction for Java to be able to snipe that game. If that went any different, I guarantee you Balloon would have had a fantastic opportunity to snipe that game for himself. Both players know they don't want this to go to a sudden death. They don't want for both of their health bars to be smothered in barbecue sauce red. They know they want a lead going into the closing few hits, but so far neither of them have really been able to create that for themselves the past 2 or 3 games. But still, Balloon having excellent stage control. Bo was such a good weapon for stage control, and he's using it so well. Oh my goodness, that is someone who's practiced their character. That is a sign of mastery. From Diana to Zariel, that's the guy who knows Bo.
I was talking into that the beginning of the last game that I want to see more spear from Java. I think Java doing that correctly, even closing out the game with the spear and air. What I want to see from Balloon Boy is the bow in a way to create space and kind of punish Java for playing that defensive game plan, and then coming in with the gauntlet to close up the stocks. And we're kind of seeing that here where Balloon Boy getting some big damage, just holding onto the stage with the bow. Java, nice side air. With the defense on Zariel, is going to live that hit, but he won't live the subsequent down air to close out that edge guard. Puts the exclamation point with that orb down air, and that's going to be a clean 2 stock apiece here. We just literally wiped the stocks down just to 2 each. It's even now, once again.
Chasing after the side light. Still able to punish the dodge, but still finds his way back to stage after the clash. Balloon would be having a fair time right
No
here,
dodge.
But still, back. Sweat beads coming out. Nair weapon throw into a pickup recovery. That would have been a highlight. I would have played the game right there. Still, side take off the side of the stage, whiffs. Java doesn't read the drift in, and Balloon could be having the key to success fall in his hand right here. Nair to cover his head. Balloon picks up Bo, dashing around the stage, punishes the D-Light with a GC side light that doesn't lead into anything lethal. He dares to touch the side of the stage, throws orb, but Balloon Boy knows what's gonna happen, is able to dodge out of the way of a side dare. However, Java starting to corner him with orb. The recovery sends him out. Is this the last of Balloon Boy's winner's bracket stock, or will the man clutch up to game 5?
It's been pretty rough for Balloon Boy so far, as Java has been playing so sneakily as well, like going for these options off stage that you're safe going for, but if they work, just are the end of your stock. And I mean, the pressure just builds up versus Java and Balloon Boy struggling here, but gets an air into the side air, gets the true confirm, and that's going to be a stock apiece here. Now we're last stock, game 4. Balloon Boy needs this stock to force a game 5 situation. Java is 1 stock away from that top 8 spot punched in on the orb now, and we saw the orb success versus the gauntlets and how well it's been controlling the space and controlling the neutral game. We're trying to look for more of that, as Balloon Boy has been, I feel like, an 80% success rate on hitting these sidelights on the gauntlets. You got to not get hit by those as Java, and Java looking to do that by using that soft platform as a mix-up to avoid the grounded game, because Balloon Boy, as soon as he stacks on Java, it is just damage on Java guaranteed. Java has to go high here, baits the high recovery, goes low. Balloon Boy getting caught in the mix-up, but getting sent down with that side air is Java. The ground pound comes through, and that's going to close out the game 4 and force a game 5 situation. Balloon Boy takes the stock with the ground pound on that side air. He was hating Java so much for being stacked. Eventually, the pressure was just too much for Java. The same thing Java's doing with the orb, Balloon Boy is doing on the gauntlets, and it is working out so well. We are now in game 5. Welcome, everybody. Oh, my goodness.
Don't ever say he doesn't clutch. Don't ever say he doesn't clutch. Java suddenly has a run for his money.
Who would have thought this was the match that is going to go the distance, but we are here nonetheless in a game 5 situation. Java versus Balloon Boy. Winner moves on to top 8 at Trial of Baldr North America. Loser is in the elimination side of the bracket, so we need to see who has it here to force or to win this game 5 situation. I did not think this was going to be this close, but Balloon Boy continues to rise as the balloon he is, and it's showing here now, looking to punch their ticket into the top 8 winner side. I'm here for the upset. I live for the upset, so let's go Balloon Boy. See if he can do it.
Find anything. Still, Java has some phenomenal control of the stage right here, and even control of the off stage. As the Nair, we did see that Nair close out, getting a little bit of deja vu, or you can call a bit of a dramatic callback, whichever way you want to sway. Dare sends him away. First side sig coming from Java's spear doesn't connect to anything. Probably would have been lethal, but still, Java actually could be giving up some control, trying to play the spear a bit more defensively, especially into either Balloon Boy's weapons, or maybe it was just the gauntlets, because now that the guy is bow, he's thrown himself off stage, or just knows that it is off stage where the guy plays best. Java, one of the most confident and competent players off stage, probably in the entire world. Balloon still playing confident as ever. Sweat beats coming out. Can't find a Sair. Can't find a way to return back from all these dares and Sairs. Is this Java's game? Is this Java's game?
It's just so clinical at that point. Java covering every mix-up and every option on that wall. I mean, it all started with that down air, then covering a high recovery with a side air, then covering another low recovery with a dare, and then finding a weapon toss, and then 2 side airs to close out the stock. Literal perfect surgical precision to close out that stock on the spear. I was talking about the usage of the spear and how you can struggle to recover versus it, and Java's showing exactly that. We are now in the 2 stock to 1 situation as Balloon Boy on the bow was able to close out that stock now. Balloon Boy's made comebacks before, but if Java can continue the dominance, this could be curtains. But Balloon Boy with a big open up gets the Nair to send back off stage. Java in a bad spot, has to go low to avoid that ground pound. Java now back on the aggression. The Nair into recovery comes through, and now we're back to more of what happened in the last stock with Java having the corner to Balloon Boy on the spear. But a slight overextension is going to give Balloon Boy another chance. You can never put Balloon Boy away, it seems like. Java just kind of swinging a little bit too much. Maybe the nerves are getting to Java here. We talk about their resilience as a player, but nerves get to everybody eventually, and I think they might be getting antsy to close out this game, because now Balloon Boy looks to force a last stock situation, has the bow versus Java on the corner. Can they get back comfortably? No. Oh, they can! They avoid the sig. I thought that sig was surely connecting, but still Balloon Boy just has these edge guards and has no resources on Java. What's going to happen? I feel like we're going last stock here. Am I crazy?
Oh, we might, especially considering how high that Nair
Oh, no.
sent, how far that Sair goes.
Wait a minute.
Balloon Boy is able to send it to the last stock and has re-lapped Java up in damage. But still, here is where the question lands. Java is on board, which is where he's been finding a lot of these KOs very, very comfortably. And Balloon Boy has demonstrated the fact that he's able to over-adapt, improvise, and just outplay Java's spear. But still, Balloon Boy's pressure is just immaculate. He's barely really getting hit by a lot of things that Java's throwing out in neutral, and is choosing to connect to a lot of his right moves. Like, y'all remember that one N-Sig earlier that almost KO'd Java off the side? That was quite a bounce. Still, that dare is also going to be quite a bounce of his own. Still trying to chase around Orb. Balloon Boy, you said the pressure could be getting to Java, but Balloon Boy's got some weight on his shoulders right here with that side air landing. Java is able to clutch out the game 5. This man is more than comfortable landing himself top 8 as he has done so for year after year after year. We have most of our spots filled out. for winter semis.
That was a clean closer for Java there, who switched over back to the orb and was able to close and tap in that stock. That became so close towards the end there. You see the damage actually in the skew of the spear. We saw the spear take 2 stocks relatively early versus Balloon Boy, but Balloon Boy was able to bring it back on the gauntlets, 257 damage on the gauntlets. The bow not finding as much success, and fortunately for Java, it just took a couple more hits on that orb to close that one out, because if Balloon Boy got one more big opening on the gauntlets, it could have been a very different result, but nonetheless, Java moves on. This is the closest their sets have ever been in a very Game 5 nail-biter. Nonetheless, Java punching their ticket into top 8. Big shout outs to them. We have most of top 8 finished out. We're going to be getting our last match of our block here between Anime and Guichibu.
So, these are 2 very interesting players. These are players that you can almost say have had a bit of a similar history, to the point where it was really during the pandemic where both of them really started to grind, and they definitely had some success peeking in here, through and there. They had some good runs in community tournaments. It was at events like Moose Wars where we saw some of the first of Anime, where we saw some of the best of Guichibu, maybe even still to the day, but still it has been, I want to say in the past year, because it was, I think, winter for 23 for Anime and then springs of 23 for Guichibu. It's been about a year where they both really started to grab some of these top 8 placements and start to put themselves as, like I was talking about earlier with Bunny, with Balloon, with S-Scrape even a while ago. This is when they started to move from Bracket Demon. This is when they started to move from player who's pretty cool to real threat, single digit C. It was during 2023, just last year, just over the course of the past few months, they really started to up the game and show the world their worth. Still, Anime with some of those numbers may look a bit more impressive on Anime's side, but still, I'd say it's still pretty even. Both these players having very similar careers. We might be seeing a canon ditto.
Yeah, Anime has been known for... This is actually interesting. Both of these players are known for having a tried and true legend. You have Anime on the Onyx, and you have Guichibu on the Lin Fei, and you have 2 very strong canon legends that come together, and both of them having an aggressive side weapon as well on the gauntlets and the guitars. Both gauntlets and guitars in a great spot. Gauntlets, of course, is always a historically very winning weapon, and now guitars in a very strong spot in their own right. You're going to see kind of the clash of the 2 cannons, I think, as we see Guichibu here, PR number 5, who's been doing very well recently. No matter the event, it seems like Guichibu is at every single one, no matter the format. I was commentating Cruise not too long ago where Guichibu took a majority of the stocks in multiple sets, so it's always cool to see Guichibu coming out and playing well here as they look to punch their ticket into top 8 here at trial of Baldr NA. Guichibu versus Anime. I've been seeing Guichibu popping off recently, but I think this is going to go the distance. I think we have a Game 5 on our hands here. But we'll see. We're here, Game 1, Guichibu versus Anime.
The Lin Fei on the damage stance, the Onyx on, didn't catch if it was speed or defense stance, but what is the difference with Onyx? Would you want a lot of defense or a lot of defense? Either way, Guichibu picking up the cannon like we talked about with the mirror. Anime actually starting off with gauntlets, something that Anime has actually played a lot more gauntlets than Cannon. Cannon, I feel like something that they really only picked up after Cannon was very popular in the 2s meta, the double spaces. So it was really on the gauntlets that they started to shine bright like a diamond in singles, but still Guichibu sticking with the guitars that have always been good. Guitars are never going to be, like I was talking earlier about with Orb and Bow, guitars are never going to be bad. That's just how it is. They're a good weapon. Cannon, however, also quite the spark of a debate across the community. Let's see how Anime is able to wield Onyx's cannon, or if he's able to do so for long before Gooey's guitars maybe snuff that out.
I think it's definitely very smart for Guichibu to be playing on the guitars and not choosing to play the cannon ditto. It makes sense to me because the cannon mirror can get very messy very quickly, especially if you aren't as well versed. And I'm not saying Guichibu isn't, but Anime, I mean, has been playing on cannon for so long that, to me, play on the guitars, play that burst range where you can really punish and whiff punish cannon for basically just existing. You want to try to put out a button, now punish it. And you see Anime doing the same versus Guichibu, who's unarmed on the cannon, goes for the downlight, doesn't get a connection, gets downlighted instead. Gets a down air to reversal the situation, and now Guichibu with a stock lead, potentially losing it all very quickly because that downlight nair is going to close it out. One of the few true confirms that KO pretty relatively early. That downlight into nairs changes cannon from being a string-heavy, read-dependent weapon into a stock closer. And I think that's something that you'll see Anime use a lot in this set.
Dead even game. Guichibu, just barely inputting the dare after picking up guitars. Very, very fast input right there. Also, that combo is going to be a pretty swift course of action. And Guichibu able to even out that damage, though. Hold on.
Hope you got your helmet. Guichibu is putting you on the half pipe. I mean, Anime cannot get out of these blunders.
Delight swiffing, not that one, but still doesn't lead into anything. Doesn't with any more Delight. Able to finally have one connect. That's sometimes a very interesting thing about watching some weapons that, especially, they're trying to go for combos that they do a starter attack. They don't go for anything off of that. They go for an attack and a follow-up. That misses. They go for attack and a different follow-up. That hits and that clutches out. For some reason, that's just a really interesting thing that I like to see. But hey, I'm a big fat nerd. That's just something I like to see.
Anime with these snares, looking to close out the stock, and finally does, catching the landing there. And we are back down to an even stock situation as Anime switches over to the gauntlets. We haven't seen a lot of the gauntlet success so far, and we haven't seen a lot of the cannon from Guichibu, who doesn't even want anything to do with it, and neither does Anime on the gauntlets. They both just want to go onto the weapons they're known for. Anime looking to set up a trap there with that down air to hit the wall. Guichibu back on the guitars, and Anime with a big read. Doesn't find the full connection. If that side air connected, it could have been a coast-to-coast situation, and as I say that, the coast-to-coast looks to connect there. Guichibu fortunately was able to put their feet on the ground to avoid that, but Anime is all too on top of the Guichibu defensive options. Guichibu now trying to fight fire with fire and set up a blender of their own, but it's not quite working. Finally does, though. The dodges get expended from both players. Anime with the reversal coming out on top. Guichibu has to recover on the wall, and Anime giving Guichibu the space. And now we're down to the side weapons for both of these players.
Oh my goodness gracious, the NSIG doesn't send! Oh my god, NSIG!
And it's so fast.
NSIG.
Yeah. I'm not sure the frame data on that, but I feel like that move is ridiculous. Like, it's just an uppercut that just KOs you. I don't know how fast that was.
Dude, all of her moves are fast. That's kind of her thing.
That is her thing.
Actually, we do get a bit of a peep into Anime stance right there, running speed, losing out on some dexterity. Funny enough, Guichibu's attack stance also subtracts from Lin Fei's dexterity, but when you have as much dexterity as Lin Fei, taking one away is like, oh no, I have $1 million and I lost 12. Like, I don't think he's losing sleep off of Lin Fei losing a single point of dexterity. Guichibu's feeling pretty comfy right now.
Here we go. We get into game number 2 here on Apocalypse. Guichibu on the guitars, Anime on the cannon. If I wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, both of these players definitely showing that they're the most confident on these weapons, and Guichibu has been really exhibiting that death by many cuts playstyle that guitars are so known for. I mean, you're just constantly getting hit with 1-2s, and the same could be said on the side of Cannon, but I feel like Guichibu has been more consistent at closing out the stocks on the guitars, which is interesting because Cannon has downlight into Nair, such a consistent KO confirm, but it hasn't been working out.
Oh! Ooh, that was a scary interaction. Both players throwing out options while stacked, and also, wow, so deep in the red as they are, but still, Insect whips D-Light completely the wrong direction. Anime not able to capitalize. A second side light chain is able to send him down a second stock. Gui touches back down, unarmed into Cannon. Side light catches the aerial approach. Still a recovery, sends him up and gives him enough space to pick up the guitars. Nair to land, doesn't find the hit. Recovery to try and find a hit. Still still doesn't find anything up until the side air. Slaps him on down, joining him in second stock gang. Now Anime unarmed into guitars. This could be very difficult, especially since he's probably going to be picking up gauntlets, if I remember correctly, unless he doubled down cannon. I don't know. It doesn't really matter now. Guichiro has guitars doubled down and has made some beautiful work in the past few minutes of gameplay. Good grief. This has Lin Fei's name written all over it. The man just won't stop. He's still going.
You know, it's like I say, like, you gotta get out of that, or we gotta get away from this. But how do you get away from that? I mean, it was just
You don't.
it's just Guichibu is everywhere at all times. I mean, every time you get hit by anything, Guichibu is just all too ready to cover your landings and continue the half pipes. Oh my goodness, it's just so crazy to see how smothering it is to play versus the guitars on Guichibu, and Anime really can't find any reprieve. No matter the weapon you're on, Guichibu continues to just extend those juggles no matter what.
Looking to build up a lot more damage, something that's actually very easy to do on guitars, but still Anime looking for the KO, something that an experienced Gauntlet player, as himself, should know how to do quite nice. And ends up being the cannon. Plot twist right there. Good old-fashioned air. He's able to send Gooey down the last stock. That damage difference. Listen, I know that we like to harp on high stat characters. We talked about Lin Fei's dexterity. We can talk about Onyx's defense, but like that is still elite for each build. The character only makes so much of a difference because at the end of the day, it's not Onyx playing the game. It's you playing the game. The matchups are only a recommendation. You gotta learn your character. Anime learning how to play around this Lin Fei decently, but not perfectly.
So far, Guichibu having a lot of damage on Anime side. Of course, the defense is definitely going to help him out. The recovery comes through, though, and that's going to be Guichibu taking game number 2 as well. I mean, I feel like the real motif of that game was in that stock number 2, where Guichibu finally just got a single pop-up on the guitars and just did not let Anime land. And fortunately for Anime, I think having that cannon there to just close out stocks consistently really is doing a lot, because otherwise it becomes very, very difficult to get anything going. In terms of stopping the momentum that Guichibu is building up, that cannon there has been so consistent. And I'm talking a lot about the cannon and being a consistent way to KO downlight into Nair or Nair in general, but you're actually seeing Guichibu on the guitars taking stocks, doing damage, doing basically everything on it. And maybe the big difference is the gauntlets for Anime. We'll see in this game number 3 as we go back, or we switch back into Demon Island for game 3. Anime looking to go to a flat stage on the cannon to try to force a game 4. We'll see what happens.
Does Anime have the adaptation? Because, I mean, you don't get this far in bracket by just doing the same thing over and over again. You gotta know how to keep your approach fair. Simultaneous Sarah was very funny to see, and I'm currently laughing my little booty off over that. But still, does Anime have the adaptation? This is the question I'm going to be asking myself at every single interaction of this fight, but still, Anime, you can see putting some distance in between the two, trying to spend a lot more time in neutral than Guichibu wants to. I think that might make Lin Fei a bit uncomfortable. So there's something that I sometimes kind of like to say is that when the game is slowing down, it tends to be in the favor of the person who's behind or losing, because that's them giving themselves some more breathing room, being like, no, hold on, you're not outpacing me, giving myself some room to breathe, and is now getting caught by fewer of these dash-in D-lights, getting caught by fewer of these recoveries, drifting and dodging and out-maneuvering and just barely out-microspacing some of these attacks very nicely. Gooey might have to have a second thought over how long he's going to be spending on these guitars. Still up and throw, balance it out, try as a bit of like a, I guess you can call that a West Tech, but still, Anime, I think he might actually have that adaptation in him, because right now the man is just barely in the stock lead and could be looking to continue it as he reads he reads the drift, he reads the dodge, almost reads another dodge, catches the attack, reading the approach. Oh wait, this stock is looking incredible for Anime. Hold on, wait, okay, he could sway the set momentum in his favor if he closes out this stock right here.
But Guichibu, I mean, that downlight into Nair, we haven't seen a lot of the connections actually KOing for the side of Guichibu, but it definitely does KO no matter what legend you are on, as long as you have a cannon. So so far. Now Guichibu looking to even up the damage. Anime has been playing very well on the gauntlet, something that I've been wanting to see a lot as well, using the cannon as a way to kind of cut off options, especially with the weapon toss, and then getting some big gauntlet damage. And right now, Anime going back to the tried and true. As you get to that deeper and deeper red, that downlight nair becomes an ever-present KO threat. You see that trying to read a jump out of that side air with that nair, doesn't find a connection, but nonetheless, Guichibu can't find any of these whiff punishes. These side lights are not connecting, as that downlight into nair does connect for Anime and forces Guichibu on their last stock here. We'll see if the cannon can find some success. That's a down air into the neutral sig. Dude, that neutral sig is ridiculous. Like, it's so fast. I mean, Guichibu, very, very thankfully, having that option is so good versus Onyx, a character that tends to be taking to the skies a lot of times a disadvantage. And now you're seeing a last stock situation as Guichibu was able to close it out, close out that second stock with the cannon. And we are down to a last stock situation, game 3. Guichibu needs the stock to move on. Anime needs the stock to force a game 4. We'll see if they can even land versus the Katars. Finally doesn't get some damage of their own. Nice reversal. Uses the chase dodge up to try to get back to stage, but Guichibu continues to be a threat in the center stage. And Anime getting some big damage. This is big now. This is the moment for Anime to seize the control and force a game 4. We'll see if he can do it.
If Anime is able to just completely shut out Guichibu's momentum and put one up on the board for him, I'd say that's huge. I'd say that is a big statement, because Gui has been really in the driver's seat, completely buckled in and got his phone to the speaker. Like, he is the one that's been driving the car for a lot of this set. But if Anime is able to steal the stealing wheel away from him, that's why they have me a caster, because I'm so good at words. Anime really needs to clutch this out. I could throw it to N-Light with a great way to at least put some more distance, but it D-Light finishes that west side light. There we go! Anime is not going down without a fight! He got that dog in him.
There's no 3-0. There's no easy 3-0 for Guichibu, because Anime on the Demon Island finds that side light into side air, and we are now getting into a game 4 situation. This is big. The momentum's on your side here if you're Anime, and it's going to take a reverse 3-0 to make this happen. So not only do you have to win this game, you have to win the next. We'll see what the counter pick is for Guichibu as we get into this game number 4. I was honestly expecting a 3-0 from how Guichibu was playing in that second game, but Anime proving me, and I'm sure a lot of us at home, wrong. So now we're moving on here to Fortress, and we'll see if Guichibu can find some more success with that soft platform. The soft platforms have been helping Guichibu out in terms of extending juggles and finding ways to land versus the cannon there. So we'll see if this works out.
Ooh! Hold on, Anime is still looking to continue up some of the speed that he gained from that last game, and that also could mean we're going to game 5, which would be an even bigger statement to send out to Guichibu, just to bring him to the edge of a reverse 3-0, just to bring it to game 5 after the dominant streak of combo after combo after combo that he's still trying to keep up. I mean, it's quite a lot to try and come back from. He's suffocating with these combos, and you barely have room to breathe, but there's Anime giving himself the room to breathe. Rose Gauntlet says, actually a projectile unless I'm doubled down, as Cannon punishes the weapon pickup. Guichibu's insane reaction times ends up biting him in the back as Anime is able to read that, predict what he's gonna do, punish the pickup. That is quite the fight for the books. Anime still in an advantageous spot. He's landing so many punishes, getting so many edge guards. Even if the edge guard doesn't lead to any attacks, it's still an advantageous situation that's going to put a lot of stress on Guichibu, making this game 5 look so much more possible.
It's just so much pressure from Anime side. Guichibu trying to find some reprieve on the cannon, gets hit with the weapon toss up, and Anime is able to tap that one in with the gravity cancel downlight into the ground pound. And now, for the first time, Anime with a very sizable lead. I think we're seeing a game 5 here. Unless Guichibu can find something within them to make this a little bit closer of a game, I don't think this is going to happen. Recoveries are missing on the side of Guichibu. You need to find something. The neutral sig on the cannon, which has been a great option in terms of catching landings. Not so much in the neutral, straight raw neutral game. Nice downlight into nair. Okay, it's not over yet. I mean, we've seen Guichabu 3-stock someone taking very little damage. This is basically the same thing if you think about it. Guichabu just needs to make, 1 or 2 perfect plays on the Katars, find a good edge guard. We'll see if Anime can avoid that, and that's the start of something. The sidelight sending off stage is so scary versus Guichabu. Fortunately, Anime was able to jump back to the stage. Nice catch on that jump there, but didn't find much more than that. Big damage slowly building up for Guichabu, and Anime can't find any control. Nice jump out to avoid that down air. If that down air connected, it would have been the end of the stock. And I mean, here, put your helmet on. You're in the half pipe. Guichabu is hitting buttons.
This is looking like game 2 Guichabu all over again. This man has narrowly missed combo in the past entire minute or 2 of gameplay. This is, although we are on cannon for the KO, we talked a little bit about the end-sig. We have it uses the bonk to extend the stun of the combo, the attacks of the stun. Good gracious me. There's another end-sig. Don't you just love it? Guichabu, dire straits. Keep in mind, not elimination risk still. Could drop this game and just go next to the other one, but you don't want to fall down to that. I got a feeling he wants to close this out as soon as possible, knowing that game 5 is going to be incredibly rough, as these past 2 games before it have been for him. And now the Nair to connect doesn't find anything. Anime bringing us to game 5.
This is going to be the deciding factor on who the last person in top 8 is on the winner side. Loser has to fight their way through elimination side with a lot of very, very big threats. They both want it, but I think so far it's been Anime who's finding all that much more success. I mean, this is just becoming so difficult for Guichabu. I mean, Guichabu made a rally towards the end of that game, but I mean, Anime just having so much confidence, 44% of the time playing on that cannon, doing 353 damage on the cannon, taking only 180. I mean, it's just the damage differential, the time differential, and Anime's just control of the matchup on the cannon has been so important here. And you're seeing Guichabu, who on the cannon is only doing about 60-70 damage, as opposed to the Qatar, which is doing close to 400. So it's like, what can you really do here as Guichabu if you're getting outpaced by Anime's cannon? This is really where it comes down to. We'll see if the crossover skin can make the difference for Guichabu as we get into game 5.
Yeah, really happy you mentioned that. We now have Guichabu with a very, very important character swap. We're no longer on Faye. We're now on the Sakura. Very, very different character, and this is going to go very, very differently. Or at least that's what Guichabu's hoping, because that last game, that was pretty difficult. He still had some fantastic combos. He was catching... Gui was catching Anime on so many dodges, catching him on so many approaches, yet still, Anime was able to clutch it out in the end. Also, kind of partially thanks to an early lead, so you can see Gui playing this early game a bit more clean than he has for the past few minutes of our lives. Still, Anime taking him around. We were talking about the half pipe. How about the wall bounce? Because he's bouncing you, and you go one way and then the other, and you do a 180 turn like a ball. Bouncing off a wall.
That's an alley-oop.
With the can. Yeah, like with a cannon.
Yeah.
The cannon alley-oop. Oh, that's not an alley-oop. That's a side stick.
Yeah, we're back on the guitars for Guichabu. Back to your regularly scheduled programming as that confirms into the recovery, and that's going to close out that stock. And now back to what we saw in game number 1 and 2. Guichabu with a stock lead, having a lot of control. It's a smaller stage compared to Demon Island and a bigger wall. And so far it's been working out pretty well for Guichabu, who, because of the lack of space, Anime has been struggling to find any sort of control here.
Okay. Still finding some pretty good hits.
Ooh, that's a big open up. Goes for the ground pound extension as well.
Hits,
like, it doesn't KO, but it's just like, how did I just get hit by 9 moves? How am I red now? And Guichabu up a stock, and just that singular instance of a half pipe is going to make the damage lap. And Anime able to close it out with that neutral light there. But I mean, when you get the ground pound reset on Katars, you know you're cooking, because if you hit the full hot or the jump up ground pound to continue the combo game, you know you're about to do an absurd amount of damage, and that's exactly what Guichabu did there. And you see another little ceiling bounce with the cannon. The recovery comes through nonetheless, and now we are seeing a last stock situation for Anime, potentially their winner side stock here. Guichabu just needs one more to close it out, and onto Katars is no better way to get into an Anime with an open up on the cannon is big though, as Guichabu tries to find something there, and Anime gets a little bit of damage. You're going to need a lot more of that without taking much more of your own. You have high defense, but I mean, Guichibu, we've seen what the damage output looks like on the Katars. Anime with a big edge guard opportunity with the neutral light. Guichibu flips it with the Nair, gets 2, and now the juggle continues for Guichibu. Anime stuck in the corner, has to force himself off stage using the Nair to try to give a little bit of space, but Guichibu, a Sig finally connects that holds onto the wall, and now another ground pound comes through the Nair, sends down, and Guichibu closes it out on the Katars with the Sakura. Game 5, punching their ticket in top 8 of Trials of Baldr North America 1v1s. Oh my goodness, the Qatar Masterclass once again for Game 5. What a treat. Oh my goodness.
Dude, Gui is taking us back to like 2019 or 2020 plat low diamond Qatar montages. Or like really early Qatar days when Qatars just dominated lands pre-pandemic. Like this is what you want to see. If you're playing Lin Fei or a Suri or Ember or Ragnir or anybody else, that's what you want to see on your screen. That's Lin Fei or Guichibo. The names are synonymous at this point. There's only one other guy on the planet who plays Lin Fei, and he's not even in the same continent. I'm talking about Yi Guy, but I'm getting ahead of myself. That's Guichibo being, I'm gonna say it, one of the best guitar players in North America at the current moment.
525 damage on Qatar. I mean, that's a nightmare number to look at if you have to play Guichibu.
Oh my god.
525. That's like twos numbers, but in singles. I mean, no matter the situation, I think it just became too much, and that's going to be Guichibu punching in their ticket. So our top 8 for the winner side is going to be Radish versus Meg D, and Java versus Guichibu. Some very exciting matches coming up, but we're not going to be taking you there. We're going to be doing a caster switch for Polly and Snipe Socks, but it's been a wonderful block. I have a lot of fun as always. Thank you, Graffiti. Graffiti, do you want to? Where can people find you? Do you want to say anything before we get out of here?
Yeah, well, before we go, I just want to say, just like you said, me and PJ are very, very pretty people. We are very funny. You will want to pay attention to us. We are on Twitter. Also, PJ, if you got a Twitch to plug, I'm pretty sure you do. I might, somewhere buried in a drawer, I might have a Twitch channel. I haven't really used it in a while. I don't know. I'd have to look for it and dust it off. But still, thank y'all so much for stopping by and watching some top 8 qualifier matches. And when the next few set of casters hop on in, they're going to update y'all about what's going on in the lower bracket, who we got in top 8. Don't go too far. Trial of Baldr will be right back in just a moment. See y'all soon.
Welcome back to North America Trials of Baldr. Top 8 winners semis now. We are here. I'm Snipesocks here with Polymonto. And we have an interesting matchup coming up here. First match of the winners semifinals. We have Radish versus Megdi. The duo battling it out against each other here in the first top 8 winners side match. I'm definitely looking forward to this. How you doing today, Polly?
I'm doing very good, man. I'm kind of taken aback. I was, getting into the feel of moving into top 8, but it looks like Raiders and Megadi, they are eager to get the match started. We are already taking a look at the head-to-head here. Now, Snipesocks, Baldr is the god of mercy and forgiveness. I don't think either of these players feel very forgiving.
I didn't know
what
that.
about you?
Yeah, probably not. No. They are definitely not feeling very forgiving at all. They are here to duke it out. Megdi even rocking that combat veteran title. They are here to throw some hands. Players in the lobby. I didn't know that. It's based off of the gods. That's actually really cool. I should have known that. I'm glad you did.
Yeah, now it comes up. Yes, indeed, all of them are based off of the Norse gods, which kind of interesting, kind of fun. You could take a look at that. But Radish and Megdi, man, as mentioned, we're moving straight into this, and I have been keeping an eye on the bracket, and I've been keeping an eye on the stream. Now, both Megdi and Radish are making pretty big moves today, making ripples of waves throughout the bracket, so to speak. How do you feel about this matchup?
I'm feeling indifferent because, obviously these players have been around for a while. We've seen Megdi on some different picks. Radish, usually on that Red Raptor, known for that OG Petra. And I was saying I'm indifferent because we saw Megdi on that Petra before. So I thought we were going to see an Orb Ditto, potentially. Which would have been cool because it's like Radish's old main against his new with his own twos partner. But we might not be seeing that as Megdi locking in the Asuri, which he has been doing pretty well on pretty lately. He did win a community tournament on that Asuri, and I do think Katars will be in his favor in this matchup. They're jumping right into this, so unfortunately not going to be seeing that Orb Ditto. I really wanted to see that, but maybe he'll bring it out. We'll see.
I was, before getting into the green room and getting ready to cast, I was watching the stream through a watch party by Godly, and I know Godly is happy to see a sword coming out from Megdi. He was really advocating for that to come out, to swap off of the Petra and really embrace the sword gameplay, which has worked so incredibly well for Megdi in the past. I'm happy to see it as well, and yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how far it is going to carry him. Going up against, man, level 98 Red Raptor this early. I'm sorry, I always bring up levels. I know levels are kind of irrelevant, but I think it's so interesting. It's so funny.
I mean, Red Raptor didn't come out too long ago, so I think that's pretty impressive too. Almost 100 on that already. And yeah, as for the Asuri pick coming out from Megdi, he is known for that sword, 100%. That sword is his bread and butter, that consistency, and now he's got that Katar's deadly weapon on top of it. Jumping into this game 1 line of Fortress. Oh, he's got the sabers too. He's got the Qatar sabers. I love that. Gotta be rocking those. Radish starting off strong, winning this first neutral engagement. The Inferno, man, I love the way that skin looks. That is definitely one of the best Battle Pass epic skins they have ever released. It's gotta be.
Absolutely. Now, so far, 25 seconds into the game, we have gotten just a few neutral interaction in between them. We're seeing quite even trades, both of them sweeping and getting a couple of attacks, resetting back into neutral, and they've been doing so in a very, very even manner so far. Radish is going to be able to get a little bit of an opening, wants to try and follow it up, but Megdi getting out of it.
Okay. Yeah, Megdi already in the red too, which is pretty impressive. Starting off strong, and I feel like these players are known for kind of slowing things down, but we are not seeing that here in this game 1 as Radish taking that first stock with that boots there pretty quickly, and not too much damage on the board for him here.
Now, one of the things that I'm immediately thinking of is, so far, as I mentioned, the game has been very back and forth. It's been very bread and butter in terms of just going into neutral, getting a little bit of damage, and then moving back out. Neither of these players really have any aces up their sleeves that they can surprise the other player with, because with their head-to-head, they have 38 to 35 win rate between them, which is an insane amount of games, and that is
so
only
many.
tournament.
Isn't that
I can
sets, too?
only...
Or is that games?
No, that is games. That is games.
Okay,
So that is
okay,
almost 73 games that they've played against each other in tournament. I can only imagine how many games that is in ranked. So these guys, they know what they're getting in this matchup, and they know exactly what to be looking out for. And so far, looks like Radish has been doing so just a little bit more successfully, getting Megdi down to second stock, potentially even to his last if he manages to anti-air here. Megdi using the platform quite well, but the signature is going to catch him.
That's a 2-stock lead, man. Radish gotta be feeling good here coming into this game 1. Especially against Megdi too. Like I said before, usually it kind of slows it down, but right here, Radish is applying a lot of pressure and it's working really well. Using that orbit, that quick frame data, waking up with those neutralites. Is the Cider going to do it? Yes, it is. The Qatar Sair off the stage too. Not gonna, want to be knocking out with that. You're usually gonna want to knock out pretty early, especially with those SIGs, but Megdi maybe not known for using those SIGs as much. Usually using that sword for that D-Light recovery. Radish coming in with that dare. Megdi with the wake up. Another dare. He is approaching with those boots incredibly well with that down air.
Now this might be wishful thinking. He's going to be able to pick up that GC, getting a ton of damage here, potentially leading into the knockout as well. I was about to say, Radish has a full stock lead. He's been winning these neutral interactions. Megdi, I mean, to have a fighting chance here, he needs to try and find a read. He's going to get that gravity cancel punish, but it's not going to be enough. Radish still winning with 2 stocks left in the tank, but this is only game 1.
Wow, yeah. Okay, we're seeing a restart from Megdi potentially. Maybe he was lagging there, not feeling it too much, but Radish looking pretty strong here. And he is rocking that Ymir's champion title as well. He is 100% going to be looking to take, that Baldr's champion title as well. But as for Megdi, on the other hand, Megdi is one of the only players in the game with the most earnings that doesn't have a gold medal yet. I know for a while,
crazy.
Java was kind of on par with that. Like they had like 50k earnings, but then teamed up with Fakey, got the gold. Maybe not in 1v1s, but still a gold medal is a gold medal. Meanwhile, Megdi, on the other hand, has gotten second in both game modes. He got second at Mid-Season Championship 2022. He got second with Radish, who he's literally fighting right now as well in 2v2 Major. So I feel like he's got to have that extra drive to him. You know what I'm saying? You've been playing it for this long.
Yeah.
You've been placing, you've been getting medals, so many earnings, like you need that win. So I'm interested to see if that's kind of be like fuel for Megdi to kind of play out of his mind. But either way, Radish played super well game 1, like really dominantly. So we're going to have to see some sort of momentum change if Megdi wants to win this set.
Yeah, I feel like every single time somebody tells me or I read the stat page, Megdi doesn't have a single gold medal, I feel like I'm getting gaslighted, But it's come to the point where I think a lot of people would agree that Megdi has in the past and potentially even in the present moment, he has the potential to get that gold medal. But at a certain point, it becomes a pressure.
No, 100%, dude. Yeah, I agree. So it would be cool to see him kind of turn up, Megdi go all the way, but like I said, Radish looking on top of it with that orb he's so well known for, and he is getting these dodge reads, that nair into recovery. Megdi with that neutralite into recovery of his own, and the Qatars seem to be doing some damage here, and Radish is he fights Qatars. Oh my goodness,
Okay.
that knocked
Okay.
No, that just knocked out so early. That nair into recovery off the top was in like dark orange, just like that. Radish already with the first stock onto Megdi game 2.
I was thinking, we're hyping up Megdi quite a bit. It's almost like we're forgetting. Radish kind of is the man of the hour right here. He's playing out of his mind so far. The first minute of the second game going in his favor as well. We talked about the momentum change, a mentality change coming out from Megdi. It's gonna have to come this stock or next game. There's no in between.
It's gotta be, no, for sure. It's a make or break moment, and I feel like coming into this winner's side, winning this set is gonna be huge. Getting that top 3 placement, as long as they're locked in, because I do gotta mention the Royale too. Getting that top 3 placement is going to be huge for making the Royale, and both these players are going to want to make that nonetheless. So this is a very important set here. The side air is going to do it, evening up the stocks. Just a little bit of damage on the board for Megdi.
I mean, I'm thinking of that first stock that we saw from Radish, how early he was able to find that knockout. It seems as if Radish isn't having any troubles finding his knockouts today. Megdi has to be extra careful not to get hit by anything special here. Side signature comes out, no punish, gets the Sair as well. Was almost expecting a second one, but he's going to be patrolling the ground instead. I mean, Radish has it figured out. Radish knows...
Exactly.
Radish, it appears he has found the formula to beat Megdi. He's just gonna continue doing the same things until it's not working anymore. Throw in a couple of side sigs there just to keep him on his toes and see what happens. So far, I mean, Megdi he's tightening it up a little bit this stock.
For sure, and we are seeing that a little bit close. We are seeing him kind of slow things down a bit, and Radish knows how to fight Megdi more than probably anyone else. They play together a lot in both game modes. Their ranked record against each other is monumental. I'm pretty sure it's like past the 200s each. So this is just like another day in the ballpark for these guys. And I feel like Megdi kind of having that signature play style of backing off a bit, and Radish too, but it seems like Radish is pressuring a lot more than I'm used to seeing, and now Megdi's already on one stock.
I will also say, we mentioned earlier, they have 73 games against each other in a tournament. The win rate is in Radish's favor at 52%. That is insanely tight.
Yeah, no, that is.
So, Megdi has proven himself in the past. These guys make quite the even matches. Now the question is, if he's able to get this stock off, he's still in the game to get 1-1 on the scoreboard, but it needs to come quite soon. He needs to find this knockout. Sair comes out, not going for any massive commitment. Trying to see if he can find the edge guard. The D-Light whiffs, and Radish is able to get back.
Does make it back in the red. Megdi looking for this knockout, probably a D-Light combo, especially with Sword getting buffed recently. D-Light just a little bit safer, so that's always nice to have. Megdi dashing around, looking for something. There it is, the D-Light recovery off the top, evening up those stocks. Just a little bit of damage onto Megdi. This is still anyone's game, and it does seem like when Megdi's on that Asuri, he's going to be trying to use those Katars for damage buildup, getting those strings, hitting those true combos, and then swapping over to that Sword for that consistent knockout option.
Wow. This could be big. As you mentioned, very, very even in terms of damage. As I say that, Radish keeps finding these stray hits, adding up more and more. But at this point, I mean, it's even enough to where the only thing that'll be a difference maker is who's able to find an earlier knockout, and Megdi racks up even more damage, as I say, so evening it out now. Radish is able to get a couple of anti-airs in, though. Recovery comes out. The second one, that would have been the knockout. Megdi using a dodge to get through it.
That definitely would have been it, yeah. The true combo. Sidelight. The recovery is not going to be it quite yet. Both in knockout range here. Going to be looking for that. I could see Megdi wanting to get rid of these Katars, swapping over to Sword potentially, because that is going to be rough. The Sider is going to put him in a bad position off stage. Radish priming that orb, looking for this. Megdi does make it back. Picks up the Sword. This is huge. Lands the Nair. It's so close. They're just jumping around each other. This is that signature Megdi Radish matchup right here. Just waiting for a mistake on either side, and Megdi finds it. That downlight Cider true combo taking him on the board. 1-1 in this set, man.
That is going to completely even it out here for what I can only imagine is going to be a tight set all throughout. Now, one thing that I'm thinking of, Snipe Socks, Radish is using a lot of signatures. Not really a lot, but he is using them, right? Especially on the battle boots. I don't think I've seen a single one from Megdi. Do you think incorporating some more signatures could be beneficial, or...
I do. No, I do 100% think it'd be more beneficial. I feel like Asuri has seen some buffs over the years that makes her signatures quicker too, kind of like that Katar side signature and the Katar D sig.
Oh my god, Megdi!
Yeah, he's cooking a little bit there, getting something going, but I do 100% agree. It would be interesting to see more Megdi signatures. Might be possible, especially in those knockout ranges. We'll see. Radish, expert of this Red Raptor. Although the whiff there, not getting punished. That neutral sig comes in with the neutral light on the boots, pushing Megdi off stage. Megdi is finding his way back to stage pretty well. Radish not finding too many successful edge guards here.
Now, Megdi is every single time that he's put into disadvantage, when he resets to the neutral, he is way faster to engage. Before, we had maybe 10 seconds of footsies before we would see another engagement. But Megdi runs out just a little bit and then goes straight back in, which is something that Radish doesn't seem to have anticipated. And so far, it's working quite well. It is still even, but I feel like Megdi has just a little bit more control of this game.
I agree. It is seeming like that. Playing it a bit slower. That center stage, I think the stage control is like the biggest difference here. Nice weapon throw, gonna force out some options. All of his options, actually, just with that sword lightsaber weapon throw. Radish not able to make it back. And I believe this is the first game we are seeing Megdi take the first stock.
It should indeed be the first game now. We've always seen Radish try and push that advantage, push that lead further and further. We haven't seen what is Megdi able to do in this situation, and we will not be able to see that today, or rather this game either, because Radish is going to equalize it with the sidelights there. Megdi now, we're back to 2-2 on the board. Radish able to get something pretty big in the air. Couple of good hits, gets the end light as well, racking up a bit of damage, but Megdi finds one read, and that's about even again.
Yeah, he's waking up with that gravity cancel side, like off stage, which is not, I'm not used to seeing Megdi do that, so I feel like that's kind of a hard read on to Radish, knowing he's kind of going to wait there for that edge guard, but either way, oh no. Okay,
oh my god,
Megdi
I got so scared.
Yeah, he's dipping too low there, the foot came out, but it doesn't matter. Either way, taking another
oh my
stock
lord.
with that sidelights there, that high strength orb on that soft platform placement was like beautiful timing to take that stock, and he is still cooking up.
Yeah, I can't lie. I think Megdi, after that offstage interaction, ever since then, I think he's feeling a little bit discombobulated right now. Radish hammering away right now. Able to get that nair in, trying to patrol the ground. Throwing out the D-light. Megdi slowly finding composure back again, but it could be too little too late. You're gonna have to play this very, very well.
For sure, and Radish finding a lot of these kind of stray orb nairs, and it doesn't seem like much, especially with no force, but look at Megdi's health already, like that's a lot of damage. The cider off the wall could have been it. I think Radish looking for the insta jump read, going for that down air, Megdi making it back, but Radish a full stock ahead. The GC side signature is going to get punished. The GC and Sig, a very good use of that Red Raptor kit to make it back to stage for his last option. And there it is, Polly. Now we're talking the down signature, but he's got a little bit of a mountain to climb if he wants to take this game still.
That's the thing, you use them more rarely and they'll hit harder, or especially they'll be more, at least they'll be more unexpected from your opponent. Able to connect that, as you mentioned, tall mountain to climb. It could be too little too late, and it appears as so, because Radish is going to close it out. 2-1 on the board, and we are going to be moving into the next game immediately. Players locking in, actually Megdi hovering over his pick a little bit this time around.
Yeah,
look at that damage on the orb.
That's
the
what
orb
I'm
compared
saying.
to the Baldr boots. Yeah, the nairs, they really do add up over the long term.
So quickly. And it's like the attacks look kind of minor, right? Like they don't really send them too far, so you don't think too much about it, and then you're like, okay, now
They're
he's in orange.
deceitful.
He got hit by like 3 nairs, and now he's already in the orange. Megdi did seem like he was considering a different legend swap, but no, he has decided he is locking in the Asuri once again. Same map, and this is the last game. He has to kind of prove himself, because if he loses this one, he will be going down to the loser's bracket. So is Megdi able to take this to a game 5? We'll have to see. This is already even damage, trading back and forth here.
Playing the same legends, playing on the same map. It feels like they're trying to... Both of the players have kind of agreed to eliminate all of the outside variables, especially considering they've played so many games against each other. They both know exactly what they need to do in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree 100%. They're both using stage so well. Megdi going for that side are not able to find it. As you talked about that orbit damage comparison, we are not seeing Radish on the boots for too long. He is definitely wanting to stick on that orb, and I mean, that's what he's known for, man. Radish is known for that orb. He has been playing it since I've known him in like 2021, and it's really cool that he represents that weapon, because not too many people play orb, and it's such a fantastic weapon. So I love to see Radish on this Red Raptor pick. As I said, hits him with the Sair on the boots, swapping over to that orb. Megdi in the red. Radish looking for a knockout here. Nice neutral light from Megdi. Catches the jump with the recovery, lands back. Not too much, you know, strings, over aggression, and that's kind of what they're known for. The neutral air does connect. Even damage. Who's going to take this first stock?
This is the thing, man. what you said about Radish finding all of those nairs, that's the funny thing. Meg D is playing kind of in the same way, but for some reason it just feels like Radish's attacks hit way harder. Now that may be because of the stats, it may be because he's on Orb, but nonetheless, Meg D is able to close that stock out. And I'm not sure how to feel about... I'm not sure how I would predict the development of this game, nonetheless the sets.
Yeah, same. It is kind of, you know, hard to say. It is very neck and neck almost every game for the most part. The Cider drop on the wall, Megdi making it back to center stage. Deep red though, the orb downer is going to connect. I love how Radish uses that as kind of like a sniping zoning tool. Going off stage, surprisingly the mix-up ground pound. Megdi super ready for that, catching that double recovery, and he's racking up damage here.
Okay.
Got the dodge,
Okay.
the side light, end light. Okay, he's definitely pushing that aggressive state now. Something we're seeing a little bit differently here. Might even take another stock if Radish is not able to find that real soon. But the neutralize going to do it.
All right, I mean, I said, you know, both of these players getting stray hits back and forth. Radish has been coming out on top of that. Meg D showed us that he has some hunger. He has some serious hunger in this matchup, and he's pushing that advantage state, at least in that interaction, in a completely different way than we've seen previously. Now I wonder, maybe Radish won't be falling for something like that again. So far, this is looking pretty rough coming out from Meg D. Not able to find that knockout or any real opener so far, and Radish has found quite a bit of damage. Needs to find something here. Looking for the Sair, but Radish is ready with that punish.
Absolutely. The dash dancing around each other. The GC down like getting punished. Megdi making it back to stage with a well-placed Sair. Radish slowly making his way back into this. No, goes for the GC bike. The GC side sig. Not a hard punish from Megdi though, but makes it back to the stage. Hits him with the recovery off the top. Radish now on 1 stock, Megdi in the orange on 2. The double lightsabers, I didn't even fully realize that till now. Both weapons rocking it, gotta respect that. Center stage, Radish flying by with those boots Cider, and that's the thing on boots is it has so much drift, so even if he is whiffing these Sairs, Megdi really has to be in perfect position to punish that.
In a situation like this, I have full faith that Meg D is going to be closing this out. Now, I'm not going to jinx anything. Well, that might already be too late. Either way, Meg D and Radish, both. If there's any player you don't want to have a lead against you, it's Meg D and Radish. When they get a lead, I mean, they can take even trades all day. They are going to be coming out on top. Just wait. Sometimes it will take a little bit of time, but it will happen eventually. And Meg D actually not even taking even a trade, is playing excellently in the last stock, finishing with 2. And that is going to be match point now. 2-2 on the board, Snapsocks.
Yes, indeed. We are going to see a Game 5 here. I don't think we've seen a different map on any game, so both sides are definitely feeling this map. They are running it right back. Same map, same picks. Game 5. This is the game right here, right now that they need to win to move on to get this guaranteed top 3 finish, which is going to be huge. Here we go.
The one game that is going to decide the entire set. It's all been leading up to this. They've had 4 games to prepare for this. 4 games to think and find things that they can take advantage of in their enemies. And so far, I mean, only looking at this first stock, it looks like Meg D might have found just one more weakness in Radish than Radish has found in Meg D.
Yeah, for sure, especially starting off pretty strong here. I am seeing that as well. Radish Cider, maybe the wrong way. Megdi punishing that with the Qatar Nair. Another one racking up this damage. And like I said, there you go. He racks up the damage, swaps over the sword, and the side signature. You were just talking about the conditioning, how Megdi's not really using those signatures too much. And here we go, Game 5, right when he needs to, getting that knockout fairly early, and he's only in the yellow. Megdi looking incredible here.
Found the read as well. I'm sensing a little bit of momentum here, Snipesocks. Playing with a bit more confidence here and doing so very successfully. Radish is going to have to try and stop him right in his tracks, and a couple of light attacks coming out from the battle boots seems to do the trick. Meg D having to play a little bit more from behind now, or a little bit back rather. Well, players patrolling the ground, waiting for an opening. Qatar's in hand, and Radish, you need to find a knockout so soon.
And Megdy's only in like the light orange too. It seems like Radish is being a little bit shaky. Maybe it was because he hadn't had that orb yet, but even then, I don't know. He was playing a lot more confidently in these past games, and I can't blame him. He's basically almost a full stock behind now, and Megdy is on top of him, applying amazing pressure, staying stacked on him with these Katars, catching that recovery, almost looking to take another stock here. Radish getting rid of those boots right in front of his face, picking up that comfort weapon, which is going to be that orb. Cider still not going to do it. Oh no, dipping low there, the Cider. Megdy, does he confirm this? No, the down air, giving him that jump, still has that dodge. No knockouts on either side though, still a stock lead for Megdy, both in the red. Radish back on that orb. I think a Cider at this point will definitely do it. There it is, evens up the stocks, but he has a lot of damage. He's got to be incredibly careful here.
And it's a strong lead, and I mean, what does Radish really need here? He needs probably a read, he needs a bit of a longer string. He hasn't been finding that. He hasn't been finding that on Megdy. Megdy is the one that is able to find these longer strings to build up that damage, equalize the positions. Whenever Megdy is in the lead, Radish has had a little bit of a hard time coming back from it, so this is going to be really, really tough. Still definitely doable, but Megdy is looking super good here.
I agree fully. I think if it keeps going the way it is, Megdy's definitely going to take this. Radish needs something big, whether that's a signature offstage interaction gimp, I don't know, but he is not finding it thus far. Megdy staying in this dead zone, so close to him. I love the pressure he's applying. The dare, the end light is connecting, still so much damage, and Megdy in like the dark yellow, whereas Radish is on 1 in orange. Such a scary position to be here in this game 5. Radish making it back to stage though. Megdy still on these Katars, looking for something, waiting for that whiff, the nair, and at this point Radish can't afford these trades. Double neutralite. Oh my goodness,
that should be it. Yeah. There we go, man. I said I sensed some momentum. It looks like I sensed correctly, man. Megdy, that last stock of his, he took control of that game, man.
100%. No, he was locked in. I think he did great with the conditioning. He knew exactly what he needed to do. It seemed like those first couple games, he was kind of on the other side of the spectrum where Radish was playing a lot more confident, a lot more dominantly. And honestly, if I'm being 100%, I think it was the adaptation coming out from Megdy. He used those losses for his own game. And he really pushed that to the limit. We saw that momentum change like you called out. We saw the conditioning with those couple signatures that did connect. Probably 100% accuracy with those signatures, if I remember correctly. Maybe whiffed one, but either way, extremely well played towards Megdy. And he's going to be moving on in that winner's side deep into this top 8. A very good position. One more, he's going to need that to get those grand finals, man. So, well played.
Yeah, Megdy, I mean... Megdy, the storyline is definitely cooking right now. Megdy, if you're Megdy, we were talking about, we really want to see at some point Megdy getting his gold medal. If you are Megdy, Radish is probably one of the players that you fear the most in the bracket, and just being able to take Radish out, so important. Especially, of course, it could lead to the rematch eventually if no other player is able to overtake Radish. He's already proved that he can do it once, so. I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to follow those matches later, but we are going to be running into our next game immediately. Of course, all of that is going to be way later. It is going to be Java going up against Guichibu.
Oh snap! Now I know Guichibu typically doesn't like fighting Java. In the most recent major that Guichibu got his first medal, I believe he got 3rd place. He finally overcame his bracket demon, which is Java. Java is his bracket demon. He overcame that, got 3rd, but now here they are in the winner's side of this first top 8 set. I believe it's a matchup thing, because Gui, known for those Katars, right? Potentially one of the best Katars in NA, if not in the world. Absolutely plays it optimally, crazy reads, crazy strings. Java, on the other hand, insane movement, really good neutral, and his weapons. I think his weapons do really well into those GUI Katars, or just Katars in general. Having that spear, having that orb is going to be kind of a zoning weapon, bigger hitboxes. He's got the orb there. He's got the spear there. It's going to be ranging out those Katars. So for Gui to win this, he's going to have to really be on top of it. Not to mention Java has a really good offstage too. We see Gui kind of going crazy with these offstage interactions, getting these dodge reads, getting these early knockouts. And Java is going to be one of the hardest players to confirm offstage in the game 100%. So this will be a good set.
Yeah, I think you're right on in terms of the Dusk being a rough matchup into the Katars, especially. I mean, as mentioned, Orb into Katars, you have so many ranged options on top of having a ton of drift and really, really good grounded options. When you're on the spear, you're going to be able to outrange with that neutralite. You're going to have a hard time getting in with basically anything here. So Gucci might have to lean a little bit more into the cannon. But we will have to wait and see what he decides to make of it. As you mentioned, if he doesn't like this matchup very much, I mean, we can see here the lifetime history, 11 into 7. He's beat him 7 times. Surely he's been able to find a couple of ways to work around the matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And it is that same pick, too, that he did defeat him on the last major. Java was on that Dusk, so they are getting the run back. So if it goes the same way as last major, then it might be in Gui's favor, but Java is here to deny that. And once again, these players want to make that Royale, so that is going to be extra motivation for them to win these sets, to get these high top 4, top 3, top 2 placements. And off rip, you talk about cannon, but Gui's already throwing that up. Game 1 here on Apocalypse. Oh, double down signature off rip into the... Okay, let me hold my tongue here. He is definitely abusing that Lin fake hit 100%.
Now, I know this is just the first 20 seconds into the game. Okay, Gui swapping over to the Katars. I was about to say, I'm not sure why he wants to have Katars so much, because the cannon is working out fine, but we're gonna be able to see now, hopefully, why he places so much faith into these Katars. Of course, as you mentioned, the Katars, they're an absolute staple. At this point, not only a staple, Gui doesn't have Katars as a staple, it's more like Katars has Gui as a staple. Yeah, no, I love the way he's the Katars guy.
He is the Katars, man. He pilots that for sure, 100%. I think he's gonna do pretty well. He's been playing better and better ever since I've known Gui. It's like his placements just go up, which is really impressive. Like, you know, everyone has a bad tourney, a bad run, and, you know, they'll go from, like, 5th to 13th. If he catches the GC side, like, that's going to be the knockout already onto Java. But as I was saying, it seems like Gui just gets better and better almost every single tourney he plays. And so far, coming off in this game 1 here, he's shown that to be the truth. We'll have to see.
Java on the spear now to see if he can find that knockout. Going to be able to connect the recovery. I'm expecting a second one. He doesn't find the opportunity that he was looking for, throwing out a couple of signature, and Gui is not feeling confident in his punishes there. Throwing out an end light, racking up with more damage. Java needs to find the knockout and needs to find it quickly. The Seer is a really good start. He wants to commit with the unarmed offstage, but he should have known better. Gui's not going to be falling for that.
Yeah, definitely not. Weapon throw engagement here. Gui in the deep red. I think anything that knocks out at this point will do it. Oh no, the side air. He's going to go out for the ground pound. Java still having that jump. Like I said, one of the hardest players to confirm off stage. Nice side air from Java. No, if that was a different player, maybe they would have gone to the wall. Maybe they would have gotten hit by that Gui ground pound. But Java said, no, I know my options incredibly well. We making it back, but he is still in the red. Now on this spear that we're going to see. Let's see what this Java spear is looking like.
Sideline comes out, wants to try and find a read off of it. Was expecting a second sideline, but Java was looking for something else. Racking up that damage incredibly well so as well. Neutral signature coming out from Gui though, and that is going to take him down to his last stock as he primes up a second pair of Katars. Java is falling further and further behind. Just last stock, he was having a hard time getting that knockout. You're gonna have to be more efficient now, or this is GG.
Absolutely. I think Gui really utilizes that high dex Katars too, because all the strings he hits are so tight. So you have to be like really aware of your dodges and, you know, your disadvantage. Say, as I say that, catches that dodge away into the D-Light, into the dare, catches the Seer. Floating off stage, Gui with the slide charge reverse side signature throws out another GC. Unhinged, man. He says, my frame data is crazy on this legend. Swaps to the cannon, catches the neutral light, no options. Incredible placement of that cannon, and like taking his last stock only in 2 orange. Gooey with a very dominant win on this game 1 here, Apocalypse. That was nice.
He played in both his first and his second stock with such confidence off stage. Javas was not able to do much in response. I mean, that was world class, man. Gooey played that incredibly well. Java is gonna have to try and regain his composure here. That was looking rough.
That was, yeah, for sure. Java would find some hits here and there, but Gooey had the momentum the entire time. We might see a swap of momentum here in this game number 2. Gooey seems like he's feeling himself. Just watching him play, I feel like you can feel the confidence, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's just too clean on it.
Yeah, the stars are definitely aligning right now for Gooey, and definitely not in Java's favor though. Neutral signature coming out though. No options. Sweatbeats coming out. He did touch the ground there inside of the Qatar sidelight, I believe. Recovery comes out. Gooey finding another read again with the confidence off stage. I smell another Seer. It comes out, and that is going to be the stock. Gooey barely taking any damage. What is going on? Is this the Gooey? I don't know, Snap Talks. You mentioned this guy getting better. You mentioned this guy getting better and better every single tournament. I'm thinking to myself, Gooey's way better than I remembered him being.
I'm telling you, man, he is a constantly evolving player. He is catching so many of these dodges and capitalizing on them perfectly, whether it's on stage, whether it's off stage, and he is getting a lot of damage rack up or just a straight up knockout, like all together, and that is going to be huge in his favor. Game number 2 here, stock lead. Java has evened up the damage a bit. He's got him in the red, but getting that knockout is going to be key. It is going to be crucial. That might be a punish there. Yes, it is. Using that side signature. Free whiff punish. Evens up the stocks. Now this is definitely looking a lot more doable for Java.
I feel like Java, at the end of that stock, he started kind of matching Gooey's pace. He said, I can't... If you're just running around, running towards me, I can't stop you in your tracks, so I'm gonna have to be on my toes as well. I'm gonna have to try and match that playstyle, which we're seeing way more movement, we're seeing way more thrown out aerials, and it's working in Java's favor.
It is a bit. I think he needs to find a bit more. Ooh, that would have been huge. The dare ground pound, because it's seeming like even with these trades, Gooey is finding these true combos that's just having more damage. So we're going to see if Java has an answer to that, because right now it is pretty even, but Gooey's got the stage control, he's got the guitars, goes off of the cider, jumps up, hits the nair, picks up the cannon right underneath his feet. Java looking for a weapon here, slowly getting some unarmed attacks, but as I say, that goes for the GC downlight, hard punish by that cannon and neutral signature. Java on 1 stock, Gooey 2 in that orange.
Java also needs to figure out how to beat Gooey's offstage on the Qatars, which could very easily be summarized to don't get hit by the Seer, which is way easier said than done.
For sure.
Recovery comes out though, tries to follow it up with a second. Neutral signature into almost the follow-up, but Gooey is able to get that knockout.
That's the thing too, is both of these legends are lower defense. So they are going to be able to both get knockouts fairly early on each other. I believe if Java is on strength stance, and they should both be on 4 defense, which is basically the lowest. Oh my goodness. He picks it up off the ground pound, delay recovery. As I was saying, lowest defense stat line that you usually see in tournament is that 4 defense, and they're both rocking that. And now Java is in the red. We might be looking for a signature, but he might not need it either. The Seer off stage, Java making it back with that orb recovery. Such a good recovery to have. The D-Light Nair racking up damage. The Seer might have caught the dodge. Ooh, Gooey makes it back. The recovery, not enough. Surprisingly, I think APOC just a bit of a higher ceiling map. Otherwise, that might have been Raps. Java's still in this. He still has a chance to won this set. Amazing option. The D-Light GC breakdance. Wow.
All right. Both players looking for an opening now. It's anyone's knockout. It could just be one more hit. The neutral light comes out, tries to go for the dare off stage on the cannon. No going to be connecting though. Java gets back up with the spear Seer. It's so tight right now. Just one hit could be the difference maker. Gooey gets it with the D-Light Nair. That is going to be 2-0 on the board. That's a match point for Gooey.
Wow. Java kind of risked it all on that spear side signature there, and Gui just jumped over it pretty freely and punished him with, that D-Light Nair, that solid cannon confirm. And I feel like having such a close game and kind of fumbling that due to that signature whiff punish might do a toll on Java's mental. I don't know. I know, if you're that close to making it 1-1 and now you are 2-0, you have one more game to kind of prove yourself. Well, if he wins, can take it to a game 5, of course. But as for losing, he only has one more chance. So with it being that close, that might be kind of tough, man. I wonder if Java is contemplating a different pick, if he's been practicing some other picks. I'm not too sure. That is one thing I really like about Java is when he picks up a legend, that's basically all he plays. He practices it a lot. He even played it. He got top 8 BCX 2022 with Ember. And I feel like you think of Java like Ember, that's like, what the heck? Like, you would never even realize that. And it's just because he commits to these legends so well in his practice sessions. And, that's really respectable, honestly. And he is indeed rocking that strength stance. So both legends on 4 defense coming in here. Game 3, 2-0 for Gui. Apocalypse once again.
I mean, really the tournaments are just a reflection of the practice you have been putting in, and if you put a lot of dedication into a single legend, it looks like you're going to put a lot of dedication into the single legend in bracket as well. Java going back to the Dusk. It has been working out quite well, but Gui, man, give him a break with the offstage setup as well. It's not going to lead into anything. And this is the thing that's also kind of insulting. That looked insane, but if you look at the damage, I mean, Java gets like 2 side lights and it's even damage.
That is true, because not only does Lin Fei have low defense, but also some of the lowest strength in the game, but does that really matter? It's seeming like Gui just doesn't care about his low strength. Picks up that side signature, another knockout onto Java, a very, I wouldn't say comfortable lead, but a solid lead at that. Not quite in the red,
my
and
lord.
Still racking up this damage. Java with the Cider upstage, this could be really good. Makes it back. The recovery is going to add more on there, going for that Nair exhaust recovery would have been the knockout, still not able to find that with the Neutralite. Java needs this knockout very soon if he wants to stay in this. That might be it. Yes, it is. High strength against that low defense Cider evens up the stocks.
I think if last game didn't take a toll on Java's mental, the first stock of Gui might have. Really, really strong performance coming out, and Java playing from behind now. I'm starting to feel a little bit of deja vu. Java just can't seem to get ahead of this matchup so far. But it looks like that might change, finding quite a good aerial string here. Going for the second recovery all the way up, and it's going to be connecting as well. He's in the lead now. I stand corrected. Java has very much a fighting chance in this game. Gui now playing from behind. Saw the cannon as well, which isn't his preferred weapon.
Oh my gosh.
He got the
Java
GC.
Deleted him in yellow. That was incredible. Yeah, Gui on this cannon. Haven't seen too much of that quite yet for the most part. We've seen some knockouts on the cannon, which I am really glad he uses for that. Oh no, might have been the wrong way there. Not too sure on that side signature. Gui full sending the ground pound off stage. Not able to find that. Doesn't make it back though. Java definitely in the red on these Katars. Might have a hard time finding that knockout if it isn't with the signature. But it seems like Gui's definitely been on top of that. But he's already in the orange. Getting hit by that orb side signature is going to be so much damage. The D-Light Nair is going to take him off the top. Probably going to swap to those Katars. Is Gui still in this? Yes, he is, but he's in that orange, and Java probably feeling a bit more confident now for sure as that raw haymaker hits him on the left side of the stage. Gui now in the red.
He's able to connect that though. Trying to go for a read immediately. Java is saying that's not going to work. Not again. Tried to set up the offstage as well. Java isn't falling for the same tricks anymore. The Sair still working quite well though, and that's no option. Sweatbeat's coming out. He gets the Nair though. He got the chase dodge, and that's enough. What is that ending of the game? Java had it in the bag. Gui almost snatches it, only for Java to somehow get back yet again. What was that, Sniped Socks?
That was a wild interaction. One thing I can tell you is that Java's heart rate after getting hit by that string must have been at an all-time high. He had no options bet it all on that spear nair to get that chase dodge, and it worked out. I think Gooey honestly just barely slipped up on his confirm there, because he had caught literally all of his options. He read his soul, but that big hitbox from the nair saved Java and kept him in this entire set. A point on this board, now running it back to Apocalypse. That was so hype.
I mean, I feel like obviously you can go back and look at that replay and analyze what Gooey could have done to not get hit by the spear nair. He didn't have that many options, really. You go out to the side, you get hit by the spear sair, you're gonna get knocked out. You don't do anything and you stand below him, you could get spear naired and you're going to get knocked out. Java kind of had Gooey in a bit of a rough spot there that Gooey really put himself in.
Yeah, I do agree fully. Gooey kind of full sent it, but he was on top of it, man. Java kept it in. He clutched up. That was honestly
more than anything.
Nice clutch.
Yeah, more than anything, a really, really good representation of Java being able to stay, maintain his composure even in the most stressful scenarios,
100%.
able to get the hit that will matter.
100%. Seemed like Apocalypse is kind of the map they're leaning towards too, and it has that smaller walls. So I do gotta mention that because they are throwing each other off stage a lot. So it's not like these other maps where you have more walls to cling to. It's like when you're off stage, that's scary, man. Like you don't really have too many places to go. Catches the dodge in, read the turnaround GC, and light recovery confirmed. Gooey is just so clean with the reads, like he gets them consistently, way too consistently, and it's just because of his knowledge of these guitars. He's been playing these guitars since day one, kind of once again catching a dodge in. That's gonna be so much damage.
Third time. That's the third time he's dodged in, and Gooey is definitely catching on. Java in the most stressful scenarios, those dodge patterns, they're going to start to get a little bit whack.
Yeah, I think if Java's not really like hyper focusing on mixing up those dodges, that he's gonna be in trouble. Does find that knockout though with that orb there. We have been seeing that a lot, looking like he's wanting to stay on that orb, which is not something I see too often from Java. I think the last couple majors he's been locking in the dust, he's been priming that spear, he's been more comfortable on that spear, so maybe he's just going full weapon starve mode, not wanting to get Gooey on this weapon, but he's doing incredibly well. That GC desig would have been devious. That I love him going for that.
The amount of stress in this game so far is crazy. The conditioning has so many layers by this point.
Absolutely.
Nair comes out, able to get a quick, simple read. Couple of airs coming out, neutral signature, again, maybe not even completely intentional to hit that, of course. Decent option nonetheless, conditioning yet again. He had options, he had a lot of options there. I thought for some reason he had a couple jumps left.
Java did have the options in the back pocket. The dodge in again, Pauly. Catching that D-Light recovery confirmed. That's like the third or fourth time. Not even in this game, not even in this set alone has been probably, double digits the amount of times. The Sair, downer! No options, he can't make it back.
It's over! You're not getting back, dude! It's over!
Gosh. Guichabu with the craziest gimp onto Java. The down air just sending him into the depths, off the Sair into another down air. Once that third down air hit, that was just it, man. That was just it. A clean 0 to death from Gooey onto Java, moving into winner's side. That's going to be another medal for Gooey. Another guaranteed top 3 for Guichabu, the Qatar Menace. I was saying Gooey was one of the best Qatar players in NA. He might just be the best Qatar player in the game. He really just might be. I know a lot of people play like Asuri or other different Qatar legends, but no one's doing it like Gooey at this top level. Maybe in like the ranked queue, 2500, 2600. He is doing this to Java. These top 10, top 5 PR players. That is incredible, man. What a play coming out from Gooey, moving him on in this winner's side of the bracket. And this time, that top 3 is not from the loser side, it's from the winner side. So I believe this is the farthest Gooey has been in a winner side top 8 official bracket. So well played to him, the Lin Fei monster himself. We absolutely love to see that. Good work to Gooey, man. That was crazy.
Absolutely, man. I feel like Meg D versus Gooey in the winner finals is such a fun timeline, and it is one that we are going to be exploring further. Of course, we have much more games to be had, but with that being said, we are going to be running to a quick break. We're going to be right back, so don't go anywhere. What's up, Brawlhalla? We are back. This is Trial of Baldr, and this is the North American edition. My name is Polymalto, and I am joined here for this journey with the Sniped Socks. We just came off of 2 amazing games, Radish and Megdi, followed by Java going up against Gooey, which we are going to be seeing in the winter finals. Megdi going up against Gooey, which I mentioned in Green Room. Amazing timeline we're living in, but it's not done just yet, Sniped Socks. How are you feeling?
Not at all, man. I'm feeling great. These sets are outstanding. Like, that was definitely one of the coolest sets I've ever spectated, not even as a caster, but definitely casted. That was great. So now we're into the loser side of the top 8 bracket. So I hope this gameplay just, continues to be awesome. Coming up next, I believe we have Bunny versus Alex. That's what production told us, but I'm seeing Balloon Boy and Anime in the lobby here, so I'm not sure if we are going with that first, but we're about to find out.
I feel like this is kind of the opposite of pick your poison, right? Because it doesn't really matter whichever one we get. I'm going to be happy either way.
That's true.
So far, Anime and Balloon Boy are the ones that are locked in on our screen. This is a set that I'm very, very excited about. Of course, me having been in the game, not as long as you, but I've been in the game for a couple of years, I get a bit reminiscent and nostalgic from Anime, previously known as Anime Fan, which I believe I saw for the first time during the Pro Series, right? When we had the regional crew battle 3v3. For the first time for me, Anime Fan just kind of blew up and played absolutely amazingly as a player that I didn't previously know. Balloon Boy is starting to become like a similar thing for me now, because he is all of the heat right now. Everyone has Balloon Boy on his lips, and it's starting to become it's starting to kind of transform into. There's not a hype around the Balloon Boy. He's kind of slowly starting to establish himself here.
He's definitely been around for a while, so he is an OG Xbox player. He was on Xbox for a really long time. He's one of the highest placing console players in the game, in both tournament and in ranked. So he had a lot of built up hype around him, because being on that console, you have a little bit of that delay. So you're not able to, physically perform as well as someone, with some better hardware on his PC. So Balloon Boy was hyped up for such a long time when he was, a top dog on Xbox. And then he finally got that PC. He was talking about it for like 1 year, 2 years. If you guys know Balloon Boy, he was talking about getting a PC for a really, really long time, and it wasn't happening. And when he finally did, those chains were unleashed and he started going crazy. Even when he first started swapping a PC, he was getting like top 3 in ranked, but still wasn't quite getting those placements that he wanted to in majors. And I feel like the more tournaments he's been playing, the more experience, shaking those nerves off, we are seeing him in almost every single top 8. And not to mention, quick shout out to Hideaway, because they are now 2's partners as well, so he's killing it in both game modes. And yeah, as for Anime Fan, been around for a while, grinder, always improving. Picked up this Onyx like fairly recently, like a year ago or so, maybe a little bit over that, already level 100, plays the game a lot, and now here they are meeting each other in this top 8 loser side bracket here to duke it out, eliminating once each other. Only one player here can move on, jumping into this game 1, Balloon Boy versus Anime.
We mentioned before we even went on to stream with he finally getting a PC after so many years. It is the come up story for so many players, and just today I think it was IRQ, right, got a massive breakout performance, top 32 in the first tournament they played on PC. It is really, really fun to see, and it makes a really big difference. Also, I feel like the gameplay of someone that came to console in a strange way, I can't put my finger on it, you can kind of tell whenever someone came from console.
Yeah, they just got that energy to them. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's too funny.
So, hey, some guys just have the Xbox or the PS4 energy, man. That's what it is. I don't know how to explain it. If you know, you know.
They always become like the demons too. They always just become so goated. But as of right now, this game 1 is not really looking like that in Balloon Boy's favor, because Anime hopped off on that first stock, already taken that. Balloon Boy answering it back here with this bow. Catches the side light on the dodge by pushing him kind of far away, not able to get anything confirmed off of that.
Able to get a couple of end lights on the ground though. Getting closer and closer to that knockout range. is going to have to try and find something though, but Anime is patrolling the ground incredibly well so far, controlling the neutral. He's waiting on this offstage to try and find something. He's running away with this lead, man.
He is. No, he absolutely is. And I feel like Anime has been like wanting to push himself for so long. He puts in the hours. If anyone grinds this game, it's Anime. So he's got that behind him, wanting to, you know, push forward, get these top placements. So I think this is going to be a really good set. Balloon Boy taking that first knockout with that side air in the orange. And both some monumental legends in terms of defense. Onyx, an absolute tank, an absolute unit. Zariel, on the other hand, too, a lot of defense, both with the gauntlets, so they are going to be throwing hands here. Balloon Boy in the red.
Yeah, and with that high defense makes it all the more impressive how much damage these guys are able to rack up in such a short period of time. I mean, you see that right there? Anime has a massive lead. Balloon Boy get a couple of hits, get him down to orange, throw him off stage, throw out that unarmed there, and that's going to be the stock. Even against Onyx defense, that's not going to be able to save you against Balloon Boy.
Not at all. No, that unarmed down air is absolutely robbery. Catching the jump there with that neutral signature, still racking up some damage. This game got turned around incredibly quickly with that play, and Balloon Boy is really good at finding those unarmed dares. But Anime answering back with that gauntlet ground pound, evening up the stocks, and is absolutely anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, Balloon Boy, especially with that play, as you mentioned, was on his way, could still be on his way of just absolutely stealing this game, and Anime is going to have to put up a tough resistance so far on the offstage, is going to be doing so. The unarmed there comes out though, barely any options. He has one dodge and one jump to his name, and he uses both of them perfectly to set up an advantageous edge guard position where he's able to rack up some more damage. Nair comes out, second one, ground pound in between.
Goes
It's not
around.
going to be enough though.
Yeah, that could have been deadly if he went back the same way. It might have been enough for Anime to confirm that. Balloon Boy, knowing he was in danger, went all the way around to the other side of the stage. Beautiful sidelight there on Cannon, swapping over these gauntlets. Has the edgeguard opportunity, has the stage, getting rid of that, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable, getting that confirm on the Cannon. Also keeping him off a weapon. The D-line there still not going to do it. Look at his damage. That defense and the high ceiling is still keeping him in this game just by a thread. The GC D-line there back to stage on the bow. It is so close. Dodging that cider. Balloon Boy, no dodge from Anime. The down air off stage. Oh my goodness. Balloon Boy coming back from that, just narrowly clutching up with that bow dare, catching that Sarah back to stage. Incredible plays from Balloon Boy, holding on by a thread and still managing to clutch out that win.
These types of sets are my favorite because I feel like, yes, that was very even, especially towards the end. Both of the players in Dark Red, both of the players showed that they have insane pop-off potential. There are timelines here where Anime just 3-stocks Balloon Boy, and there are timelines where Balloon Boy just 3-stocks Anime. It could go either way. It is impossible to tell so far.
No, it really is. It is so back and forth, and like you said, these are the best kinds of sets. Like, it's cool to see someone just get, you know, kind of steamrolled, but when they are neck and neck, just going all out, that is definitely my favorite form of Brawlhalla. We love to see that, and once again, we're seeing some trades already, some even damage on both sides. Anime with the turnaround dare onto Cannon, swapping over to that gauntlets, maybe looking for something right here, letting Balloon Boy get back to stage, but he's answering back, the gauntlet ditto in hands.
Yeah, almost baiting Balloon Boy to take stage control, letting him get back up and running back all the way, only to hit him with the dare when Balloon Boy, as expected, takes stage control back. Very interesting interaction that he decided to go for there. Nonetheless, we are almost completely even here in terms of damage. Balloon Boy gets disarmed, but he picks up that bow right after. Now, still Balloon Boy a little bit more damage, but what is damage going to do for you is if you're not able to find that knockout, and Anime is going for a lot of sidelights. That's not going to help you get the knockouts, if especially not if Balloon Boy is dodging well.
Yeah, for sure. I agree 100%. It seemed like a Balloon Boy is kind of catching on to some jump habits coming out from Anime, so we could be seeing some more capitalization onto that. Catches the neutral light, throws him off stage here. The weapon throw covering his head so incredibly well. And wow, really nice play, using that unarmed downlight stun to pick up those gauntlets, getting that knockout. Really good from Anime, but he is in the deep red. Maybe even an unarmed recovery might do it. I'm not too sure about a bow nair, but we'll have to see. The sidearm does connect, Anime making it back with that recovery on that cannon. Is the bow and arrow gonna do it? No, it's not. And look at his HP. It is getting up there, man. Balloon Boy wanting to take this stock. Really good wake up from Anime, knowing he's gonna be kind of stuck in place there for a bit after that. Balloon Boy, that should be it. Yes, it is. The Gauntlet Neutralite evens up those stocks and not too much damage onto Balloon.
As you mentioned with the defense, I've been sat here thinking about that. This feels like a really, really high-octane, high-paced game, but it really isn't. In terms of at least the duration of the game, we're seeing so many neutral interactions in such a short amount of time, and still, I mean, last game was 4 minutes. This feels like a 2-minute game, but we're already on 2.5.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we went from, you know, Gooey on Lin Fei with 4 defense to these guys on like 8 defense. Like, they're doubling the defense here, quite literally doubling the stats. So that could make a, you know, a huge difference for sure. We saw some big opportunities there coming out from Balloon Boy just a bit ago, though. Anime making it back to stage. Balloon Boy with the Gauntlet Neutralite. The weapon throw down. This time, Balloon's looking like he's a bit more ready for these weapon throws. Wow, huge dash D-Light off the edge, catching that really well-spaced hitbox there. And just the damage has been so even throughout this set. I cannot tell who's going to take this stock there, keeping it so close. That Neutralite is going to get punished there. Sidelight, nothing afterwards. The GC D-Light recovery once again. They're just living so long. The D-Light Nair on bow is going to do it. Can only survive so many hits until that knockout is guaranteed. Anime on 1 now, but Balloon Boy is about to be right there too.
Neutral signature coming out, going to be connecting as well. Anime cannot allow Balloon Boy to pick up a lead here. He has the bow, which I would argue is the right weapon for the task here if you're trying to get a little bit of a damage lead, but it looks like Balloon Boy is more hungry than that. He will not do with just a damage lead. He's looking for knockout potential. Early offstage interactions, tons of pressure onto Anime here as he's knocked out into orange. He throws him offstage again with a Surge, throws out the ground pound and the Neutralite. Anime is not able to do much. Recovery comes out as well. He's not allowed to play the game, Snipesocks.
Yeah, he is not letting him breathe. He is covering quite literally every single option perfectly. There we go. Anime finally finding that knockout, but Balloon Boy was in that health range for about a minute straight, just racking up damage of his own. Catching the dodge, that's gonna be so much damage. Oh my goodness. Balloon Boy in a sketchy spot here, dodges into the wall, avoids that ground pound. The breakdance gets punished. Maybe Balloon Boy feeling a little bit nervous. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the reversal possibilities. It's not a good feeling, but Anime is in the deep red. Balloon Boy has some stage here to work with. Another side air is going to put him deeper into that red. Anime stage controls. He's got the cannon in hand, looking for something. In center stage, Balloon Boy doing such a good job at like dodging these frame perfect reactions, man. Sidelight connects on the cannon. That's gonna be at 100%. Downlight recovery confirmed on the bow. Balloon Boy bow.
Oh my god.
Bow boy. And that's
722 damage coming out from Balloon Boy.
Wait a second.
Holy dude, that's the type of stuff that you would screenshot and put on Twitter and be like, bro, this guy can't knock out.
That's like not like, is this 2v2? Like that's not damage you see in ones hardly ever. Like usually don't even see 600, let alone 722 damage in a 1v1 match in the top 8 of a major is definitely not something we see too often at all.
Yeah. Wow. And I guess that kind of shows us why does the game feel high paced, fast paced, yet it's 5 minutes long. Well, because it takes 722 damage to get that stock off. Which, again, I mean, Anime. These have been very, very even games, and both of these guys are so good at maintaining their stocks as well.
They are. No, I'm really glad you said that because they are doing an excellent job at that. Like, it is going deep red for both of these players. I do think, the dodge in read on the side stick, this could be huge. The weapon throw does connect.
That's it.
One more option, the ground pound covers that.
Yeah.
Balloon Boy is the king of forcing and covering out these options. That's going to be such a good lead for him, only in the yellow, still rocking a high defense of his own. The ceiling does not matter here, although this is a map swap, which is looking really good in Balloon Boy's favor as of right now.
Anime matching the same kind of energy that we've been seeing so far, but Balloon Boy, we've been saying it, man. He is not just happy with the lead. He is hungry for these offstage interactions. This time around, playing a little bit more conservative with that. He's 2-0 on the board and has a great lead here, potentially wanting to play it a little bit more safely whenever he has the option to do so.
Yeah, for sure. I don't even know how much safety is mattering at this point because Balloon Boy is just on top of it whenever he needs to be. He is there. The Cider connects, makes it back to the stage. Nair on Cannon, still not going to be enough quite yet. He's going to be looking for some sort of edge guard, though. Balloon Boy just running right back on stage. I'm telling you, he's staying in those dead zones. That pressure is real, and you can tell Anime is feeling that. With Punish there, the side light, nothing afterwards. The neutral light should be enough to do it. Yes, it is, but we are seeing a same situation once again as last game where stocks are even, but Balloon Boy is only in the white, whereas Anime is in the red, and that is a very scary position to be in. The D-light Nair not going to be enough. So close, though.
Nair coming out, not going to be connecting. And here, I mean, we're seeing where that 700 number came from. Anime, at this point, basically in the dark red. Weapon throws are coming out. They're not going to do the job. GCD light recovery will, though, and that is a full stock lead in this match point. Anime has a mountain to climb ahead, and it is going to take, at this point, almost a true master to be able to reverse something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if he does get some sort of gauntlet, gimp, or big cannon string, that is going to be his win condition. But as I say that, the down signature connection is going to be it. Not quite. The Cider back to stage did get his options, but the dodge up into the down sig from Balloon Boy on that bow. Clean 2-stock, just absolutely dominating that game and that set. And he is going to be moving on with a very clean 3-0 onto Anime. Phenomenal play coming out from Balloon. Holy.
Now, yeah, incredibly played as well. I was thinking to myself, who did Balloon Boy go down to? And he went down to Java. Now, I am already thinking ahead into the future here, but Balloon Boy was given the eliminations run where he will not have to face Java in the second round. So this is looking potentially like Balloon Boy's day. He's going to be facing off Radish instead.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely probably don't usually want to get the run back against the person that knocked you out in the losers, but maybe you do. Either way, he's on his path. He is still in this top 8. Anime now out at 7th, I believe, which is still amazing. You know, if you're making top 8 in a major, that is incredible. But Balloon Boy showed it today. You know, he just played a lot better, and I'm excited to see him play some more. But coming up next, we have Anonymous Alex versus Bunny. And this is a very interesting set. Very interesting set. And the reason I say that is because I feel like they almost have opposite playstyles, right? Bunny kind of known for those gauntlet gimps, the off stage, kind of waiting in the corner, waiting for some mistake, capitalizing on that. And Anonymous Alex is like literally the exact opposite. Like that dude is a unit. He will stand in the middle of the map. He will just stay incredibly grounded, just wait for you to walk up. So I feel like this could either be a really long game or a really short game. I think the win condition for Bunny is going to be like gimping Alex in yellow, because I feel like winning neutral against Alex a lot is going to be really difficult. Whereas I don't think Alex is comfortable off stage very much at all, if I'm being completely honest. Maybe, you know, more so lately, but just in general, he's not known for that off-stage play, whereas Bunny is literally the exact opposite. So I think if Bunny kind of catches Alex off stage with like a gauntlet side air or something, that they could confirm off that really well. But otherwise, I think, you know, Alex is going to hold it down for that neutral game and just be an absolute unit. But another top 8 for Bunny as well is really impressive, as they're rocking that Trial of Frigg finalist title from that last major. So, you know, these players are getting some really good placements either way, and I'm super excited to see this set, Paulie.
Yeah, this set is definitely going to be entertaining. As you mentioned, kind of a little bit like unstoppable force versus immovable object, right?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who I would favor in that circumstance. Now, I'm thinking, of course, as you mentioned, Bunny probably going to be wanting to go for some of those offstage interactions. Anonymous Alex probably wanting to take a little bit more stage control. Whereas if Anonymous Alex has a stage control, it's going to be really hard to break that with Rayman. Like, you have Axe, but like if Anonymous Alex is on Hammer and Axe and you're running into that with Gauntlets, and Anonymous Alex is just trying to maintain stage control, you can have a hard time. On the other hand, both Axe and Hammer are incredibly viable off stage. So
Very.
even if he is not super comfortable with that, as you speculated, I think in the dynamic that we are at least expecting out of this game, I think Anonymous Alex already has an intrinsic advantage. I have to call this out. Anonymous Alex is running the Platinum border.
I
He's
don't
running
even
the
know how.
This guy didn't get Diamond last season.
No, he definitely
What?
did. He definitely did. I think he might be using like his PS4 account for like the account linking
Oh my
feature.
God.
Because I know for a 100,000,000% fact that he was Valhalla.
Holy-
I wonder if he's
Oh
literally
my
using that
God.
just to rock the plat border, which is actually hilarious.
I really
I don't
hope-
know.
I really hope production is able to show that next time we load in, because we need a screenshot of that.
Yeah.
There needs to be a screenshot of that on the internet.
The Anonymous Alex plat border is iconic, honestly, here, especially in top 8 too. No, I swear he swapped just for that. And I was just about to say, he knows how to fight Axe pretty well because he's like one of the top Taros players in the game. But as of right now, Bunny's looking really good on this Axe. Oh no.
Oh?
Maybe disconnected the controller, possibly. It's seeming like Bunny is having some difficulties here. Is locking back in. Alex taking it though. We're here, you know, top 8. Unfortunately, some online issues may happen and you just gotta roll with it. It is what it is, but still damage is there. Bunny's looking like right back into this jumping around. But as I was saying, I thought if Bunny was on the Axe that Alex would probably prefer that, but before that incident seemed like Bunny was doing incredibly well. Right back in this once again, like I said, the sidelight recovery off the top with those gauntlets, even stocks, and the damage is there. This is gonna be a good set, Holly.
Yeah. Well, while some technical difficulties, definitely unfortunate. It is not going to be game ruining. Only taking a couple of extra hits out of that. The sidelight tear comes out though. I see a couple of hits as if you could scoff at a couple of hits coming out from a Teros. A couple of hits on a Teros is unequivocal. It's massive.
Yeah, no, 100%, man. And
Sidelight tear
Alex
coming out.
racking up the damage too in the red. This is the situation I was talking about
Yeah,
right here.
yeah,
right
there
here.
you go,
Okay,
there you go.
okay. Wait. The ground pound. The side sig, like literally this specific interaction. Okay, Alex making it back once again, but he was only in the yellow just a bit ago. Now he's like in the dark orange. Does find the KO, the stomp downer, and doesn't get confirmed off of the Bunny off stage. So that's probably, you know, a win in his books. Ooh, full sending the ground pound. Jumps back to
my
stage.
God.
D-like ground pound, even stocks, and there it is, man.
I might be casting with Nostradamus. I don't know how to say that name in English, but I hope you understand what I mean. I mean, Anonymous Alex has been dominating on the stage, and he's finding so much damage. He gets a lead. As soon as Bunny takes him off stage, it's his game completely. You were spot on, man.
Yeah.
And I am all about it. This is going to be a good game, as you mentioned, but we are only in the first one. It's 1-1 on the board, still in anyone's game. And, I mean, the only thing I'm thinking of right now is Bunny going to be able to take Anonymous Alex off stage?
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Like, that's just the one player, the one place you don't want to be. But Alex is very good at staying on the stage. Bunny's saying, yo, I can play stage 2. Hidden sideline there. That's going to be a lot of damage on that Axe True combo. And basically at this point, okay, the D-like ground pound, I was going to say, you know, Bunny could get knocked out to anything, but at this point, Alex could too. After that unarmed D-like ground pound in the red, basically on both sides. Ooh, probably going for the downer. The soft platform might have messed that up, turned that to a D-like. No punish there coming out from Alex Blank. Extra safe, no punish on the side sig. The frame data, that's going to be it. The stomp stare, incredibly close game 1, even after that little bit of a mishap in the beginning too.
What? Look at the damage, though. I'm really, really surprised to see that. With Bunny, as we mentioned, Bunny being a little bit more offstage oriented, we saw a couple of good offstage plays, and I am definitely expecting more. I would have expected Anonymous Alex to deal way more damage, right? Because he has that neutral heavy playstyle, or rather, at least stage control heavy playstyle. But it's Bunny. Bunny almost did 50, almost 60 more damage than Anonymous Alex.
Yeah, that does kind of surprise me too. I think Alex basically on that Teros needs less attacks to get Bunny into red, right? So
yeah.
I think that's gonna be the main thing. You're playing that Teros, you've got Axe, you've got Hammer, so you've got a true combo on both sides. You got Sidelight Nair on Axe, you got Stomp Stare, and you only need a few of those to put them into red, realistically. Whereas Bunny's got the gauntlets, you know, a little bit of that lower strength, Bunny's rocking 5 strength, whereas Alex is on 8. So I could 100% honestly seeing that be the case. But once again,
Yes, I'm taking a
is it
screenshot.
showing
All right,
the
thank you, production. All right, but yeah, as you mentioned, I think for Bunny, definitely a problem that they are going to have to figure out is finding the knockouts early. Because yes, you're way stronger off stage, but you need to make those encounters really, really matter. And what makes an off stage encounter matter is whether or not you're able to knock out. And off stage is like the only environment where you can get earlier knockouts.
Exactly.
But I don't know what we're waffling about, because I mean, Bunny, they're kind of dominating on stage now too.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely seeing a lot of improvement, but I feel like if you're in top 8, you know, it's very difficult to get to this spot, let alone, so I cannot be surprised by anything at this point. Bunny looking really well in this game number 2, throwing those gauntlets down, picking them back up, catching that nair. The sidelight does connect, no conversion though. Really good dodges coming out from Bunny too to avoid these on the axe. Might feel a little bit more comfortable getting these knockouts with that axe rather than the gauntlets, especially on the stage, as we were mentioning. Maybe off stage, you know, gauntlets would be preferred, but on the stage, gonna be looking for something. Alex with that hammer, the big stomp Sair, recovery back, catches the startup frames of that hammer ground pound and is going to knock out. That is a first stock going in Bunny's favor.
Sig on stage, almost connecting into the Sair as well. We're seeing some classic Rayman options coming out to classic Teros options as well, with the fidget spinner almost taking Bunny out. Not just quite though. Neutral light is going to do the job, and that is now going to be completely evened out. Now Anonymous Alex does, however, have the weapon advantage, but he needs to find it very quickly. He's blessed by Odin by a good spawn.
Blessed by Odin, I like that, yeah, for sure. Bunny holding that stage control, hitting that neutral light. I do want to talk about that GCD sig that Bunny did in the beginning. Is like level 100 Rayman stuff. You never know what you're going to get hit by, and that stuff could be devious too, so I'm interested to see if we're going to see more of that. Neutral light connects. Some good grounded play. We are seeing really good neutral grounded play coming out from Bunny, and I was kind of gassing up Alex a little bit earlier about that, but no, you're right. Bunny is playing really well on stage here. Alex with that fishnet hammer, finding that side light. Bunny returning with that downer. Maybe Alex not wanting to be on the hammer here, but he is going to pay for it. No options. The GC N-Light, the opposite direction. Who does that, man? Another N-Light sending Alex off stage. The recovery in the air, down air, definitely in the dark red. Probably even a D light. Definitely the side air. 1,000,000% is going to be it. That is a comfortable stock lead for Bunny.
This could be me being delusional, but I do believe Bunny may have studied 1 or 2 Blaze games, because you said who goes for that, and immediately what came to mind is I only know one other player that goes for these GCN lights, these GCD lights, and that is Blaze.
Oh, wow.
The tradition is living on so far, utilizing them incredibly well, and Anonymous Alex doesn't really know how to cope with them.
Yeah, for sure. It was like the opposite direction, too. Covered that super well. More of these neutral lights. Another neutral light. Throwing them out. Alex said, I have had enough.
Yeah.
A little bit too close to
the last one was disrespectful. The last one was not optimal. That was pure disrespect.
Definitely feeling the end lights. Had to throw another one out. Alex put a stop to it. Really good GCN sig. Still taking a lot of damage here. Bunny looking good on these gauntlets. Alex with the axe in hand. Finding that nair. Okay, sidelight nair, holding the ground pound, surprisingly not catching. Oh my gosh, all these nairs. Damage lead from 3 hits from Teros. This is what I'm saying, Paulie. He doesn't need too many. The hammer Sair is not going to be it. The dodge.
Oh my lord.
Okay, Alex.
Bunny, I'm so certain, just had a simply a gauntlet neutral light right there. Charging up the side signature instead. It is going to be his demise. Anonymous Alex getting the D-Sig off stage.
Wow, yeah, that was a really good option from Alex. I was not expecting that. Slowly, you know, Bunny was kind of using those options really slow. Alex covered that area with that gravity cancel breakdance, catching that last jump, and that is going to be a point for Alex here. So, I am definitely seeing opposites a bit from what I was saying earlier. You know, we saw an offstage confirm there from Alex, and we've been some good neutral play from Bunny. And that is going to be 2-0 for Alex at this point. Bunny cannot afford to lose another game or they will be out of the tournament at 7th. Running Apocalypse Game 3 once more.
Now this is really, really rough. You're already down 0-2 on the board. I feel like mentality, especially now, is going to become a very important factor. Bunny, I mean, especially, I see a GC sideline there from the top of the screen like that, and I'm thinking to myself, Bunny still has some of that confidence.
Yeah, for sure. You can see it. I think Bunny kind of always plays with confidence, especially with that offstage and kind of the wild interactions that they go for. We see a sidelight. Sair, okay, trying to cover that last landing on that platform with the Nair, not able to find it. Both center stage here. Honestly, the biggest rack-up damage is looking like Nair. Like, they're hitting a lot of Nairs on this axe, which does make sense. It's a little bit of a safer move. It has a lot of coverage. Okay, the weapon throw, the GC, and like, once again, that's gotta be it. Catching all those options. Nothing. Sweat beads. First stock going for Bunny. Extremely well-placed and smart confirmed there.
Bunny now with the initial lead, able to connect that neutral light as well. Playing very patiently here in the neutral game. Anonymous Alex just kind of standing there going, what you gonna do about it? Are you gonna approach or what?
Quite literally, yeah. That is probably literally his mindset too, like just waiting for that. And that's what happened. He got the confirm, jumps up, catches that recovery on the soft platform, swapping over to that hammer. And it's hard to tell, you know, usually I feel like when you watch players, you can tell like which weapon they kind of lean towards, like a little bit more comfortable. But I feel like both these players are just so 50-50, like going even with both their weapons. And it just shows how much they are in tune with their legends, Rayman and Taros.
I feel like you can tell by somebody's movements if they've had enough of your playstyle. And Anonymous Alex, I mean, the way he's just standing still, waiting for Bunny to do something. I think Bunny might be getting a little bit into his head, but the neutral signature is going to be the confirm. Anonymous Alex unfazed, perhaps.
Holy, that is a really good mix-up from Alex there. He's been holding it down on the map. The one time he doesn't, goes for the slide charge, reverse Ensig, takes the stock, and now Bunny is going to be on their tournament stock right here, right now. So gotta be super careful. GC deal out recovery not going to be quite it. We've seen a lot of Apocalypse games tonight where you think it might knock out off the top, but it doesn't because of that high ceiling. But at this point, Bunny's going to really be looking to get this confirmed. Alex trying to stay away, as far away from these knockout options as possible. Doing a pretty good job of that. The side air is not going to be it. Just kidding. Definitely caught him before he landed. I did not catch that, but Bunny did. And evens up these stocks once again.
Hello, gamers. Give me 1 second to replug my...
Oh, they do not have audio for Polly at the moment. Bunny catching the cider, catching the nair, sending Alex off stage. This might be it. The cider into the chase dodge. Does he have options to make it back? Okay, that's gonna be it. That slide charge, reverse side signature, not letting Alex get back.
It looks like I came back right in time for Bunny to take one more, not even one more, the first game on the scoreboard, proving that he has it within him to take these games off. I mentioned earlier, this game is going to be really, really rough, and that is because Bunny wasn't able to take a single game off. I mean, if you haven't won a single time, that's going to take a toll on your mental. Bunny able to prove that it is doable. I mean, if I'm Anonymous Alex, I would be a little bit afraid of the momentum, but he only needs to win one game.
That is true, yeah. I feel like in the back of your head, having that possibility of getting reverse 3-0'd is really scary and can affect your gameplay, but at this level, they've played so many tournaments, they've played so many sets that he's got to be locked in, ready to go. But as I say that, Bunny is racking up this damage like crazy on these gauntlets, getting these dodge reads, getting these strings. As I mentioned a bit ago though, with Alex on this Taros, on this Patrick, it's not going to take too many hits himself to basically even up the damage entirely. Oh my.
Recovery comes out, and oh man, what is this aerial gameplay? Both players so damaged, but they both are going to need that knockout. We're seeing the dual side signatures coming out in the same direction, neither of which are hitting. What is going on? Stomp Sair comes out. It's not going to be enough though. Looking for some form of commitment. The recovery, man. Bunny knew it was coming, but it won't change the fact that it's going to be really hard to deal with.
Yeah, went for like a cheeky GC haymaker to kind of delay the wall touch, but Alex was right on top of that. Bunny answering back with that gauntlet recovery, evening up the stocks perfectly 2-2 in white. Anyone's game right now. And this is definitely a very close set, especially being down 2-0, getting that point on the board, staying in this game. Bunny's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Sideline there coming out. Even trades, both players able to maximize so well off of any opening that they get, keeping it competitive, keeping it even. I was starting to sense what kind of tone we are setting on this set right now.
Yeah, the tone, the pace is definitely being set for sure. Alex with that down air, getting back to stage where he's most comfortable in that center. If you watch Alex a lot, if he's not edge guarding like this, he's in the center. But with that opportunity, makes it back just narrowly with that gauntlet cider at the very bottom of that wall, giving Bunny the opportunity to take this stock here first. Looking pretty good. The Nair into Sair is going to connect the GC sidelight pick up. Hammer Nair on the top is not going to be a quite yet. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, doesn't reverse the ground pound on the stage, keeping Alex alive just narrowly, but he is in the deep red here.
Oh, recovery isn't going to be closing it out.
Okay.
GC and I will though. I don't like what I'm seeing from Bunny, I'm going to be completely honest. Man to man, I mean, Bunny hit one side signature on the gauntlet, and now he's going for it so much. It hasn't hit a single time, but maybe he's. It feels like a little bit of hope, Brawlhalla. Whenever he's not going for that, he's playing absolutely phenomenally. But it could be his downfall.
Oh, caught the options there. Alex able to jump over that Sair. Yeah, for sure. I think Bunny is definitely known for kind of some more unique option select. The cider off stage, the ground pound is gonna be it!
Okay!
And we are going to a game 5. And like I said, sending Alex off stage is gonna be the win condition. And it's seeming like not most of the stocks, but a good, decent amount of the stocks, that is it. Bunny gets that cider, gets that nair, gets like a weapon throw, whether it's right at him off the wall into a ground pound, and that's just a stock. So, game 5, Anonymous Alex versus Bunny.
We thought Anonymous Alex had this in the bag, but Bunny forced us to watch what he has in store for Anonymous Alex, and he forced us to listen, and he's forcing now Anonymous Alex to act, which game 5, man, is all coming down to this, and we are seeing, of course, the same picks coming out. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see the same map as well, finishing it just as we started.
That's the thing too, we were talking about this a bit ago, like the reverse 3-0, I feel like mentally wise, like being in Bunny's spot is better here, because they were down 2-0 or
absolutely.
0-2, so now it's like, okay, all I need is one more game to win the set. Like, I've won 2 games when I was about to get eliminated, so that's got to be a confidence boost, and maybe even the opposite for Alex, you know, maybe might be feeling a little shaky knowing it's all on the line right here, right now, this game 5 on Apocalypse.
It's a rough situation because really, I mean, both of these players, the nerves are high. They're way higher than if you go back and forth, because Bunny came so close, and it would be heartbreaking to lose like this now in the last game. And Anonymous Alex has failed twice in a row to just win a single game, and this is the last opportunity that he will be given. There's a lot of stress going into this game and a lot of nerves. It's going to come down to, I think, who is going to be able to manage that stress better.
Absolutely. We are seeing like a bit of a slower pace from Alex too, but these dodge reads are incredible. Another ground pound. I'm telling you, Paulie, I'm telling you. You get sent off stage by Bunny, there's a good 50% chance of a knockout. Doesn't matter your health. Gets the dodge read, gets the double ground pound, and Anonymous Alex is winning neutral so hard at the beginning of this game 1, but it doesn't matter. Even the stomp stairs still not enough to take it, surprisingly. Bunny making it back to the wall once again, just dribbling these weapon throws like a basketball. The down air is going to do it, evens up those stocks.
And that is a little bit comfortable for Anonymous Alex, right? That you saw that stomps there, you're really let down and disappointed that it didn't knock out, but you were able to take that stock off without taking any additional damage, which is super important, not only of course for finding the knockout, but also for the for your attitude and for your mental. So we're going back now. 2 stocks apiece, which were just completely even, but Bunny again is absolutely incredible on these gauntlets, and I feel like that may be one of the largest differentiating factors between this game and the other games that we've seen. Bunny is leaning into these gauntlets hard.
100%. Oh, the side air, no options.
Okay,
did have the recovery, but didn't matter. Another offstage confirmed with that side air. Bunny with almost a full stock lead. And not only are they dominating on these gauntlets, but they've gained so many dodge reads and confirming offstage, which is just the thing you want to be doing on gauntlets, 100%. Alex now on his tournament stock. What a turnaround of a set we're seeing. The Nair into GC and like true combo. The Dare connects. Bunny racking up this damage. Really good side signature coming out from Alex. Not gonna be enough. Floating off stage, looking for that recovery, not able to find it. Bunny back with these gauntlets, hitting the neutral, hitting the side air, the ground pound. Not enough. Okay.
Oh!
GC stomp recovery.
And that's going to be the stock! Anonymous Alex able to bounce it back. The Anonymous Alex, you've had so many opportunities, so many chances, so many adaptions made. It hasn't been enough yet. You need to search deep within you. What little strength is inside there and make this work, or Bunny is going to be taking this home. So far, he's been absolutely relentless, and Anonymous Alex looks like he may have found some strength.
Ooh.
Able to get Bunny down into yellow, but it could be too little too late. The Endite comes out, the weapon throw.
Oh my gosh,
there. Bunny
no
barely
way.
had any options.
Oh.
I was holding my breath for a little bit too long there. Someone called my
too.
doctor, man.
That was definitely really close to Bunny getting knocked out. The sidelight Sarah gets dodged, not a true combo. Alex with the weapon throw, it's getting so close. The down sig, just the tip of that hitbox connects. Oh no, Alex going for the Hail Mary ground pound. The D-light is still not going to be enough.
The
Look at
second one.
Alex's health. Look at his health.
It's so low.
That's
and
it.
the D-light, the axe D-light will be enough. Bunny made the dream into reality. Reverse 3-0 against Anonymous Alex. We thought Anonymous Alex had it in the bag, and Bunny proved us wrong. Bunny proved everyone wrong. What a set, Snipe Talks. I can't believe it.
That was wild. Like I said, having that fear in the back of your mind of getting reverse 3-0'd is the worst thing ever. I can tell you from experience, and that might have been a difference. I honestly, after watching those games, I don't even think that was it. It just seemed like Bunny started playing better and better, especially with those gauntlets like you were saying, and was just getting so many reads, so many offstage confirms, kind of like I had speculated that before the set started, and that's basically how it played out for the first part, for the most part. So Bunny is going to be eliminating Anonymous Alex out at 7th place in this tournament. I believe this is going to be Bunny's peak placement in a major. Not only another top 8, but now is going to be guaranteed 5th in that top 6, Polly. So extremely good. Reverse 3-0 coming out from Bunny onto Alex, moving on in this top 8 bracket.
Yes, and moving on indeed, as we're moving into top 6, the tournament is wrapping up, and we are going to be finding not only our champion, but all of the higher placing players in this tournament. But we will not be around for that, Snipe Talks. This is where we end our journey, and we will be handing it over to Sparky and Hakal, which are going to be joining you guys for top 6. It has been an absolute pleasure to be on, and I am unfortunately not going to be able to see the rest of the tournament because I live in EU and it's really late here, but I'm going to watch the VOD for sure. I'm going to check the bracket first thing in the morning. Snipe Talks, how do you feel so far about the day? What are you expecting for our last couple of games?
I don't know. Everyone's playing really good today. The sets have been outstanding. I really can't tell you. It's cool to see, Megdi in winner's side and Gui as well is going to be a good set. That's not what we're having right now, but winner's side is going to be a good position to be in to make it into that Grand's winner's side. Coming up next, I know you said we're about to be out of here. Before I toss it out, Radish versus Balloon Boy. I think it's going to be really good. But yeah, that is it for us, for me and Polly. Thank you guys for having me. Some outstanding sets coming on tonight. We're going to have a quick break and a caster swap, so stay tuned for some more Trials of Baldr North America.
Hello, Luna. Hello, Phazon. Thank you for joining us for the watch party today. And anybody else joining us here at twitch.tv/AJMoore2000 for the Trial of Baldr. Joining me here on the desk is Hackle BH, and we're going to be getting into the top 6 of the Trial of Baldr, brought to you by Moose Wars.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get into this, man, because the window opportunity is beginning to close. I mean, both for this tournament and this circuit. I mean, we're now 3 out of 4 of our way through this winter circuit, and that means that any players who haven't quite reached those placements they want to be getting to get into that Royale at the end of the circuit, it's not exactly now or never, but it's now or very soon. This is the second last opportunity they have before the final, which will be the Trial of Scuddy. And speaking of people who've been getting odd placements, we do have Radish versus Balloon Boy now, but on the winner's side of the bracket, I'm interested to mention Megdi and Guichabu are both on the winner's side and winners finals. And we have to keep in mind the fact that neither of these players have ever got a gold medal. Neither they have not secured a win before. Megdi has been so close, so consistently, but we may be seeing first-time gold medals. But regardless of that, we do have to focus now on Radish versus Balloon Boy, and I want to hear your thoughts on how this matchup is going to shape up, because there's an interesting matchup history by the looks of things. However, the numbers are kind of stacked in one person's favor, definitely.
Yeah, and it's a lot through community tournaments, because like I'm looking at the numbers for them right now, and like we have a drop down menu where we can look at like all events that are on the ProStat tool, or we can look at official events. And I was gonna say, like, I saw 11 to 16 in terms of games, and I was like, wait a minute, I have not seen these players play that much. There's no way. In official tournaments, which this one is, it's actually 0 to 0, which also actually surprises me. But yeah, you're exactly right to bring up, it's 8 sets total. It's 3 to 5. And if you were asking me to pick, who has the 5 and who has the 3, I'd be like, clearly, Radish obviously has the 5, and Balloon Boy obviously has the 3. There's no shot that the matchup history favors Balloon Boy. And yet, that is what is the truth. It is 3 sets to 5, favoring Balloon Boy by a whole 2 sets, which is crazy.
Absolutely, and I mean, given Radish's recent performances as well, that's just even more surprising, given that he claimed that gold medal on the Trial of Ymir and even got second place in the Trial of Frigg. He's been incredibly consistent so far this year, but he's on the lower side of the bracket. And for the first time, it's this early for him. I mean, previously he made his way all the way through until top 3, which was where he had to start to struggle a bit and go into the lower bracket last tournament. But here, he's got a bit more of his work cut out for him, and Balloon Boy will be that first obstacle here, as we have obviously the Red Raptor that Radish has been pioneering as a character so recently, and already opening up with some good damage on these boots. Balloon Boy on the Zariel, the character we know him for as well. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, so this tournament potentially doesn't mean as much for a player like Radish, as he won North America Trial of Ymir. He got second in Trial of Frigg, so he's already gotten a lot of points that will be required to make it to the Royale, and you only have to, like, they take your best 3 placements. So he could literally have not even made it into top 8 and then just pop off in Trial of Scotty and still make it to the Royale. Whereas like a player like Balloon Boy, this could be a huge tournament for him. He got 7th in Trial of Ymir and 9th in Trial of Frigg. He's already starting it off here with a great first knockout onto Radish. So if he comes out potentially, I don't really know how all the math works, but potentially if he comes out big here and then also continues that into Trial of Scotty, I think he could be in a decent spot. I don't know if he's in Royale territory, but he's still going to be in a very decent spot for like going into CEO.
For sure, yeah, and what I also noticed is Balloon Boy has been, despite being in the lower brackets, been playing very well today. 3-0 over Anime before this, which is a good high to be riding on, but you kind of need it if you're going up against a previous champion of this year. And Radish not letting Balloon Boy extend the lead too far, forcing him to fight for it. And now we're back into an even state here as Radish boots on the feet. Balloon Boy with the bow, looking to gap over this edge right here, and Radish playing a very safe edge guard game there, gets caught off guard. Bit of damage built up for Balloon Boy here, but it's honestly so back and forth. It's so much neutral that's going through as these players are just trying to break into the damage, and Radish does find a small advantage, but again, turned around immediately.
Now, one thing that I think has probably been advantageous. Oh, I thought we were going to see a recovery pickup after that off the bounce from the ground pound from Radish. But we haven't seen too much. I was just about to say we haven't seen too much edge guarding from Radish until that moment right there. And even then, I wouldn't even necessarily. I would call that more of like a corner guard, as we say, rather than an edge guard. Is he just threw that down air over the corner and already had secured the KO. So Radish typically doesn't necessarily chase off stage as hard as one might expect, given that he has boots and he has orb. He's kind of just like a main stage control legend. He's a neutral warrior by the time all things are said and done, and that works for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, if you could exploit that and you're a good enough player to try and force your opponent into a more uncomfortable situation, that's really what it's going to pay off the most. But Balloon Boy so far kind of feeding into that neutral strength as Radish now building a bit more of a noticeable lead here. Balloon Boy in that deep yellow, creeping towards that early orange on this final stock. He needs to find the knockout onto Radish here. Finds the D-Light, doesn't catch the recovery.
That's tough.
Just on the edge of that D-Light, doesn't find the sweet spot, so can't find the true combo. GC slicing the active frames, saving Balloon Boy and finding that knockout right there. If that missed, could have been dangerous burning a dodge in that situation, but now one stock apiece.
Balloon Boy's still in a decent spot here. He's officially, I believe, in the orange, so he's around 100 damage on this stock. Nothing he can't come back from, but he's really continuing to take a lot of hits from Radish without giving a single hitbox in return that actually makes a connection. They're finally picking up something there. Instant side-light side air from Radish, almost knocking out. Now Balloon Boy over on the corner. He doesn't want to go too high because he doesn't want to get hit by the dare, but he wants to go high enough to maybe sneak out that neutral signature that we saw him throw.
There is the side air. Radish closing out the first game. Very close into that final stock where Silas will run away with it just a little bit. But I think the number one thing, at least in that game, was Balloon Boy was just getting his movement caught by Radish. The moment Radish, especially on Orb, once he figured out where Balloon Boy was trying to go, where he was trying to space around his options, he was catching these nairs into side airs, all these just little 2 hits, 3 hits, and one of those on their own, not a huge deal, especially on a weapon like Boots where the damage per hit is not too high, but they will add up, and Balloon Boy did feel that towards the end of that game, and now needs to try and find a way. I think he needs to be a bit more outlandish, a bit faster with his movement here to try and space around this neutral from Radish.
He was also struggling to find like any of his combo starters, especially on bow, like on Gauntlet as well, but like really on bow, because Radish was playing so aerially. Even when he throws out the D-Light, like you end in the air, not on the ground, so you can't punish that with a regular D-Light. You'd have to do a GC D-Light on the bow, which could then lead into the recovery or the neutral light as a true combo option. But if he's just like finding a side light here and there, like he's not really finding follow-ups off of that. He might throw out a hit as a read, or he might throw out something after waiting to see what Radish does, but typically like Radish will just reset after that or find a great dodge in a direction and find a punish onto Balloon Boy. So not having those true combo follow-ups as part of your regular toolkit that you're using against your opponent is really tough. This game's starting off pretty strong. See if he can find the closer here. Of course, last time we saw the GCD light come out from Balloon Boy, we didn't see the recovery actually make contact on the follow-up. He ended up dropping that. Right there, perfect. He got away from it, and there out came the punish from Radish. Again, gets around, gets the instant punish.
Yeah, I mean, Balloon Boy, one trend I have seen for a long while with this pick of Zariel is he sometimes really chokes on finding these KOs, and that gives his opponent a lot more room to work with to make up a deficit, and Radish has done exactly that now. Gets caught by the Ensig, and that will be enough. But Balloon Boy, I mean, if he found the KO move, if he found that the second he had Radish at KO damage, Balloon Boy would probably still be around deep yellow, but he's already in the red here just because it took him so long to land that one move he needed.
And that's something that you don't want to see from a Zariel player. Like, the reason you pick this legend is, like, one, of course, gauntlets are good, like, bow's pretty good as well, but it's the signature kit. Because you can find those consistent KOs, because you can more or less safely throw out some of those signatures given the context of the moment that you're in. But the fact that he's not able to do that, utilize one of the strongest things in Zariel's kit, is not great.
For sure, but regardless now, Balloon Boy slowing things down just a bit here and able to find a bit more of a lead, finds the side air too, gives some stage control. I'm liking that he isn't trying to dive off here, trying to get something too aggressive, and as I say it, goes for the Ensig, gets punished hard. He was giving the respect and then took it all away in an instant, and that's all it took for Radish to close things out on that first stock still. Good bit of damage for Balloon Boy to ride off here, but needs to find the KO in time. Recovery not going to be anywhere near enough. Needs to look for these signatures if he wants to get an earlier KO. And there's one of them.
Got that. Okay, he's actually like finding a lot of hits, a lot of unanswered hits. Like you can see in the top right, he's still fresh as a daisy. He's still wearing that white T-shirt to match his color scheme here, at least his hair. And yeah, he gets the KO off the top. Like that was an amazing stock. And it wasn't like it wasn't those strings. It wasn't the true combo option all the time. It was like finding one hit at a time. His movement's starting to level up, his spacing starting to level up, and he was doing great against Radish's boots. But now Radish has the orb and Balloon Boy has the gauntlets. Let's see if he can keep the momentum up. It's starting very well so far in this final stock of Radish.
Oh, but the juggle coming in, you do not want to be above Radish in the situation. We have seen so many times where he just steals a stock away so early off the top there. But Balloon Boy turning things around, finds the end sig, gonna hold this edge, goes for the ground pound. Honestly, when you're this far ahead, it's not the worst idea, but manages to find his own recovery, chase dodge up, get back up onto the stage. And even though he didn't find that edge guard, he's got the damage value from it. Radish needs to play such a perfect game hit. Oh, holds off that recovery for so long.
If he had axe in his hands, like Balloon Boy was done there. The axe recovery is coming out. The length of it, the range of it is going to take him out. But gosh, Radish just waited there. I really thought he was going to find it. His final stock is really starting to wind down here. He's going to need something if he wants to go up 2-0 against Balloon Boy. That's the start of it with the side air for the KO. He's going to, of course, grab the boots to strip the field. He's sticking with the boots. I'm very surprised.
I mean, boots do they're a bit more of a momentum weapon than orb, right? You have a bit more of an opportunity to just snake away those stocks, especially off stage. And I think Balloon Boy, yeah, definitely respecting it, taking his time here, knows it's just one interaction he needs to win. And there it is. D-Light recovery, Balloon Boy going to put a game on the board and keep us on a 1-1 scoreline.
And that was where that's the perfect example of where he was able to find that D-Light. He's starting to understand Radish's movement a little bit better, but when Radish has the boots on, he's typically a little bit more grounded than he is when he has the orb in his hands. Of course, he has orb down air, which is an amazing weapon. Like I said earlier, if he throws out the D-Light, he's going to finish that move while being in the air, while being aerial, so he can just jump out of that and get away already from any of those bow D-Lights. But when you're playing grounded, because he has the boots, he's looking for those D-Light stairs, he's looking for the in-lights a lot as well. When you're playing grounded, then Balloon Boy has the option for the bow D-Light.
Yeah, ooh, okay. I was going to follow up on that, but it looks like Radish is trying to... Okay, he is trying a bit too hard to raise the pace here. Weapon throws repeatedly, manages to grab the orb. Maybe it was just he wanted a chance to get rid of the boots, hold on to the orb a bit more. And now damage, very equal here, going blow for blow on these first stocks. Change of scenery for this game 3 over onto Apocalypse. And Balloon Boy taking his time to come back up. Neither player has really been committing too hard to edge guards for the majority of the time. Balloon Boy, you can tell he was fiending for that off the top KO and still looking for it with these recoveries, but Radish manages to slow things down, finds his room to breathe here. And Balloon Boy goes for 2 D6, and that is going to be a guaranteed 3-piece for Radish as a result, burning that dodge, and now the edge guard comes in a bit more aggressive from Radish, so I'm going to hover below.
Nice.
Finds the D-Sig, and Radish turning it around.
And now just to put a little more context into what I was saying about how he plays so aerially when he has the orb, since he picked up that orb that he just had in his hands, he only threw out, well, technically he threw out 3 grounded moves, but one of them was gravity canceled. Every other move that he threw out was an aerial, whether it was a down air, whether it was a falling side air, whether it was a neutral air. It was almost all, like 90% aerial moves.
We're back to an equal game state here, and I'm seeing Balloon stick with his bow, and I mean, last game when we saw him have that completely flawless stock, it was when he was, finding those consistent interactions with the bow, not overextending and just finding 2 to 3 hits at a time. But maybe it's Radish's turn as this orb confidence just exuding, but Balloon Boy gonna get some space. And again, I feel like Radish is doing so well at letting Balloon Boy take space and then pushing back, but again, blow for blow, Balloon Boy gonna do the same.
Now, Balloon Boy's starting to change up how he goes for the second hit off of bow, because before it seemed like he was a reed bear. he would get a hit and then instantly go for a follow-up right after, hoping he guesses the right read. Where now he's starting to be more of a reaction bear, where he'll like throw out the side light and then wait to see what Radish does, so then he can chase after that with a reaction as opposed to a read. And as we know, bears can't read, so it's better to go for these reactions. It's working so far for him. See if he can continue this juggle game up. Balloon Boy is not throwing out very many moves. It seems like he's putting a lot of respect on Radish, maybe a little bit too much. He seems a little bit unconfident now.
I mean, especially against the boots, you do have to sort of pick your moments, because some of those moves, if you're not in the right position, you just are not going to find a punish there. It does manage to punish that D-Light, but just with an N-Light, and Radish going to get back down to the stage, refresh those options, and now both players entering this KO range. Going to be seeing who goes onto their final stock first as Balloon Boy. Radish knows he's going to be looking for a recovery. That is the bread and butter KO option for these gauntlets. Radish takes the stage control once again. Balloon Boy taking his time. Gets caught by the sidelight Sare. Radish just giving that false sense of security, telling Balloon Boy, I'm not going to do anything. You can come back up. I'm going to wait and try and, you know, catch your option as you come back up. And Balloon Boy thought, okay, I'm safe to slide up on the edge and just go straight onto the ground. Radish completely ready for it.
Yeah, he thought he was safe going right over that corner as quickly as he did, but Radish was ready for it. His reactions are so quick. He saw the motion and was ready to come in with the side light.
Bow in hand for Balloon Boy. Radish trying to build this advantage here. Another side air. Gets caught by the wake up, though. The side light. Balloon Boy banking on that D-Light too, despite that not being confirmed in any way. And now Balloon Boy starting to crumble a bit here as Radish on this control, D-Light recovery, and Balloon Boy will at least equalize the stocks, but the damage still has to make up for it. And over onto the
it's
gauntlets
interesting
here.
that before that, he went for the D-Light neutral air rather than the D-Light recovery. He finished off with the D-Light recovery. I don't know if that was just like a decision given on where he was on the stage, because like D-Light Nair or KOing with Nair on bow, like if you're not up high in the air, it's going to take a little while compared to the recovery.
Oh, that was an interesting option. Our Balloon Boy just barring that dodge entirely and giving Radish so much damage and so much space. Now, barely under any hits on this final stock of Radish, and could be at risk of losing his own final stock as the down air comes through, snipes over the edge, and Radish takes us to a 2-1 scoreline.
Balloon Boy's really struggling against the orb. That's by far the weapon that Radish really should be relying on going forward. Like, he had some good stuff with the boots, don't get me wrong, but it seemed like, especially in Game 2, Balloon Boy was really starting to figure out how to deal with those boots, mostly with bow rather than gauntlets, but still, he was starting to figure that out a little bit more. And okay, now we're seeing the swap back to the old choice from BB Balloon Boy. He's coming in with the Diana. Oh man, I don't know how I feel about this one. Of course, like, it's the Balloon Boy pick, but it's blasters. And if you follow me on Twitter @whoissparky, you know how I feel about blasters right now.
I think a lot of players share that same sentiment, and I think Balloon Boy, he's got to be comfortable. Like, I don't think Balloon Boy would lock this in if he wasn't confident that he can make this character work, but at the same time, this being the character he's known so well for, Radish will have fought this pick by Balloon Boy a number of times, and Balloon Boy's like staple with this character is that very creative use of that signature kit. But once someone knows you're going to be going for those more outlandish sigs, that method becomes a lot less effective. So Balloon Boy is going to have to rely a lot more on, I think, just very standard bread and butter options on these weapons, which I think on Diana can be a bit of a pain for her, because the sigs are what makes Diana especially so strong. With both those bow sigs especially are just so well intertwined with the kit of the weapon, but hasn't even touched the bow yet, as Radish just holding this space, holding this control, finds another ground pound, and Balloon Boy could be going down here.
He needs the bow. He needs to swap to the bow. His movement is like way better and much more technical compared to when he was playing Zariel. Some of that comes from the higher movement speed that he has with Diana, not necessarily known as like a super high movement speed legend, but when you're comparing it to the 4 base from Zariel, like the higher movement speed on Diana is going to feel better. And he just seems so much more confident in his movement. You see him popping all over the place. You see the dash jumps. You see the dash landing. So much more technical compared to the Zariel in terms of movement.
For sure, and I think that was one thing that at least in the first game I mentioned sort of was helping Radish a lot, was the more predictable movement by Balloon Boy. Let him catch all of these options without even having to go for dodge reads. He could find these combo starters and just find these 2 to 3 pieces, and now Balloon Boy at least able to avoid that for the most part, but still, both players in this red going to be over onto the blasters here, maybe looking for a D-Light set, D-Light recovery to find the knockout, but Radish looking for his own. Goes for the ground pound too. Raish has been sinking these ground pounds a lot more in these last few games, and Balloon Boy able to avoid them for the most part.
That side sig was actually amazing. Like his spacing on that to throw out the side sig and then be able to like get down onto the wall away from like any regular grounded options that Radish would have was amazing. So he tried to punish it and he wasn't able to because BB Balloon Boy's hurt box was below the main stage. So that a phenomenal GC side sig from Balloon Boy's blasters. That was a long first stock. That was like a 2-minute first stock. That wasn't enough. That hurts.
That does hurt, but that is sort of that weakness of that bow recovery, is the angle it launches at will do more than enough there. But also, I mean, same issue with Gauntlets, where Balloon Boy is very heavily leaning on the most consistent option with bow to knockout. And while obviously, if you can get it, that's great. It's the most consistent, it's the most reliable. But in that same nature, it's the most expectable, and Radish has been doing a good job of avoiding it when the knockout is concerned. But the damage build on bow has been a lot more consistent for Balloon Boy here, as he does take the lead on this second stock much faster with this movement on the bow as well. And Radish needs to answer back.
I think he definitely needs to stick with the bow because the blasters just straight up weren't working. The bow is, of course, the better weapon for Balloon Boy. On the Zariel, he gets away from that, so he's not in too much danger. He still has the lead here. Great down air, trying to chase into the air. Out comes Radish's down air. Ooh!
Radish is equalize up the damage now, and Balloon Boy again taking his sweet time on these recoveries over the edge, will find the end sig. And I think respect is a really big thing Balloon Boy is giving to Radish. He's gonna stick to the blasters. I just don't know how I feel about it, man. I mean, maybe he wants to grab the blasters now so he doesn't end up priming bow and then losing it immediately, but blasters just, they haven't been cooking the same way bow has been.
Yeah, because Radish has the orb in his hand. We talked about how he's much more aerial. So if Balloon Boy wants to find a KO, you said it earlier, he's looking for a D-Light Sair, or if you want a KO earlier, you're looking for a D-Light Recovery. If your opponent's in the air all the time, like everybody in my ranked games, you're not finding that D-Light, or you have to do an even greater risk and waste your dodge to GC the D-Light. So it's like double levels of danger, because the D-Light already isn't the safest move in the game. And having, oh, this is bad. This could be bad. All of a sudden, Radish has the lead off of that right there. Great reactions from Radish.
I mean, on the bright side, Balloon does have the weapon that we've been expecting him to do the best with, 2 nairs as well. But can't, I mean, he needs this game. This is his tournament stock. If he goes down here, that will be it for him, and Radish will move forwards. Obviously, Balloon Boy wants to bring us to a Game 5. Game 5 Radish Balloon Boy is not what I had on my bingo card, but if we get to see it, that would be fantastic, as now both players slowing things right down, realizing the gravity of the situation, and Radish now pressing a bit of an advantage here. Balloon Boy spacing well around these orb options, but needs to find the damage. You can't just space, you know, you've got to find those hits as he gets disarmed, and Radish chasing all the way out for it. Balloon Boy sprinting for that weapon, but it will be the blasters. 2 says, can he find another? Goes for it, but maybe the recovery would have been better there. Now both players in the red once again. It's so neck and neck here, Sparky.
I think he needs a weapon spawn, man. He needs the bow. Okay, recovery. He's finally gonna. No, it's not enough.
He's gonna stick with it.
Please.
They're just playing stack. They're just running around on top of each other and then spacing out again. No one's throwing out an option. Side air goes unpunished. Down air will connect. Radish needs a side air recovery of his own, and that's exactly what Balloon Boy needs as well. He's just playing so patient here, refusing to commit to anything because he knows one misplaced move will be the end of his tournament run. D-Light recovery, and that's going to be enough. We got a Game 5, but oh my goodness, what a close match.
He had to do a lot of damage too. Radish did as well. Like he did 585 compared to Balloon Boy's 610. So it's not like the KO efficiency from Radish was like off the charts compared to Balloon Boy. But man, the fact that he got that GCD light there, the last 2 GCD lights he threw out, he found a connection with after whiffing a bunch of side airs. And I think Radish, because Balloon Boy whiffed so many side airs, Radish was feeling a little bit more confident on not getting hit. Even if he got hit with the side air there, I don't think it would even maybe send him off screen with where Balloon Boy was actually sending them out around center stage, as opposed to like the hard left side or the hard right side.
And we're going to be seeing the exact same game state. I just, even towards the end there, I don't know how I feel about the blasters. I mean, they were what got the job done there for Balloon Boy at the end, but it seems like he's primarily using them as a KO tool here, and getting them as your first weapon pickup is not what you want, especially when you're being forced up against the Orb of Radius just juggling you all the way up to the top. Balloon Boy trying to answer back here, but he's just throwing up these options, and while he's doing it in a pretty safe way for the most part, most of them aren't landing, and Radish is just being able to run all across the stage and just get up in Balloon Boy's face with these boots, especially now. And the answers just aren't there anywhere near as much. Does catch a Nair out of the end light and keeps the damage relatively close, but the side light Sarah is going to turn that around and give Radish the space again. And there's the GC side stick we saw before. You mentioned was so well spaced, and this time it doesn't pay off.
He nails it. Like, he knows exactly where to place that signature, so you can put a threat out against someone over on the corner, and then it ends and you're below the main stage. That's beautiful.
I mean, I've got to respect that Balloon Boy is keeping this so close, considering, you know, we've been talking down on the blasters, but he hasn't been using the bow, and he's kept this neck and neck with the Orb of a player who has won a tournament this year on this weapon. So, oh, dude.
That thing is so fast. That was unbelievably fast, dude. That felt sped up. I swear.
Yeah, I have talked about this SIG on stream before, the way Radish uses it, and it's the kind of SIG that you can just get away with once or twice a set. Obviously, from now on, Balloon is going to be a lot more conscious of it, but that one, I mean, he got away with it once, and exactly when it mattered. He found the KO with it, and now he has this room to work with. He has this room to breathe, as Balloon Boy isn't even able to get a weapon, and Radish running away with it here, finds an end light as well. The ground pound too, Balloon Boy could be done, stalls the recovery and gets caught by the Nair, but still hasn't touched the weapon!
Radish is like on the precipice of a 2-stock lead on a Balloon Boy. See if he can find a KO move here on a Radish. How far are we into this game? We're over 2 minutes into this game. GC side sigma on the wrong side of the stage. Man, that's so tough.
The recovery falls through as well. The punish on the punish attempt there by Balloon Boy will at least take the stock, but now he has his work cut out for him over onto the bow. Needs to play another flawless stock. Like, we've seen him do it before once in this set. We know he is capable of it, but under this pressure, is he still capable? That's going to be the big question.
Oh, now he instantly went. Oh, he's still continuing to go for the D-Light right after the side light. That was something he wasn't doing before. He did it in like game 1, and then all of a sudden started to slow down on doing that and just waiting for the reaction.
There it is again, Radish playing this aerial game so well. I mean, Balloon Boy still was looking for that D-Light, and Radish just popped right over it, punished with a side light or side air. Wasn't able to find the stock, but again, look, he's just falling down. He's not committing to the side light for the Sair. He's just fooling with the Sair because Balloon Boy is trying to play this grounded game, and just struggling to play around the aerial spacing of Radish. Is able to keep the damage relatively close here, but Radish still seems to be, at least in playstyle, seems to be playing much more confident.
Yeah, Balloon Boy's going for like these cheeky Diana options with first that neutral signature and then the down signature. But the problem is when Radish gets hit, like, he's getting away from you. He is trying to completely stop the momentum and exit the situation before coming back in for the reset on neutral. So if you're like expecting a dodge in from Radish, you're really not going to get that option very often. So it's not going to be a successful signature that you're going for.
Yeah, I mean, Balloon is also just known for that D-Light into the jump GC turnaround D-Sig. Like, that is something that he's been known to do for a while, and it's obviously really entertaining when it pulls off and can just steal away the stocks, but you're trading that out for the option of a confirmed combo. And so it's sort of a question of value. That actually will KO him.
That was crazy. Going for the recovery there was so wild, Hackle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just more surprised to actually KO'd even under the stage after that nerf we received a while ago to that recovery, but now Balloon Boy can't afford to be taking these hits. Goes right under the edge there with that recovery, and Radish just denying everything, denying the options, denying the weapon, denying the space. Balloon Boy needs to find a way back in. Has the blasters in hand now, but might be too little too late as the damage has been done. Radish doesn't need too much more to put Balloon Boy in KO range, but can't afford to get too comfortable.
We have yellow to orange. Yellow, of course, is on Radish compared to the orange. You're getting close to red, Balloon Boy. Now he's in the red after that dare from Radish. It's starting to wind down. We're in game 5. A win for Balloon Boy here would be absolutely massive.
That it would be, and the bow might be the tool to do it, but the Nair gets punished. Balloon Boy just narrowly surviving that combo, but now forced again to recover against his edge guard, manages to avoid the down air, but can barely afford to take any more hits. Finds the Nair, gonna try and take the space, the GC Weapon throw, Radish dodges through, Balloon Boy not gonna commit to the edge guard, gonna go onto the weapon, goes for the NSYNC again!
No way!
Balloon Boy!
No way! I was wondering if he was going to go for a cheeky option there. I didn't expect it to be just a raw signature. I expected it to be more of like the D-Light turnaround GC neutral signature like you mentioned earlier. But no, it was just jump, fast fall down, GC NSYNC. The lingering final frames of that are what actually KO. Wow.
Dude, I mean, of all times and places to use a SIG like that, just rip it. I mean, when better than when the tensions are that high? I mean, Radish, if you're Radish, you just come back from that first NSYNC and you're recovering, you dodge the weapon, you're thinking, thank goodness I made it back. And then, boom, another NSYNC out of Balloon Boy and clutching out that game, which, as you can tell by the graph, Balloon Boy was losing for the entirety of that game. From the first stock, Balloon Boy was playing from behind, and in just the last that last interaction, he snaked it out, and he has put Radish out of even getting into top 4 after a first and then second placement. Radish isn't even in top 4 for this tournament, thanks to Balloon Boy.
Yeah, that neutral signature completely, I think, of course, it was the game-winning signature, but it 100% changed the pacing of the game, because we saw the damage numbers at the end. He had to do 600 damage for a KO, and if he didn't pick up that neutral signature and was just going for like a standard KO option, whether it's D-Light Sair, D-Light Recovery, he was going to have to put out even more damage, which would give his opponent, would give Radish a lot of time to then add up damage onto him and find an earlier knockout. So the fact that he found that at that moment, that was absolutely what he needed, and he clutched it out.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic set. I mean, I'm just so glad we got to see a game 5 that went down to the wire. Incredibly entertaining. But this next set is another sort of, I wouldn't say David versus Goliath, but it's definitely an underdog story for one of these two players, as we have Java versus Bonnie coming up here. And Bonnie is kind of on a tear today. I mean,
definitely
3-0 over Impala to get into top 8 is insane. And then, despite a match against Anonymous being a game 5, it was a reverse 3-0 as far as I'm aware. So momentum has got to be high for Bunny here, and Java maybe not so much as getting knocked down by a 3-1 by Guichabu. It's going to be an interesting one with Java obviously on this Dusk he's been playing recently. I've really been enjoying someone pick up the Dusk and actually demonstrate how strong and terrifying that character can be in the right hands. And obviously into the tried and true Radish of Bunny going into this first game back onto Apocalypse.
And that's something I've been waiting for, because so many players have said for a really, really long time, like, how good Dusk is. And I like, so, okay, so play him. Show me. I want to know. Teach me why Dusk is so good. And, like, nobody, like, ever did it. And then finally, now that we're seeing, like, the rise of Orb and a bunch of people swap onto Orb, specifically, like, Dusk is a popular pick of the Orb Legends.
Okay.
Can he make it under? Okay, he's able to make it under. That was very, very close, but I'm glad we're seeing from Java, like, why...
not again,
dude,
Bunny!
No.
Bunny's been
That's
having connection
brutal.
issues all of today, and that is actually heartbreaking. Oh! Okay.
Are we back? We are not back. This is a bot.
I'm not sure. No,
This is 100% a bot.
This is unfortunate. This is incredibly unfortunate. It wasn't in those first 10 seconds. I mean, it gives us some time to talk about that Dusk. Oh, is this Bunny?
I believe
Okay, that's
Bunny.
definitely Bunny. That's definitely
We
Bunny.
saw fast fall. We saw a great spot dodge. So yeah, this is 100% Bunny. And then obviously, of course, that edge guard showing us that Bunny is back. Tough spot to be in. About 120 damage down.
And I was going to talk about the fact that Bunny has been so outlandish and for that reason terrifying off stage today. Like, the options, especially on the axe that Bunny's been putting out, have been so... I mean, that weapon throw is proving my point. But, I mean, Java, again, a player I've mentioned before who is so comfortable off stage. We've seen the spear options especially. He's so good at the moment you'd think an opponent would have, like, a catch a trap card activated on the offstage. He throws out a nair or a side air and just pulls out those options, gives himself the space. So both of these players are expecting some very good offstage play from.
Nice dodge from Bunny to get through that signature from Java. And I can't wait to see how Java's offstage orb evolves, because obviously we know the spear offstage is great, because we've seen it from Java's other characters in the past that have a spear in their kit, like Hattori that we saw for a long time, so on and so forth. So I want to see the offstage orb, nice, evolve as well. Was there no dodge from Bunny there? I'm guessing no dodge, or otherwise we would have seen GC neutral signature to try and at least get over to the wall. See if we can see it in the replay when the dodge was burned.
Bunny dodged through the weapon throw as far as I'm aware.
Oh yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So dodged the weapon throw. So that, I mean, it was get hit by the weapon throw and then go for a GCN sig or dodge through. I think either way, that weapon throw was just a guaranteed confirmation of the stock. Very well played by Java to secure that. Now hopefully we're going to see a Bunny without any internet issues in this second game here, which is incredibly unfortunate, but that is unfortunately the nature of these online tournaments. Issues can happen, and it's up to you to play around them. And there's that offstage dodge I was talking about, and that, I mean, one of many SIGs that Dusk has that is just terrifying. I mean, being able to cover yourself directly upwards with Spear, like, your D-Light doesn't do that. The D-Light's going to move you forward and go for a diagonal angle. That N-Sig just gives Spear the extra coverage that it doesn't usually have. And SIGs like that give you more coverage on angles you can't usually cover, are just so integral to a kit on a legend like Dusk. And regardless, Bunny able to turn things around just a bit here. Goes for the D-Sig, and actually, that's what I've seen Bunny do so many times.
This string is so long, Hack, and it's still going. And Java didn't find like a single hit that entire time. That was huge.
You're just pressing that advantage there, Bunny. And as I was going to mention, is we've seen many a time that Bunny will go for that D-Sig and then punish the attempt to punish, or the attempt to get back onto the stage with something like that D-Light side light. But Java going to find his own N-Sig, going to punish with the Pogo and keep things completely clean and 2 stocks to 2.
He's doing great work with that N-Sig on the spear to grab up and throw down. I'm a little bit surprised that the N-Sig bounced off the wall and sent Bunny like flying to the left side after the ricochet from that left side wall after he grabbed him.
Oh, dude, what are we doing down here?
Dude.
What are we doing down here, Java? You're playing a dangerous game against Rayman, but this is what I mean. You can't get away with this. There's no way.
Oh.
Dude!
That is the orb version of hitting someone with like 8 spear pogos in a row and then finally finishing them off with a spear ground pound to end everything. Like that is straight up like old school spear, all of a sudden like transferred over and ported over to modern orb.
I'd argue it feels worse to get hit by that, to be honest. Like the fact that he can choose to bounce it off the wall or send it like across. It's like you have so much versatility with that move, and Java looking to press the advantage even further. It has Bunny pushed into this orange state of health and struggling to find the KO as the N-Light not going to be enough. Java just going straight for the wall there, ignoring that offstage pressure, and another down air. Java! I mean, you were talking about the evolution of the offstage orb. We might be seeing it.
He's doing a great job with it so far. He's had like several really cheeky moments with it, and that's tough because we've seen Bunny off stage. Bunny's nasty off stage. So being able to feel that confident to move around Bunny, especially against Rayman as well. Like Rayman has cheeky options off stage. Of course, Gauntlet's just in general in their light attack kit with the ability to neutral air and grab someone who's above you and throw them down below you. And then that doesn't even count like the GCD SIG on, well, really both the Gauntlets and the Axe, but especially the Axe.
I don't know how I feel about this map switch, Sparky. I'm not gonna lie. How many, like, I feel like in 2 games you've already seen like multiple uses of going under the stage, right? And now blocking that out, I think it's gonna hurt both players, right? It's gonna force them to play a different game off stage. I think Java's gonna have to play a bit safer here because you can't fall back on that option of just, okay, I'm getting too much pressure put on me, I can go right under the stage. Now that you have that barrier, and offstage doesn't even matter if you're just going to get pieced apart by this Axe on stage here as Java overcommits up the side. Bunny going to go for the full ground pound there. And the GCN, that's another thing. We've seen Bunny do multiple GCN lights today, and sometimes it's questionable, sometimes it is absolutely lethal.
I don't, off the top of my head, know the comparison of active frames on like a whiffed inlight versus like a whiffed side air. But also, the GC inlight is going to have like a solid number of active frames. Oh,
Bunny!
this is tough. Can't go under the stage. You pointed it out exactly, and Bunny could not go completely under the stage onto the other side.
I mean, I think in that case, Bunny actually just very narrowly missed touching the wall. You saw them try to dare into the edge there and just couldn't grab their options and tried to get back up, and Java was just ready and waiting to capitalize on that misplay, and now the orb in hand again, and Java starting to schmoove a little bit, dash dancing around. Finally, these nairs, that move is just so strong in breaking up neutral. You cannot afford to float above the orb because you're just going to catch so many nairs, and now Java does get caught by a few axe chunks, but damage still very equal here as a sidelight D-light comes through. Java, one thing we're seeing him do that we haven't seen too much from Radish actually is that sidelight D-light. Radish has seemed mostly to be committing to the sidelight Sair in most situations and not really going for a sidelight outside of trying to commit to that Sair, but Java using it more as a string starter. And I mean, I like the personal expression, personal different use of the weapon.
We're pretty even here on second stock. I'm a little bit surprised. So far at least, not being able to go into the stage again hasn't really benefited or hurt either player too much so far.
Money, gauntlets in hand, and the recovery by Java just going to catch that perfect angle. But a much closer game here in comparison. Bonnie only needs one well-placed KO confirm. I think at this point even... I don't know if an axe helmet will be enough unless it's right on the edge, but... a side air will be more than enough there for Bonnie, keeping things right down to the wire. Java coming back in. And this is one thing as well, Java is so... I was about to... I mean... you say it and it happens. I was going to say, Java is so comfortable of just going in with the unarmed, and we see it right there. Now
he thought about it.
Weapon in hand.
he made that like final turn back before grabbing the weapon, forlornly turning around and be like, maybe, do I go for this? No, I should just pick up the weapon. Okay, I get it.
I mean, that's a strength though, right? Being able to debate like being so strong with unarmed that you don't have to roll on weapons at least as much I mean, it's a weird strength, but it's a strength nonetheless because it gives you that extra room to breathe, and it's so common we see Java with on the stat block having sometimes more damage with unarmed than spear or orb, depending on what he's playing more of in the game. Regardless, not necessarily enough to win him this game yet, as Bonnie does have a small damage advantage here. Nair going to give them space to grab a weapon. Now going to go for the D-Sig, of course. Java will find the punish, another hit as well. But Bonnie will secure the recovery actually right off the ground.
Really?
And bring us to a fourth game.
Just the recovery on like the grounded opponent. Didn't even need the D-Light for that extra little bit of damage. I'm surprised that KO'd. But Bunny was ready for it. Bunny knew.
I mean, that is like the one real weakness of Dusk is having 4 defense base, right? And you're going to feel that against some weapons and some legends. You're going to feel that lower defense. And that, I think, could have been the deciding factor there for that recovery, because I don't think that was, you know, like a full send. I felt like that was very close to not KOing there, but it will be enough to secure Bunny at least getting one game on the board and back to Fortress of Lions here for game 4. Scrapping
almost
it
got
out
the
on
punish.
these first stocks, Java!
Ah, not able to find anything after that GC inlight. There's the side air. Ah, Bunny just not able to find like a single hit there. Couldn't find the recovery or the ground pound, and then couldn't find the neutral air after. Just got hit several times from Java.
Oh, weapon throw into the recovery is actually so smooth by Bunny. Very well optimized there. Could be an opportunity now to find a bit of an edge guard, get some more damage on the board, as Java does have this advantage in that NC. Could have been so scary. The force on that move is so high. D-Light into the recovery, not quite going to be enough. Java now looking for a Sair. There it is. Will it into existence as he finds that first stock. Has a decent little bit of room to breathe on this first stock still before he gets taken down by Bunny here.
Yeah, Java's about a half a stock ahead of Bunny so far. A little bit more now that he's added up some damage. But like we saw that neutral signature just come out and not make a connection. All of a sudden, the signature kit from Java is not as successful. Now, he isn't getting like horribly punished for it yet, Like, he's thrown out a couple of the orb signatures, and Bunny was able to, like, get around it and not actually punish in time because Java's able to jump out of it and get away before Bunny can actually get close enough and close that distance to find a connection. But still, all of a sudden, we saw, like, especially the spear neutral sig was going crazy earlier, and all of a sudden, that's not an effective tool for Java anymore because of Bunny's adaptation.
Absolutely. We're actually seeing the pace slow down a little
just
bit
pick up a
there as
weapon.
we're approaching the 2-minute mark, and Java just now loses that first stock, although Bunny not too far behind given how long it took to secure that KO. Going to be starving for this axe, keeping it on the field, and Java now... just look at the movement! Confidence coming out from Java here. Showing off a little bit, I think, but now over onto the spear, into this axe. Bunny needs to find an answer back here. One hit, nothing followed up from it. Right now, needs a few more of those to start to equalize things back up as Java. I mean, they're trading, and you can't afford to. Like, even with axe, Bunny needs to be winning interaction to turn things around. And the slide charge desig, the disrespect, as Java now a full stock ahead of Bunny here.
Is that the first time he's used the desig? I don't... Maybe not, but he hasn't used it very much compared to both of the other ones in the in the spear kit. That was nice, though.
For sure, yeah, and it's arguably sort of the weakest
Yes.
sig on Dusk. Obviously, it has a place, but kind of overshadowed by the other options you have on the spear. Nice wake up there by Bunny, but still, Java starting to flow a bit here, especially with this orb. Getting confident, and Bunny just not dodging through that string. Slowing things right down. Gonna look for the ground pound here, maybe. Goes for it, doesn't manage to connect, though, and Java home free over the edge of the stage. This just rips the side sig point blank. Send Java packing, but still a full stop to contend with from Java here.
Oh, Java!
That was game. That was game. That was game.
It'll still probably be Java's game in the long run. Like, he's already up 2-1 on Bunny. Obviously, he has the huge lead here. He's been great with the orb so far. He's kind of been having a lead like most of the time. Maybe not stock 1 every single game, but most of the time in this set. We'll see if Bunny can fight back. Of course, it's not inevitable that Java wins by any means. There's a sidelight side air from the middle of the stage. Not enough to KO, but probably one more of those will do it. That was probably a bait signature.
Bunny slide things right down. Not going to risk anything here, but the end light is actually enough as Java secures the 3-1 victory and a much more confident final game coming out there. And I mean, we see it there. 140 damage out of Java on the unarmed.
Yep.
It's not more than other weapons, but it's just shy of what he did on the spear. And, I mean, point proven. But still, 620 damage to win as well. Not the most efficient, but did manage to get it done.
Yeah, ignore those numbers. Bunny did more than 0 damage on every single weapon. Bunny did a total of 439 damage. But on the other side, Java had to do 620. That is like almost just shy of 207 damage per stock. That's not great KO efficiency. Like, Java won the set. Java confidently won the set, did a great job, but 620 is not a good number. That is not a number that you should be striving for every single game. So maybe that's a little bit indicative of those signatures all of a sudden not really being as effective in the kit. Like, we saw the down signature all of a sudden, but again, that was kind of the outlier once the signatures started or stopped being as successful as they were in like game 1 and game 2.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the adaptations will always be, I think, one of the most interesting parts of watching pro games, and how there's the little details that switch up in between, you know, the first game and the last game, and how you can look between the two of them and see just two completely different players in some cases is incredibly entertaining to watch. But unfortunately, we are going to have to go to a short break before we get to our next match, which will be it's going to be a big one. What can you tell me about the next match, Sparky?
We have our top 4 now. On the winner's side, we mentioned it earlier, it's Megdi and Guichabu. And then on the bottom side of the bracket, it's Balloon Boy getting his best official tournament placement of all time, hoping to push it further and get his first medal of all time. And then Java moving on as well, going to face Balloon Boy there in that elimination semi-finals. But like you said, after the break, we're going to have Meg D versus Guichabu in the winners finals to see who moves into grands.
Absolutely. So don't go anywhere. It'll be a very short break. Go get some food, go get some water. I'll be right back for the winners side and winners final. Welcome back on in to the trial of Baldr. My name is Hackle. I am still here with the legendary Sparky, and we hope you're enjoying this tournament. But just to quickly mention, we are still in a circuit, and we still have, outside of the circuit, our 2v2 tournaments. So keep in mind, we have that Spring Doubles Championship coming up after the Trial of Skadi, April 19th through 21st for the Trial of Skadi, May 3rd through 5th for the Doubles Championship. Get signed up, and if you're not playing, make sure to get that viewership in for those fantastic titles and those awesome looking skins. I'm loving the look of this new set, and I'm loving the setup of this esports year.
Did you know that Baldr in like mythology or whatever it's called wasn't even bald? Like he's doing
How
literary
could they do
stolen
that?
valor.
How could they do that?
It's so messed up. Like my culture is not your Halloween costume. But we're getting into this one. This is an interesting one because it's Megdi versus Guichabu, right? Guichabu's been on a tear and getting his best placement of all time at the, I believe, was it Trial of Frigg? Yeah, it was Trial of Frigg, getting third, first medal of all time. It was a bronze medal, hoping that he can push it further this tournament. Of course, we are in the winners finals, so if Guichabu gets a victory here, guaranteed top 2. So it would be, again, the best placement for Guichabu, either getting a gold medal or a silver medal. So it would be a 1 in either 0 column there. Meanwhile, Megdi potentially could get first bronze medal ever if Megdi ends up losing this one and going down to the elimination finals and then losing to the loser of Java and Balloon Boy. But Megdi hoping that he can take this one. When's the last time Megdi won a 1s tournament, or was that a 2s victory?
Never. Megdi has never claimed a gold in 1v1s.
3, 2.
Which
the
is-
stats
which is
lying?
why
Oh
this
yeah,
is-
I think I was reading
Which
it
is why
backwards.
this is so momentous, because we're in a situation where one of these two players is poised to hopefully take their first gold medal. And if you're Guichabu, I mean, you are smiling, because Guichabu has had the breakout performance of breakout performances. I mean, going from, like, it's very easy to say, oh, you know, one hit wonder, you get one bronze medal and then sometimes you don't even get top 8. Guichabu has guaranteed that at least, worst case scenario, 2 tournaments in a row he's going to secure a medal, which is incredible consistency.
All the lightsaber haters in chat are going to be like losing their minds to this one. But I'm very curious to see Megdi's guitars, kind of like old style, like old head guitars. Been playing it for a very long time at a very high level, compared to Guichabu's guitars, who is now popping off with them against a bunch of different players, but hasn't really been popping off like that for a very, very long time, like Megdi has. So yeah, I think this matchup's going to be really interesting. I'm worried that it's going to be really, really slow, but we'll see, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I want to bring up, one final thing, is the matchup history between these two players is 9-9 total, which means they know their opponent's playstyle. But I also, with that 9-9 scoreline, I want you to just give me an estimation. How many games do you think total have taken place between these two players, Sparky?
I would imagine if it's 9-9, that means 18. I'm gonna say on average it's 3 games. So 3 times 18 is 30, and 8 is 24, so it's 54. I'm gonna add some more because there are probably some game 4s in there. We're at 54. I would add 60. I'd say 67. And I'm looking at official stats right now,
Oh, yeah?
so I'm not cheating.
You'd say 67 just on a guess, uh-huh.
Yeah, 67 games.
How convenient.
Wait, am I right?
That is the exact number.
Yes, I'm insane, dude. I'm the best gamer.
No, you're not telling me you did that off.
Oh, I literally, I promise. I'm looking at official stats right now, which just has 3 total games between those two. I did not cheat. Once you asked me, I chose to not cheat. I'm the best. People say my predictions are bad. I just froze for a second because I wanted to say something, but that's not broadcast appropriate. Like I'm better than you, and I mean you as in chat, not you, Hackle.
Apparently so, yeah. And in the meantime, we are seeing an incredibly close game, and I mean, we are kind of seeing exactly what you were talking about with sort of the old versus new guitars. Guichabu, especially using the Lin Fei, is going to open up a few more options, not necessarily of true combos, but of more comfortable string routes here with that higher dexterity. Asuri, obviously not a low dex character as such, but not as high as the Lin Fei, as Guichabu now takes a bit more of a lead here, an explosive end to that second stock. Dude, that sound effect of juggling guitars, I've actually never heard that before, juggling 2 lightsaber skins. I love it. I'm sure chat doesn't, but I absolutely love it. It's fantastic. If you don't like it, turn your sound off. Now, Megdi also, guitars in hand, looking for at least anything to open up here. Can't be looking for a KO move right now. Does find a nice wake up. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of wake ups in this set. We're going to be seeing a lot of string starters for one player getting turned around. And speaking of turnarounds, Megdi actually cleaning up very comfortably there, not going to let Guichibu build the massive lead that he absolutely could have with the amount of room he had to work with. And Guichibu just chucking the cannon away, does not want to touch that weapon in this matchup, at least not right now.
It's very funny when both of them have Katars, because Meg D is using like the Ahsoka setup, I believe, which is just like two full-size lightsabers compared to what the ones that Guichibu's using. So it looks like Meg D's cheating and just has like way longer lightsabers and way longer range.
I mean, it seems to be paying off so far as he's now turned this match around, as Guichibu now actually on the back foot despite the much larger lead that he had going into that final stock of Meg D, unable to really find that opening here, just floating around, not even throwing out these moves, giving so much respect to this neutral of Meg D, and that's what Meg D wants. I mean, Meg D is that neutral warrior, is so comfortable in this neutral game, and Guichibu was just not even risking getting close, just trying to get as far away as possible, wants this weapon so bad. Unlike some of the players, doesn't want to really open up with that Anand as much, and now forced onto the cannon, the weapon we haven't seen Guichibu do too much with this game, and just throws out the same signature twice, goes unpunished, but still doesn't land its mark.
Nice jump side air, goes for the low 45-degree weapon toss. Guichibu is just a little bit above it. Oh, uses the side air to get back on stage after throwing that weapon toss up. Meg D's going to be disarmed after throwing his down. Guichibu snaking the next weapon toss, or weapon spawn. Not only does it keep it away from Meg D, but it also gets him back on Katars.
That weapon spawn was so advantageous for Meg D there. Guichibu found the nair, but sent Meg D right down on top of where the weapon was spawning, unfortunately, and now we're seeing... This is kind of what I expected from this matchup. Now is the double delay into the recovery. Not quite going to be enough. Guichibu going to be over onto the cannon now, a bit more consistent on the KOs with the side sig, turning it around. Look at the
Great win.
Hold on. Can we talk about the efficiency of Meg D that game?
How much damage did you do? I didn't see it.
Under 500.
Ooh. And that's not just like grabbing cannon 0 to knockouts because he catches a cheeky dodge. Or
no,
really like
Meg D, bro.
Oh, it's Meg D. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's actually crazy. Yeah.
Really same thing, though it doesn't apply as much to Asuri compared to Lin Fei. But still, wow, that's amazing. I would not have guessed that. Not that he was super inefficient, but I just wouldn't have expected his efficiency to be like that worthy of note.
I mean, for a player like Meg D who likes to drag out those games, force the opponent to misplay through good spacing and much slower neutral, I mean, we have seen plenty of games where Meg D has needed to do over 600 damage to secure those games just because he's not afraid of playing that long game, and so seeing good efficiency, it's a good sign for Meg D at least. It's not Guichibu struggling. Again, it's so strange. This doesn't feel like I'm watching the Guichibu I'm used to seeing. Guichibu is giving like so much physical respect to Meg D in this set. Like, the second Meg D starts to chase, Guichibu is out of there. He's not trying to turn things around, not trying to take back space. Like, you see that, like, instead of going for like a dodge through or anything like that, he is going all the way up. He's getting as far away as possible, getting full respect, and obviously there is to try and, you know, continue the longevity of the stock, not get caught by a narrow recovery and lose the first stock early, but still, it's so much respect, and the second he gets in, he applies this pressure, he builds up damage, but it's a really on and off playstyle here.
Nice change up of the dodge from Meg D, so he didn't get caught by Guichibu going for the D-Light in the other direction after going for it to the left and then going for it to the right, hoping to get the dodge read and the KO after that. Meg D with the juggle game coming up. Oh, grab the recovery, gets the KO off the top. Going back, of course, to the Katars.
Guichibu over the cannon. I mean, for once, this is probably the weapon he actually wants to be holding as the NC comes through. That move is just so solid. Guichibu, obviously, going to be looking for the Katars here, going to be looking for that game plan of racking up the damage with the Katars and then trying to go for a KO with cannon if the Katars aren't working out. But I mean, in a perfect world for Guichibu would just play a double Katars legend if he could.
Yeah. That'd be so gross. I hope they never make that.
Absolutely.
I mean, they probably won't, but like, please don't. We don't need that.
Still behind here, and there's that wake up again I was talking about. We're seeing a fair bit of that now, keeping the damage actually a lot more equal here as multiple openings are found. Both players throwing things right down. Looking for the openings, and the dodge is punished, but only by a nair. Nothing more dangerous there. Megdi finds that two-piece, doesn't find the follow-up. There, looks for the in-dodge, and our boy players, they're just finding these openings, this 1-2, and then not catching the dodge afterwards. It's such a slow damage build here.
Starting to look more like a classic Megdi game as we're getting into this one. Does grab the KO. We're about 3 minutes into this game. Megdi might get taken out here shortly if Guichabu grabs the cannon, which he does. Could go for the sidelight turnaround neutral signature like he was doing previously, or going for the raw side sig to close the second stock out just like he closed the last game out.
I mean, I respect Guichabu for going for these SIGs on the cannon, like, especially that side SIG. It's deceptive how difficult that SIG can be to punish, because if you overshoot that on a character with such high dex, as long as your opponent isn't right on top of where you're ending up with the overshoot, you're pretty much home free. You can act out of that signature so early with so much distance that it's actually pretty deceiving on how safe that SIG can be, and Guichabu's making good use of playing it in a way that is making it hard for Megdi to punish, and now over onto these final stocks, both players just looking for these openings, slowing things right down once again. Oh, but Guichabu starting to heat up, finds hit after hit, and now opening up again. We're seeing the same thing as last time! The slap side air, Megdi sent down, has no options! Guichabu up 2-0 over Megdi. 1 game away from a guaranteed minimum silver medal here.
The momentum definitely in his favor. He's finding the KOs when he needs to. He's finding some cannon options. Of course, that game was more like KO focused on the cannon, whereas the previous game had some like serious cannon strings. Although that one had a solid string as well. Ended with the recovery and didn't actually get the KO, but was very close to grabbing it. But Guichabu's ability to find consistent KOs at a reasonably good time on the Katars is pretty much second to none.
For sure, and we're seeing Megdi not swap over here, and that might be a mistake, as Guichabu showing a lot more confidence now with 2 games under the belt and not slowing down. Megdi trying to do exactly that, and Guichabu just not giving the room to breathe, but now the respect is coming in, realizing don't want to overheat here, don't want to overstep your advantage. And there's that wake up again, Megdi only finding 1 hit off the burn dodge. Guichabu goes for the double D-light, and we've seen that before, doesn't find the recovery out of it. But now, fishing for this KO, Megdi knows it, the cannon comes out. And SIG, D-Light Nair actually would have been free there for Guichabu, but relying too heavily on the signature, over back onto the Katars, goes to the GC side SIG, and Megdi can punish.
Still, yeah, Guichabu's definitely not as much of a D-Light Nair bear as he is like a signature guy, or even just like a raw neutral air guy. And then like eventually, if that doesn't work, then it seems like he'll get impatient, and then he'll finally go for the D-Light Nair.
Absolutely, and now looking for the KO. Guichabu playing a dangerous game, letting Megdi get this much damage. Is now back into an equal game. Guichabu had so much room to work with. That's an interesting use actually there. Throw the weapon up just to get the on-arm recovery for the verticality, and then picks it back up again. Finds the second down air, but Guichabu started to slip just a little bit towards the end of that first stock. Can he build a further lead here? Can he play for this 3-0 over Megdi?
Oh, he snaked that one away! I thought he wouldn't have gotten it in time, but he did, and he needed that. I feel like there's been several times where the weapon-starving game has just, like, favored Guichabu a little bit more, and sometimes that's just, like, raw luck from the timing. Oh, or the place that they spawn. Dude, Megdi needs this KO. All of a sudden, 50 damage on the stock. Now beyond 50 damage, almost 100 damage on the stock, and he can't find these KOs.
This is what we were talking about there, that lower efficiency that we sort of have come to accept from Megdi's playstyle here. And Guichabu, I mean, you'll take it. You'll absolutely take it. More room to breathe, more chances to get extra damage. I mean, every single hit now is just 1 less Guichabu needs next stock. So, Megdi, over to the sword, much more consistent KO weapon, but isn't going for these D-lights, knows Guichabu's going to be expecting it, just going for these aerial options. It gets punished.
Ooh, nice dodge. He landed and instantly dodged so that he could get to the right and get away and off stage from Megdi. What a beautiful timing on that dash land.
What I'm most curious about is the choice to stick on the Asuri. I feel like the sword just hasn't been... I mean, neither weapon's been doing as much as I think Megdi wants, obviously not winning these games, but at the same time, considering it that second most played legend is going to be that Val, and gauntlets into Katars, and especially a legend like Lin Fei can be so difficult. But I mean, I'm singing the praises of Guichabu's Katars from the matchup, and as that's happening, Megdi is starting to bring things back a bit. Guichabu getting a bit too greedy, even a bit too antsy, looking for these options that aren't necessarily the safest. And Megdi coming now to expect that ending out of the cannon, doesn't punish there, finds the end like Guichabu. Now actually at disadvantage. They go all the way over the recovery now. Onto the Katars again. Megdi in a better spot here to find the KO, but the GC sidesig not quite going to be enough. That's that lower force of the Lin Fei, and Guichabu just trying to jump scare with that side air. Does manage to close things out on this second stock. Can he close out the set though?
I think it's going to be really tough. I think so far, I mean, we're obviously 2-0 in favor of Guichabu here. It seems like Guichabu has either been like heavily in the lead or at least a little bit in the lead. Like, even though both of them are getting sometimes down to like very deep red like they were at the end of last stock, Guichabu has just at least a little bit of an edge to then let him start to really destroy the final stock of Megdi. Neutral Sig coming out. It seems like Megdi's getting a little bit impatient here. Really wants that KO. Even that hit clashes. Finally gets the D-Light side air. But we already have 50 damage built up on Megdi. And that's a decent lead because Guichabu's been able to hold these leads for long enough. Or even if he doesn't have a damage lead, they'll both be in red and he just finds the KO before Megdi does. So his pacing has just been better.
Megdi starting to move a bit here though, as Guichabu forced to take some more time, grab a different weapon, doesn't want the cannon here. Damage now pretty equal. Guichabu looking to turn things around, close out this game. The pressure's got to be mounting though. Guichabu's got to be feeling those nerves. First time trying to get into the winner's side of Grand Finals. First time getting into a Grand Finals, possibly of a major. Got to be feeling that pressure. Megdi's been here before, not on the winner's side, but he's been this deep in a tournament. And that experience might be starting to show. Megdi knows how to drag out these games, drag out these tournament runs. Guichabu can't afford to overheat just yet. Finds 2 hits, goes for the ground pound. It's a big send, and Megdi's there to punish. Guichabu has no options, and the third game goes Megdi's way.
616 damage from Megdi is what it took to knock out Guichabu, and it's definitely not great given that Lin Fei has 4 defense base. So, especially if he's like fighting other tankier legends against other players in the bracket, it's going to be even tougher for him to find a KO.
For sure, and obviously...
And he's going strength stance too.
Yeah, I was going to say, strength stance, sword in hand. You have the tools to find those KOs. It's not like you have weak signatures in Asuri as well. You have so much force on both of your N-Sigs, and I mean, the sword side sig as well can just delete a stock under the right circumstances. And still, Megdi struggling with that efficiency. Guichabu chasing, and this is the Megdi gameplay we came here to expect, and maybe that's getting tough for Guichabu. Maybe that longevity is what will turn things around, as Megdi now opening up this game actually in the lead for once.
He's definitely not getting caught by as many of these down air initiations from Guichabu. He's either initiating aerially where Guichabu can't find the down airs, or is spacing, or he'll like backdash out of an incoming dare because he knows that's how Guichabu's going to come in. Because that's a lot of times how he initiates against most people. Right there. Right there.
Seeing so many dares, yeah, and giving so much respect. Megdi just steps back, finds the end light. Not going to be enough for a KO. But, I mean, it's spaced. The recovery is going to be enough, and now Megdi actually almost a full stock up over Guichabu in game number 4 here. Cannon now in hand. And this is not what Guichabu wants. I mean, he wants these Katars to rack up the damage as fast as possible. We've seen him be capable of these big cannon strings, but he's going for these same options repeatedly. Megdi isn't answering back, but it's nothing too crazy. Now over onto the Katars again for Guichabu. Needs to find something special here to close out this stock of Megdi. Gonna go up to the top. Gonna go for another, maybe doesn't find it. Doesn't find the dash for that end light as well. I think the nerves might be creeping in a bit here. As we're seeing these drops, actually drops it again, but Megdi falls into it. Recovery again, not going to be enough. Guichabu going to be looking for the KO with the cannon for just a second, but back onto the Katars.
He's going to press the edge guard. We saw him go over just a little bit. I don't know if that was like a feint that Megdi just caught a punish on, so the edge guard stopped there. Ooh, nice side air. Bouncing off the stage, sending over to the edge. These neutral airs, at least the first one, making connection. Oh, Megdi still gets over to the wall. I can't believe that neutral air, the bottom side of that, didn't spike hard enough to get the KO. Even that side air bouncing off the main stage. Megdi living so long on the stock, finally eating the big boot from Guichabu. That was a 2.5-minute first stock for Megdi. He was able to put out first the knockout onto the first stock, and then 100 damage onto the second stock as well.
Seeing Guichabu actually stick with the cannon here for once. All this damage build, maybe trying to mix up what Megdi can expect from him. And so far, seems to be working out pretty well as the damage now almost neck and neck again out of nowhere. Guichabu had so much room to work or to make up, and all of a sudden, a bit closer. Back onto the Katars now. Megdi to be familiar with these at this point, but still, the cannon has put in the work that I think Guichabu was looking for here. D-Light goes for the read on the dodge up and actually does predict the correct dodge, doesn't manage to punish it correctly, unfortunately, but another damage back, neck and neck, and Guichabu trying to get back into this game.
Yeah, I definitely want to see a little bit more cannon. I don't want to see him necessarily like 100% main the cannon here against Megdi, but I think he's doing a great job so far of like a weapon spawn comes in and he'll swap to it. Whatever it is, whether it's Katars or whether it's a cannon coming up, I think it's a good idea. And not even just a weapon starve, but I think swapping up the weapon, kind of changing how he's initiating, changing everything up is a great idea for him. There's the neutral air, the side of it. Which move falling really low. Dude, what are you doing? Oh no, Hackle.
That had to have been a misinput, right? I refuse to accept that being anything less because that's so heartbreaking. And now Megdi finding a few hits here. Guichabu needs to find the KO, otherwise we could be going to a game 5, and Guichabu was poised to take this entire set, and all of a sudden Megdi just racking up hit after hit. Guichabu, is it too little too late for this game?
I don't think just yet, but potentially. It's getting very, very close. He's red now. Gets the 2-piece, interrupting that recovery. There's the side light, in light. Oh, he picked it up! I thought Guichabu was going to be enough away from him. He was looking for the commitment. Which way did he want to go? I thought he wasn't going to be able to find it, but he did. The recovery, grabs the KO. The patience from Megdi in that final moment to really choose which direction based off of the way that Guichabu goes. He didn't go for the immediate read. He went for the reaction, and he just barely made that connection. And he's on the precipice of a reverse 3-0.
Oh, Demon Island. Okay, this is scary for Megdi specifically. We've seen Guichabu get away with some terrifying stuff and opening up confident. That's what, if you're Guichabu, you need that confidence. You need to show Megdi that you are not shaken by what has just happened. Because again, Guichabu was poised to go 3-0 into the winner's side of Grand Finals, and now Megdi looking to get the reverse 3 of his own. And Guichabu needs to hop off, needs to show it to Megdi that he wants this victory. And so far, untouched on this fast stock. Don't want to curse it, but Guichabu looking to at least open this game up a lot more confident.
It's crazy how he's able to find like recoveries and specifically like double recoveries more than anybody else. Is he about to get a clean stock here? Surely not.
Surely not. Surely not, Sparky. Surely not.
I'm waiting for the recovery connection. I feel like it's almost inevitable at this point.
It is!
Actually, gotta be. That was 1 minute and 2 seconds. Gotta be world's longest 0 to knockout of all time.
Maybe. And I mean, if you're Guichabu, you needed that. After last game, you need this full stock to run away with, because it felt like Megdi was kind of in his head. It felt like Guichabu, his options were starting to fail him, and the things that he was so familiar with doing into Megdi weren't working. But now, obviously, something has changed as he's now still lapped Megdi, doesn't catch that dodge. But I mean, so much space Guichabu has to just build up damage, so much room to work with here, and this is a different Guichabu to what we saw last game.
It has to be so annoying if you're Megdi to like figure out when to use your dodge. Whenever he hits you with like a vertical move, or whether it's like an in light or whether it's a D light on the Katars, it's like, well, what do? I feel like I'm always punished regardless of when I use my dodge. If I use it early, he just finds the recovery. If I don't use it, he instantly finds the recovery either way. So it's got to be so frustrating.
I mean, that, I hate to say it, that kind of is just stemming from Guichabu having the better katars here.
Yes.
And I feel like it's not a case of Guichabu not having his own frustrations here, as Megdi has been doing so well in forcing Guichabu to play this longer game, and we know Guichabu is a player who likes to just get absolutely in with this neutral and does manage to find another stock as well. Now, technically 2 stocks up over Megdi, obviously damage-wise not so much. Delight into the gravity cancel neutral heavy, actually still not enough. One more of those might do it, but Guichabu given a second lease on this stock here. Can he make the most of it?
Light didn't even sit off screen. That one does, but not enough to KO.
Has the recovery? No!
Oh! Dude, how many of those have we seen not make a connection today? It's got to be
Guichabu!
2 or 3. He almost got the 3 stock there. Chose not
He
to
wants
punish the
it.
landing.
He wants it.
I thought he was going to get the additional stun.
Don't do this to him. Don't do this to him.
God, Axel. No way, dude. He was about to get reverse 3'd, and then all of a sudden grabs the world's longest 0 to knockout on first stock and ends it with a 3 stock. Unbelievable.
My goodness. I mean, there's kind of no better way to clap back against someone trying to get a reverse 3 than just saying, no, cut it there. My set. And that's... We're now in a universe where Guichabu, in 2 tournaments, has back-to-back secured his best 2 placements. First with that bronze medal last tournament, and now the worst-case scenario for Guichabu is a silver medal here. And with how he's playing...
Yeah?
With how he's playing, gold medal is easily foreseeable. That, like, we're seeing some of the best katars I've ever seen in my life, and it's so exciting to watch.
This means that we now have a trend. And when we have a trend, we have 2 bullet points, and with 2 bullet points, we can make a straight line. Of course, everyone knows this. This is just math. We have 2 different XY coordinates, getting higher every time, right? So we can draw a line that kind of goes like this, which means that if he gets the silver medal here, then like that means he gets the gold medal in Trial of Scotty. Like that's just how trends work. That's how extrapolations work. It's just inevitable at this point. And look at Meg D, man, 215 damage, and he didn't even knock out the first stock of Guichabu. That's that KO inefficiency really, really hurting him here. Because, I mean, theoretically, well, he did, literally. He needed more than 215 damage to finally take out that stock. Extrapolate that. That means on average, he's needing more than 215 damage per stock. That's so difficult. You mentioned it earlier of the potential for a Val. I think he should bring out the Val unless Megdi is just like really confident. Say Megdi goes down to the elimination, wins, and then goes back up to face Guichabu again. I think he should bring out the Val unless in the back of his mind he has something up his sleeve or there's something that he knows that we don't.
I totally agree. I mean, we've seen what that Val is capable of, right? I mean, it's the character that we think of the most when we think of Megdi in terms of the longevity of his career. And Megdi has been in this position for so long as a player who has just been so consistent. I mean, just looking at the numbers, 30 top 32s, 13 top 8s, coming out of on top of a player like Megdi is kind of like a rite of passage for being able to say that you're a top player in the region. And Guichabu is there now, and Guichabu is there in Grand Finals winner's side, and we're going to be waiting to see if Megdi can get that rematch, depending on the winner of this next matchup, which is Java versus Balloon Boy, and that's what I'm very excited for.
Yeah, this Guichabu being, of course, the underdog against Megdi, and then now Balloon Boy being the underdog against Java. Man, I don't know what he's gonna stick with. If he just sticks with the Devil Jin, of course, the Zariel, the entire set. That's what he's leading with, or at least when he was locked in, what he was leading with for a moment before he unlocked in. It's going to be interesting, man. I think it's going to be really tough for Balloon Boy. If he wants to play the Diana, I think he's really going to struggle here. I think if he wants to play the Zariel, he's also potentially really going to struggle here. But he's been on a run. Maybe he feels very confident. He already took down Radish, of course, so now his targets are set on Java.
I mean, it would just be a fantastic thing to watch. But the numbers obviously stacked against Balloon Boy, but with how Balloon Boy has been adapting today, especially, I think the number one thing that I can say about Balloon Boy today is one thing I haven't seen as much from him before is adaptation. Like, Balloon Boy as a player previously has been very sort of set in his ways, has a very consistent game plan, and when that game plan works, he looks fantastic. He can take out these huge names, but the second he's forced to adapt, that's when I'm seeing him sort of struggle a little bit more. So against a player like Java, it's going to be a really big test of that adaptation, because Java as a player is someone who I think leans more heavily on one weapon per game. Recently on the Dusk, it's mainly been the orb, but we've seen games where he's thought, okay, maybe this spear is going to work better this game, and that's been the consistent trend, is that he picks one weapon to sort of lean on for a game, and if he feels like he needs to adapt weapon, it's usually not within a game as much as the next. And so for Balloon Boy, that's going to be a big test of that adaptation, that reading of your opponent's game plan as much as their own in-game dodges.
Still waiting on Java to lock in his legend. We have Balloon Boy, of course, locking in that Devil Jin. Yeah, I think you're exactly right about the game plan, though. And the game plan that we saw previously, like the Zariel game plan, wasn't working. So we needed to swap game plans. We needed to go on a completely different track, and it was the Diana. And initially, the Blasters gameplay just kind of wasn't working out. And then all of a sudden, towards the end, like, he grabbed that cheeky neutral signature. The final game, he did end up doing more damage on the Blasters than the bow. But aside from that neutral signature, I think the bigger game changer was the bow starting to work on Diana, and him getting the confidence to, like, play more of a reaction game rather than just a raw flowchart that he's going through, regardless of what his opponent does. Because that's what the Blasters, at least initially, really seemed like. He was like, oh, I have my plan. I have step 1 I'm doing, and then I go to step 2, then I go to step 3. I don't care what my opponent's doing. There doesn't really need to be too much context there, because I know my step 1, 2, and 3, and those are the steps I'm going to follow, rinse and repeat over and over. And then he just kind of started to stray away from that a little bit and really actually start that adaptation game, especially with the Blasters and even with the bow, but especially with the Blasters. And that's where the success started. So it took a little while. It was like there was a little bit of a lag, or like a train, right? It's really difficult to get a train started moving, which is why you have those slow chugga, chugga, chugga before it starts moving. Because as we know from friction, it's much more difficult to start something moving from rest than it is to, like, increase the speed. That's the coefficient of static friction versus kinetic friction. Static, of course, being when you're standing still. And you're probably in chat at home wondering, like, what is this idiot talking about? Why is he still yapping? Java's not ready. Java's not ready yet. So that's the only reason I've started to move into static friction versus kinetic friction.
I don't blame you. And you're right about sort of getting that adaptation started, that switch up started, especially in a situation where Balloon Boy picked up the Diana mid-set. It wasn't right at the start. It was a situation where he was back against the wall and he thought, okay, what do I need to turn this around? And so obviously it's very difficult to go into mid-set, swap a character, and expect to just come in swinging like you've been playing them all day. And despite that, he did manage to make the Diana work. I think there were moments of greatness with the Diana and moments of not so much. But I think for the most part, I am hoping to see Balloon Boy stick with this Zariel, find the most success with it. But also, Balloon Boy has played Zariel into Java a number of times and hasn't found that success.
And he's going to continue to have to play the Zariel into Orb, because likely Java's going to be picking the Dusk that we saw earlier. And he struggled against the Orb with the Devil Jin, with the Zariel, especially with the Gauntlets. He was really struggling finding ways in on top of that Orb when you have so much range with it. If you're trying to come above with like a down air from the Gauntlets, not a lot of range on that whatsoever. You can just throw out an easy Orb D-Light. You end in the air, which is oftentimes great. And you can also, like, it kind of has 45 degree in front of you. It's not huge, but it's solid. And so he's just going to have range advantage there. If you're trying to come at him with a D-Light, Orb player is probably going to be aerial, so he's going to be able to get away with that. He's going to be initiating with those down airs, like we saw Radish doing a lot. We also saw Java doing. So I think I'm worried that he's going to struggle with the Gauntlets yet again.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, on the flip side is like if he's over onto the bow in offstage, Orb's offstage options are so good into bow. I mean, bow's recovery is going to be going directly at the angle that Orb down air is, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to get stuffed out by that down air, and then you have the ground pound on Orb, which is disjointed. So if you're trying to clash vertically with a Nair, for example, on bow, you're going to get shut down by that disjoint. Again, Orb having those disjoints makes weapons that are forced to fight at the same angle so much weaker offstage. So I think the offstage battle, it's a weird situation. In the offstage battle, Balloon Boy is going to be wanting to play, on stage he's going to want to play the bow. Offstage, it's most likely to be more on the gauntlets.
And part of the benefit that Orb has that Blasters doesn't have is that disjoint is like at the end of the move rather than like the disjoint and dead zone happening because the first hitbox starts away from you, right? But with like the down air, it moves away from you. It starts close and moves further. So that dead zone is towards the end rather than being there ever present that you have to worry about the entire time. So that's just going to be a benefit that his Orb has with that disjoint compared to like the way we talk about the dead zone with Blasters. We're talking side light or even side air.
Absolutely, and I'm liking how Balloon Boy is at least opening up here. He's very much getting in Java's face, because Java is a player who can really flip that switch. He can play a much slower game, and he can play a much more aggressive game, depending on what he feels like is necessary, and we're seeing it right here. He goes in deep, goes for the weapon throw, but Balloon Boy still has the option, still has that GCN sig, and Java, I assume he was ready for it, but wasn't quite ready enough. Does manage to find the stock and turn things around. Balloon Boy did have a lead in that far stock for a while, but still, nothing too massive here for Java.
I'm wondering why Java tried to get below Balloon Boy after that neutral signature came out. I wonder if that was like a conscious decision where he doesn't want to initially punish that neutral signature, and he didn't feel confident enough in being high enough on that wall without getting clipped. So he chose to go down below rather than getting caught by the signature because of like a whip punish or anything like that. So I think him going below Balloon Boy after that was a smart idea.
Absolutely, and I mean, smart ideas have really been something that Java is so good with. He's so creative with his choices of options, and right here, hovering actually doesn't commit too early to the edge guard there. That might have actually been to his detriment as Balloon Boy is able to get back up, but still, so much damage racked up. Balloon Boy needs to find something here to turn things around. Like down the gauntlets, gonna look for an in-dodge punish with that side light, but unable to find it. Is holding the stage control, but doesn't react. Isn't ready for the jump up side air, and now Java just securing the KO with the spear and looking real comfortable here is Java.
I think Java's much more confident off stage against Balloon Boy than he was against Bunny. And I mean, that reasonably makes sense because we know how crazy Bunny is off stage. We saw it several times in the Java set. But Java, like instantly, like we saw the first KO was after a long edge guard that Java was winning. Almost got the complete knockout off of it. And then we like just saw him go on the right side, the dash jump instant turnaround down air. So he's much more comfortable going for the offstage and pushing those offstage right there. He's just instantly going off stage rather than staying safe on the stage like he was several times against Bunny, but he got caught by the neutral signature.
Yeah, that is one sort of cheeky little situation you have on very few maps, that the fact that N-Sig does send technically upwards right at the end of that move. We're going to get bounced off that angle and sent pretty much straight down 9 times out of 10. Sometimes the interaction can be a little bit janky, but I mean, even that being said, Java still has so much room to work with. He can be completely comfortable here, just ping-ponging these down airs. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know what Balloon Boy needs here, because part of me wants to say get off the gauntlets, because you're playing into Spear, and Java's Spear is so comfortable, so confident. He knows the matchup so well. Get off gauntlets because it's giving Java so much room to work with. But at the same time, we said before that those blasters, they need time to warm up, and even when they're warmed up, maybe they're not necessarily what Balloon Boy wants into Java specifically. So I'm sure Balloon Boy's having this same question, like, why did I lose that game? What can I work on? What can I adapt? And it's that question again of adaptation. Can Balloon Boy change up the game plan?
Yeah, you make a really interesting point, because if we think about those blasters and the way Java's playing now, like he's putting a lot of pressure onto Balloon Boy. It seems like Java's really the one dictating the pace of the game, and Balloon Boy's on the back foot, so he's not given a lot of space to like utilize that max range that blasters have. He's gonna potentially, like if he has him in his hands, he's gonna find himself like shooting too far away and Java is like in his face in the dead zone, or he's far enough out of the range of blasters, and then of course he can dash in light if we're talking about the spear in his hand. Like he's really good at playing at a range advantage and playing at a range deficit, regardless of what weapon he has, whether he's playing the Hattori or whether he's playing this Legend Dusk right here. So I think you're exactly right. Of like, okay, the gen didn't work. Do I go to the Diana? Because I don't know the answer to that question. I can't even begin to theorize if that's the right choice or not.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this pace dictation you were talking about as well. I mean, Java, he's making so many of these callouts, right? Like he's going for these things that are in no way guaranteed, but he's banking on the fact that he could expect Balloon Boy. One prime example was he dashed straight towards him and just ripped a D-Light. Balloon Boy was on the ground, and Java just made the call out that seeing him approach would make Balloon Boy jump, and he was completely right. And so Balloon Boy needs to think, okay, I cannot afford to be scared of him because he is playing off that and calling out my options so consistently. Regardless, we are seeing a small lead here for Balloon Boy, but it's that KO efficiency we said before. He's struggling a bit with it here, and we're a minute and a half into this game and no stocks have fallen.
Now, Balloon Boy is starting to slow things down here. Great recovery to get the KO. He's in a pretty good spot. Please stick with the bow. Don't juggle too much because now you're on the gauntlets and I'm worried, man. Like, there's definitely, like, too much juggling that you do, and then your opponent comes in with iframes and attacks you, and then you either end up with no weapons or the weapon you don't want. So maybe focusing on weapon starving just a little bit less, denying the weapon spawn from coming in just a little bit less, means he gets to stick on the bow.
That side sig by Java was just so perfect for the situation, and there's that Sigs of Dusk again. I mean, the Dusk Sig kit on Spear especially is just consistently very hard to punish with that side sig and that end sig. So even if he didn't catch that there, I find it very hard to believe that Balloon Boy would have even been able to respond back. And so Java picking the right option there, and now actually taking a small lead here, despite Balloon Boy taking that fast stock, doesn't even read the dodge in. Let's have the stage
start.
control. Ground pound into the weapon, though Java still has the options. Can he see? Oh, he doesn't actually. Stalls out too long. Balloon Boy, just his presence was enough to force Java to overthink and rethink his options to the point where he had to fall.
Now, I'm not sure if, like, a ground pound stall right at the end would be enough time for the dodge to come off of cooldown, because he did the dodge early. But that's a tough spot to be in, because then you risk just punishment by Balloon Boy. So I think it was curtains there either way for that stock. That was a great ground pound from Balloon Boy.
Dude, it's so amazing to me that we can now debate the possibility of using that orb ground pound stall, and like the fact that it's something that we can think of people doing in pro scene. Because I mean, previously you barely saw it used. Obviously, when Thor came out, people were using it sort of in a cheesy way, but we saw Raiders use it in the trial of Frigg, and now all of a sudden, with Orb being more popular and seeing Radish use that tech, it's like, okay, could he have used it there to save himself?
Yeah, on Thor release, like, it was amazing. It was so good, and so everybody was doing it all the time. It was so effective, and then it got nerfed, and so then people started to be like, okay, and then obviously people got off.
Oh, don't turn this around! Okay.
Ground pound.
Oh.
All right.
Dude, if I'm Balloon Boy, my heart just stopped for a second there on that possible turnaround from Java. That is so scary. But Balloon Boy will at least secure the first game in his name, guaranteed not a 3-0, which I think, in fact, might actually be his second ever game win against Java in a major tournament.
And I think we're seeing, like, Java's confidence against Balloon Boy potentially start to fall a little bit, because it seemed in the very beginning, and even in that game, like, he was very confident against Balloon Boy off stage, and for a good reason. Like, he was winning the off stage engagements. He was doing a great job with him. But all of a sudden, Balloon Boy started to level up on him. There was, of course, the first edge guard that had the bow ground pound, and then we saw just then that was a gauntlet edge guard. So maybe Java's going to chill out a little bit. Maybe he's going to give a little bit more respect to Balloon Boy, or he's going to give more respect to Balloon Boy in the way that he's like, okay, on the edge, I'm just going to lock in now instead of being a silly little guy and throwing out maybe these dangerous options. And I know I'm better on the edge than Balloon Boy. So if I just lock in, if I just like engage my brain, then I will, of course, come out on top in all of these edge guard situations. Or he'll just chill. We don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can make predictions as much as we want, but it's all down to what happens in the game. We are going to be seeing a map switch going into game number 3. No character swaps, but we're going to Apocalypse here for game 3, which, not a huge change. I mean, you can't go onto the stage here, but I don't think, I mean, Java might be banking on that, but against a player like Balloon Boy who doesn't really favor that offside situation, I don't know if going under the stage is actually necessary, really, for either player here.
Yeah, we've seen them go to several stages that block moving under the stage now, so I don't think that's a main priority for definitely either player, but not for Java anymore at this point.
We're seeing this again. Balloon Boy is so patient with these edge guards and does manage to find a ground pound to pay off there, but in the second attempt, Java does come back up, damage slightly in Balloon Boy's favor. He's finding a lot of these sidelights, very rarely capitalizing further though. Does have so much room to work with, and that's
dangerous.
So telegraphed, man. I mean, Balloon Boy obviously had the plan there, and Java knew it was coming, but for once we see Balloon Boy actually chasing all the way out. I mean, I was saying he isn't really going to favor that offstage and press too hard, but in this situation, he goes all the way, and it pays off a big time now with a full stock lead and still pressing this advantage now with the bow. Java can barely breathe.
Maybe getting a little bit confident with that signature that he threw out if he gets edge guarded. Oh, man. Oh, Hackle, that hurts to see. He got too confident, thought he could throw out the cheeky sig read, and instantly got punished for it. The edge guard started, and it was curtains at that point. That's brutal.
I've got to ask, Sparky, is that my fault for hyping up the Balloon Boy,
no.
the Balloon Boy lead too much?
It's not your fault. That is Balloon Boy's fault. He was the one acting in that moment. He had his hands on the steering wheel and his feet on the pedals. You were merely in the passenger seat.
And now, Balloon Boy actually still hands on the wheel here. That weapon throw was, yeah, really
It was
scary.
amazing.
Oh, Java though. Balloon Boy can't afford to be letting him find these chips, these 1 to 2 hit interactions, because, like I said before, it'll add up, and Balloon Boy kind of fiending for the knockout here. Over onto the gauntlets, doesn't find the recovery there. The D-Sig actually might have been perfect, but obviously didn't think of it in the moment. Does find the recovery, but now actually an even smaller lead than he had on this first stock, and still Java managed to turn it around. So Balloon Boy cannot afford to get overconfident with these leads, and we're seeing it here. He's not chasing these nairs like he was on the first stock. He's getting that interaction and then backing off. But Java, oh my.
Dude, stop doing the signature, please, Balloon Boy. I understand that he probably believed it was in the middle of the stage, so he probably wasn't going to get punished, or if he did get punished, it wasn't going to be a fatal punish. But come on, man, you gotta stop doing that now that it's happened 2 times.
Man, it's so hard to like not feel like it's cursed here, as Balloon Boy, he's had the lead this whole game, and now on this final stock, Java's just brought it back to an equal situation. Balloon Boy didn't even pick up the weapon there, managed to get back up onto the stage, but just these nairs, these says, these chip hits, the down air now as well. Balloon Boy, what went wrong? Is Java just isn't getting hits.
Oh, man. Getting right over that D-light. Beautiful GC side light. Balloon Boy's in KO damage. This is very scary for him.
Ooh, D-light into the down air. That's at least some guaranteed damage here. Balloon Boy, respect just going for the guaranteed damage, not trying to set up for anything big. The gauntlet's now starting to go to work! He read the correct dodge, doesn't manage to punish it correctly, but still, the damage now completely even. Oh, goes the double side light. Balloon Boy catches the end light as well. Weapon throws that snipe! And there it is, Balloon Boy clutching up right at the end. Java did 466 damage and almost won.
That's wild. I mean, that's him like picking up signatures right when you're in
this edge
KO
guard
damage.
and this edge guard,
Yeah,
dude.
and that edge guard. Wow, Balloon Boy really clutching up final stock, and he did it with gauntlets too.
I'm actually honestly very glad to see that, because the gauntlets really felt like they were the weak point in this set so far, and being able to show that he can really clutch up with them is that's really big for him here. That's exactly what he needed. Now Java taking a second, actually not immediately locking in, perhaps thinking of a pocket pick. I'd be surprised, because I mean he's been very, very consistent on this Dusk, but I mean it's his choice.
And this is Balloon Boy adapting the gauntlets, where in the previous set that we saw against Radish, He wasn't able to. He had to completely change game plan. He had to go over to the Diana because the gauntlets weren't working. Now, all of a sudden, they are. So he's able to confidently stay on this Zariel pick. Java, of course, locking in the Dusk. He was thinking about it for a minute. Maybe he needed a sip of water. Oh, he actually left the game. Not sure if he's restarting client. He's asking for 1 second so we can yap for a minute. So let's talk about Balloon Boy's trip through the bracket. Who sent him down into the elimination bracket? It was it was Java. So this is a refresh of what we saw in the winners quarterfinals. That one went all the way to game 5. Same characters all the way through. Java on the Dusk, Balloon Boy on the Zariel. So this is the revenge. He's trying to get the revenge here, and Java's trying to delay that as much as he can. He's trying to stop the momentum that Balloon Boy has as he went through the elimination bracket. Because after that game, that was a top 8 qualifier match on winner's side. Then he went down into elimination bracket. He took out Snowy 3-0. Who was Snowy playing? Snowy was on the Ada? That's an interesting choice. Wild pick there for Snowy. I think Ada has potential to cook, but I think it's limited a little bit by Blaster's place in the meta. Then Balloon Boy moved on, took a 3-0 over Anime, so he was also playing the Zariel there against Anime's Onyx. So he was playing some Gauntlet v Gauntlet there. Then went on, of course, Radish happened during our block. That was a game 5 against Radish after the swap to the Diana. And then here we find ourselves about to get into this game. Java's back. He's done the reset. And stage banding is starting. Small World's in, gone. Small Tournament is gone. Oh, never mind. Maybe he's changing his mind. Might leave Small World's inside. Hasn't banned it yet. Western Air Temple gone. Mishima Dojo, Demon Island gone. And the Dome gone. We're going back to Apocalypse.
And one last thing to mention, interestingly as well, is that game 5 between Java and Balloon Boy to get Java into the winner side of top 8. It went a bit differently than how this set is laid out. I mean, Java won the first game, same thing. Balloon Boy won the second game, same thing. But then it was completely back and forth. It was Java, Balloon Boy, Java, Balloon Boy, Java won the last game. But in this set, we've seen Java take first game and Balloon Boy answer back with 2. So now, I mean, Java now needs to do the exact same. Balloon Boy has a whole extra game to work with here to just win 1. And that might be what's, making Java a bit more hesitant. He maybe is feeling a bit less confident here because this set's going worse than the previous. Maybe he's concerned. I mean, I know I would be concerned if I fought one person and then I fight them again and I'm doing worse in this set. I have to be thinking, like, what's going wrong? Apparently Java might have figured it out as he's taking so much health off Balloon Boy here with his orb to begin with, and Balloon Boy just answering back with 1 GC side sig. Now the bow starting to heat up just a little bit here.
Java's doing a great job of overspacing so many things with this orb before he throws out. He gets into effective range of his orb and then throws out like a down air. He's making Balloon Boy, I think, really nervous. Dude, nobody's been able to punish that signature the entire day in that exact instance.
No one's been able to punish that signature in the entire history of it existing.
If you throw it right on that corner, there's just not enough time before you're out of in lag. Nice in sig. He's starting to play like actual Zariel, the way Zariel is played by a lot of people.
Yeah, I think part of why he doesn't often go for that is it's expected, right? Like you kill a Zariel, you match a Zariel in tournament. You're going into this expecting, okay, they're going to be relying on these SIGs, especially for the KOs. And so if you're at this level of play and you're Balloon Boy, you're going to be thinking like, okay, I can't afford to be predictable because that just makes me an easy counter. And so Balloon Boy plays it a bit differently. And in this game especially, we haven't seen too many signatures, but the game is still young. Unlike the stop of Balloon Boy, which will fall there almost 2 minutes into this game. Java slowing down the pace once again in Balloon Boy. I like that choice there to just stay up in the air, not run for the weapon, but not pressure either. I think he wanted to see how Java was going to respond to his presence and the pressure. And, I mean, now Balloon Boy needs to respond in his own way. He needs to find this stock because Java is starting to run away with this fourth game here.
50 plus damage before knockout. Oh, the spot dodge!
Okay,
now
that's
100 damage added up before losing that first stock.
Well, it's now in hand for Balloon Boy. Seen them work before last stock, but that was right when the pressure was high. Whether or not he can do the same in a pretty solid neutral situation is going to be the question. Dodges. He punished it, Sparky. It's real.
World's first. World's first. No,
Oh, the
that's
edge
an
guard.
instance where you're able to punish that signature. But when you're on the wall and your opponent's Dusk is playing far enough from the edge so that the final hit of it like lands right on the top of that corner, then like it's impossible. All you can do is either get hit or stay away from it, stay on the wall, or go through it. But then Java's out of recovery frames of time.
Absolutely, and Balloon Boy's trying to chase here with these gauntlets, really. He's trying to get into the space, and Java is spacing out so well, like you said. He's waiting, and he's finding just his consistency and his accuracy is very, very good, and it's starting to hurt Balloon Boy, I think, as that Sarah will come through. Java not even in the red on this second stock. Balloon Boy maybe needs to rely on the bow a little bit more here. He has the gauntlets primed.
Oh my gosh. Java already with like a better lead going into this final stock of Balloon Boy than he had on the first stock when he got the first KO. And we saw how much damage he was able to add up while he was basically in KO damage going into it. Okay, nice signature pickup.
Yeah, if you're Balloon Boy, you needed that. Like, you cannot... Java has been running away with these leads so much. He's been getting just one interaction leading into so many extra hits that Balloon Boy, you need to shut that down as soon as possible. Now, over onto the bow, just what we were looking for here. Into the spear, which we haven't seen too much of this game, if any. So Java might not be comfortable here, might be looking to just stall out until he can get the orb in his hands. Did manage to touch the platform there, so won't be in sweat beads. Balloon Boy giving loads of respect to the sphere.
Java a little bit hesitant on like which move to throw out while they're both jumping around all over the place. He's not even confident enough to throw like a neutral air. The juggle was potentially coming in.
What?
Java, what are you doing? Oh my gosh!
What am I watching?
doing?
What am I... the entire game just like... Did I see that? Did that happen? Chat, can anyone confirm if that happened, like, for real?
That must have been a glitch in the Matrix, man. What the heck was that?
We're now over to the gauntlets. Needs this knockout, looking to get into the top 3. Java sidelight set. It's going to be enough. Go into a game 5. 653 damage out of Java.
Hackle! Oh my goodness! The orb players today, man, they need their damage.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Balloon Boy with these interesting map bans now as well that we've seen previous. He's leaving open some pretty unorthodox maps. And I think what he's doing here is just like kind of leaving Java with Miami Dome as the only option, because most players really don't like those tri-plat maps. He's left open Miami, Mishima Dojo, and Small Terminus. And yeah, we're seeing a Miami Dome for game number 5 as we go into this. And usually I'd say this would favor Java, to be honest, because those platforms are going to really help with the spear. And especially, I mean, we know Java likes to go for the triple when he can get it. But it's also a map that Balloon Boy... I wish I had stats for like map picks or maps played by players, because I feel like Balloon Boy picks this map so often, or at least leaves it open so often.
It was very smart to ban down to the 2 like tri-plat maps, Mishima Dojo and Small Terminus, because as an orb play... Oh no! Oh my gosh! Holy! I was gonna say, because you can't really initiate with the 45-degree down airs. If you're jumping high enough, the soft platforms are just gonna interrupt your orb down air. So he doesn't have that range option. And if Balloon Boy has the bow on the ground, like he's in perfect inlight territory, and the soft platforms are not gonna interrupt him. But if Java just plays like that and doesn't even worry about the vertical, he just worries about the horizontal, he's gonna find a KO there.
What is completely crazy is that Balloon Boy's entire tournament run may have just been sold by a single side sig. Throwing away one stock that early because he overcommits to a side sig and Java is there with the perfect punish. If that's what throws away this tournament run, that is heartbreaking. That is absolutely heartbreaking. And Java not letting up on the pressure, has Balloon Boy now entering this deeper orange. And just going in with the unarmed GCT sig. That's something we've seen out of Balloon Boy a number of times, something that I'd love to see out of him, because very few players make use of gravity cancels like that consistently. And now Balloon Boy on the bow needs something magical here, needs to, in essence, needs to lock in against Java here. Okay!
Oh, is he locking in?
Good start, but doesn't go all the way. He goes for the recovery instead, and now Java holding the stage control. Balloon Boy so afraid. You saw Java just position himself for a move, and Balloon Boy goes for the dodge. I respect the attempt on the ground pound. If you're this far behind, you kind of need something explosive like that, but you can see the fear in how Balloon Boy is playing. Doesn't go for a punish on that Sig. He's getting so much respect, and that's what Java wants. It's going to give Java so much room to get away with stuff, but Balloon Boy pushing him out to the side. Doesn't get the side air. He needed that. Has done decent damage here, keeping it back to an equal game state.
Finally gets the recovery follow-up after that side light. He's been hunting for those so much, and he hasn't been able to really find them. We need to get Java and Radish together. So Radish can teach Java how to throw the like really steep down air right over the corner so it lands below the corner. Okay, Java, he still has a lot of damage on him. So it's definitely not lost for Balloon Boy whatsoever. Java going to juggle the weapons, of course, landing back on the orb. Balloon Boy is just going to completely avoid everything he can. Now back with the bow.
Yeah, it needs to be slippery, needs to avoid as much as possible, but that wall is just so quick, has so much coverage, and Balloon Boy can't even get room to breathe, can't even set up for a KO, can't get anything started if Java's just going to chase him down with his orb. No punish on that side Sig, but I mean, the longer it takes for Balloon Boy to get the knockout, the more likely it is that Java just closes things out. Punishes.
He did it!
It's real. It's real.
World's first! World's first!
Balloon Boy now looking for the KO. Sidelight, D-light out of Java. It's slipping away as Balloon Boy finds D-light recovery. Is going to connect. Balloon Boy needs a flawless final stock, and he's going to want the bow to do it.
Weapon spawn coming right in the middle. Snaked away by Balloon Boy after picking up the recovery. He got the ground pound again. Last time we saw that mega connection, Java had a little bit more damage on him. Oh man, didn't quite get the neutral air in time before the spot dodge came out from Java.
Balloon Boy knows that he needs to space around these sidelights more than anything else. If he gets hit by the sidelight, that might just be game! Recovery not gonna have enough force. Java going out for the edge guard. Down air connects. Balloon Boy options dwindling. Has the dodge. Catches the down air. Touches the wall. Recovery. Balloon Boy still alive. Java pressuring hard off the side here. Goes for the D-Sig. How does Balloon Boy avoid there? But the side air comes through. And Java, by the skin of his teeth, was both players below 500 damage. But Java will be the one to close it out.
The fact that he was able to avoid the GC down heavy and all of the active frames that it has was unbelievable. I wanted him to win just off of that, and then he found a way to punish the signature yet again, and I really wanted him to win after that. That right there. The GCD light to get back on the stage, taking away that stock was great. Even that, he got the dodge through, and then he waited in time so he could find a punish. It wasn't like the greatest punish of all time, didn't lead to a stock, wasn't a huge signature, it was just an unarmed recovery, but still, his adaptation in finding a way to punish that signature, like that last game was amazing. I wanted him to win. I really wanted Balloon Boy to win off of that. I thought he had so many moments in that final game that he really showed us something special.
And if he hadn't thrown out that one side Sig, maybe he would have. I mean, he lost an entire stock within seconds of the game starting because of one bad interaction, and that is kind of a testament to how incredibly precise and specific Brawlhalla has become as an esport. Those individual interactions can make or break hours and hours of work, which is going to be heartbreaking for Balloon Boy. Still celebrating getting that best placement, but still, he was so close to that first medal. Very well played by him, very well played by Java. But unfortunately, before we get into what's actually a pretty classic matchup of Java versus MegD, we will need to go to one final break before we get into the action of top 3 here at the Trial of Baldr.
Welcome back, everybody. We are pushing further and further into the Trial of Baldr bracket, brought to you by Moose Wars here for North America. We have our top three. It is Guichabu already in grand finals. On the elimination finals, we have Megdi and Java. But before we get into that, we need to promo mid-season championship. It is coming to us, not just our own event. It is happening at CEO in sunny Daytona, Florida, June 28th through the 30th. You see in big letters at the bottom of your screen, black on yellow, no Wiz Khalifa. Sign up now, please. The earlier you sign up, the better the experience will be for you and anybody you're like teaming with or rooming with or whatever, because it means you can get your Airbnb figured out, your hotel room figured out, your flights figured out before prices go up. But also because we're at an event with other gamers from other games, that means they are also looking at those Airbnbs, those flights, those hotels, everything. But also specifically for Brawlhalla, the more people that they know are signing up and are going means the more setups, the more tables, the more chairs that they will get. So it only benefits you and really everybody in Brawlhalla to sign up as early as possible once you know you are going. Please sign up for Mid-Season Championship. It's going to be a fantastic event. It's going to be the second biggest event of the year, second only to BCX. So June 28th through 30th, please sign up now. Start.gg/CEO. Now we can get into these games, Hackle. And there's one thing I wanted to say before we went into that break, specifically about Balloon Boy. I don't ever want to see that side signature used by him again. He's banned from using side signature for at least 3 to 6 months because he lost several stocks to that side signature. So Balloon Boy, if you're watching, I know you just had a tough loss. I wanted you to win, brother. I better not see you using that side signature. Just chill on it for a little bit, man. But now we can move on into our next set. Hackle, how you feeling about this one? Megdi versus Java.
This is one of the few matches we have in this tournament today that is just it's a classic. It's one we've seen before. It's one we've come to get used to. And I mean, we talked about like the number of games, the number of matches between Guichabu and Megdi. That does not even begin to shape up to the amount of matches between Java and Megdi, because if you look at the stats in total across everything, these two players have a total of 121 games played against each other in tournament.
That's so many. That's so many. Wow. I mean, like both of these players kind of came up together at the same time as top players. So like it's only logical that when they're essentially at like a similar skill level, especially when they're starting, like they're gonna consistently run into each other when they're like top 32 players, and then when they're consistently top 16 players, and then we're consistently top 8 players, and then top 4, so on and so forth. They're gonna continue to run into each other in bracket. Yeah,
and I mean, they're two of the longest. I mean, it's weird to say because I can remember a time when they were the new kids on the block, but now in the current state of NA 1v1s especially, these are two of the longest standing high-placing players, which, again, really weird to say, but that is the state of things at this point. We are obviously, in some cases, seeing a much different Java to what we saw breaking into the scene, which was a Baldr. Now we've gone to the Dusk, but Megdi has been playing the Asuri, playing the Sword and the Katars since the dawn of time. And the one thing we see that's different this game is the drip change in comparison to previous, and maybe the drip change is warranted because Megdi so far is opening up so well against Java here.
This was like one of the classic Asuri skins way back in the day that players would use. This was before we even had probably like Mecha Asuri. This was before we had Star Wars crossover, the Star Wars Epic event. But this is a Megdi classic right here.
And Java seems to be kind of at a loss on how to deal with this from Megdi, as just mashing these down airs does find a bit of damage, and Megdi just strikes back in turn. Java much less dictating of the pace of the game than we saw in the previous set against Balloon Boy, and that might just be down to the fact that Megdi forces you to play at his pace. You can't fight Megdi how you want, which is why we see so many more aggressive players falter when it comes to fighting Megdi, because he will always outlast you if you try to play your own game.
Now, one thing Java will have is, like, he has range. He has a lot of range on both weapons compared to Meg-D. Orb is going to outrange both of his weapons. Spear is going to outrange both of his weapons. So it's going to be difficult. That lets Java, like, push into him a little bit more often because he doesn't have to get as close, right? If he gets close enough and Meg-D, like, backdashes, he just have to move a little bit further, and he's going to have range, whether it's for a down air, whether it's for a side light. I thought we were going to get a little bit more on the edge, but of course, Meg-D completely disengaging. Java went for the Sig read. Didn't grab it again, going for the second neutral signature.
Oh, the dodge read triple? No, okay. Doesn't try to chance it. Does find a... I mean, did Java even... I don't know if Java took damage from Meg-D once he sent Meg-D down onto his second stock. That was either flawless or as close to flawless as you can get. And now all of a sudden, completely different game. Now Java's the one who's up on stocks and up on damage, and Meg-D over onto the sword. And this sword by Meg-D is just something we've seen so many times. We know Meg-D can just turn games around with this weapon because he's so consistent on it. And Java doing a good job at respecting that, timing these dodges well, but still actually kind of rushing up onto the stage there, not giving too much respect to the edge guard. And Meg-D isn't taking too much damage in this process. As I say that, does take another hit. Can't afford to take too many here.
He's starting to spear neutral air a lot, which is something, and I don't know why. I was going to point this out earlier in the previous sets, but it was something he wasn't doing in the set against Balloon Boy, and then in the set against Bunny either, which kind of surprised me.
Okay, I've just realized something, Sparky.
What? Tell me.
No matter what happens, we're getting a first-time gold medal for one player here today.
Yes, sir. History will be
made.
made.
None of the players in top 3 today have ever got a gold medal.
Yep.
And in Greechabu's case, before last tournament, they hadn't even got a podium, and now he's, worst case scenario, against Silver, and Java looking good enough that he might be on his way up into the Grand Finals if he keeps playing like that. Takes the first game, completely clean stock on his final there, and I'm wondering what went wrong for Meg-D, because Meg-D just was dominating that first stock so consistently, and then something just flipped, and Java just had control of the entire game beyond that point.
I think Java just needed a little bit of time to figure out how he can press the advantages that both of his weapons have against Meg-D. And I kind of want maybe a little bit of a switch coming out from Meg-D. Maybe a Val coming out from Meg-D to see how the gauntlets work compared to the Katars, because I didn't actually catch the individual damage numbers at the end of the game, because I was more focused on what you were saying about first gold medalist of all time here. In their career, which is huge. But yeah, I didn't get to see the damage breakdown to see how much damage his Katars did compared to his sword, because I feel like I didn't see that much Katar work going on. Definitely in the latter half of the game, it felt like it was mostly sword, but really it was just mostly getting hit.
We're seeing, goes for the end light there, actually. Much more neck and neck on this fast stock than we saw last game, and that might be dictating, or it might be indicative of a more close game overall. Meg-D obviously looking to at least turn around the damage here, as Java is very slightly in the lead. Goes for the end sig there. Not sure who that was intended for, as Meg-D was just, standing right in front of him. Okay, Java, you have other moves. Yeah, there's one.
yeah, there's another one. How about that one? How about the D-sig this time?
Maybe on the sword, that is the more KO efficient weapon on Asuri here, but Java has the orb as well. Both players on their more KO efficient weapons, although weirdly, I've said this before, Java honestly plays Spear more like his KO confirm weapon sometimes. Like, especially on the Hattori, you'd see him use the sword honestly more for damage build than for KOs, and it was really unorthodox. Worked out sometimes it seemed to really hurt him, and
he threw it away.
I'm not sure what happened there.
That was all Java's misplay. He thought he would be able to get back over to the wall in time, but of course you saw him go further to the right with the orb recovery. I think he was just maybe seeing what Meg-D was going to do, if Meg-D was going to come out and push him over on the edge. So yeah, I think that was ultimately Java's misdiagnosis, overestimation of his ability to get back over to the wall after he recovered towards the blast zone. Even though he was really high in the air, he just didn't have enough to get back over. And if he didn't recover that way, he would have had enough to get over.
Yes. So now Java looking to get work done with this orb. Megd throwing the pace a bit more here. Java back into the situation we saw on the first stock of game 1, where he's struggling to find these openings, throwing out these moves in anticipation instead of as like a punish.
He got the dodge and didn't pressure. That's very interesting. Like, I get that it's McD, but still.
Fair enough. Absolutely fair.
I swear I'm not being disrespectful.
No, Megd actually.
Dude,
okay.
Java, come on! What are you doing, bro?
I mean, Megd like wanted to pressure that edge guard. He didn't really need to. Just his presence there, being off the side. Java got a bit too afraid of the edge guard. Faded too low, couldn't make it back up, and now we're seeing Megd in the position Java was game 1.
I can't tell if it's like Java misplaying or if it's him like thinking a plan is going to happen and it just doesn't. If he's sitting there like, ah, yes, I know what's going to happen. Megd is going to pressure me. He's going to push out off stage in the edge guard, and I will have the moves to turn the tables. Because like look at what he's doing. He's throwing away his stock, and then he's like all but evening up the game. Imagine if he didn't throw away those stocks.
Yeah, I mean, one may only be able to imagine here as Java, who actually does start to take the lead. That nair, I don't know if that would have KO'd, but still, that's so much damage and so much pressure applied to Megd. And we're back to this sort of neutral loop of Java trying to anticipate Megd's approach instead of going for, a reaction here. But still, damage now in Java's favor, looking to try and go to a 2-0 scoreline. Megd, sword cutting up. Both players disarmed for a second there. Java gets back on the orb. GC side sig! And there it is. Java, almost 600 damage needed, but does manage to close out the second game as well. Do we see the Val?
I think we should.
I think we should too. Don't, dude!
Like, the Katars are not working. They're straight up not working. He has no way to get in. Like, yeah, he'll find a hit or two here and there, but like Katars, they don't live off of a sidelight inlight and that's it. Like look at Guichibu. It's a great example. Like, he's not just hitting sidelight inlight and then resetting, and that's how he wins his games. Like, you need more, and the sword like isn't doing that much better either. See, yeah, like 2 hits. Now swap over the sword, try to strip the field, get back over to the Katars. He hit the side air. Great movement from Java.
Yeah, I think the comparison to Guichibu's Katars is a really good one to make, because, I mean, just that side air as well. Megd down to that side air doesn't go for anything else. Like, I think for Guichibu, you'd expect, like, a chase after that side air. You'd expect more pressure applied. Megd is sort of just backing off way too comfortably here. On a weapon like Katars, the strength of the weapon that makes it so scary so consistently is the fact that you can apply so much pressure in a way that's much more safe than a few other weapons. And so, I think you're completely right that there has to be something that changes in how, because he's honestly playing Katars like a combo weapon, not a string weapon.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And like, yeah, he's winning out right now. He's beating Java's spear, but I'm curious what happens when Java all of a sudden has sword, or sorry, orb. Okay, delay recovery gets the KO. Now, we didn't see Java pick up a weapon there. I don't know if that was him choosing to go in unarmed or if it was him not wanting to pick up the orb because he would likely get KO'd soon, and then he would lose that orb, and the next weapon he picks up on the next spawn would be the spear that he was struggling with. Okay, so now we have the matchup I'm looking for. We have orb into Katars, and it was completely favoring Java before.
It was, and so, yeah, this is the chance for Megd to prove he can adapt to it. Java, just the way Java moves when he has the orb, he's just all over the place. You can just keep on moving with it. And like you said, yeah, Java just dominates the second that matchup comes into play. Megd just did not answer back. There was no sound from Megd in that second stock of Java opening up. And now sword into orb is something we haven't seen too much of here. And just throws it away.
Yeah, this is a matchup that, unless something drastically changes, I do not see Megd winning. There's 2-piece, 3-piece, nice. But then he's going to take a 3-piece, 4-piece. And even if that wasn't a 4-piece and it was matching the 3-piece, 5-piece, even a weapon toss, like per move, the orb is doing more damage. So Java is not only winning it in number of hits, but also damage per hit.
Damage still pretty even across the board. Java just very narrowly in the lead. That down air doesn't go for the neutral out of it that we've seen so much. D-Sig does come through, but the punish is punished with a side light Sarah. Now Java opting to starve and stick with this orb. Megdi creeping towards KO range here on the second stock as the disarm comes through. Sidelight Nair doesn't go for the recovery, but Megdi is so afraid of the pressure here. Weapon throws to give Java the space as he whips the D-Sig on the edge guard. Megdi's expecting it, and Java knows it. Doesn't overcommit, but Sidelight Sarah again, and Java now poised to go 3-0 back up onto the upper side of the bracket to look for those grand finals. Megdi needs something here.
Yeah, like Megdi is just playing very defensive. He's overspacing a lot of things. The only problem is, like, when he gets in range, well, he never really gets in his range. He just gets in Java's range, and then the attack comes out, just barely getting to that. Oh my gosh, Java continuing to go in unarmed and doing work. Now he's back over to the spear. This is Megdi's best chance. Finding a KO here, not able to punish the signature.
Okay, the D-Sig. Perfect use there to cover that positioning of Java, but Megdi cannot afford to get hit by anything major here. I mean, this is a good start!
Imagine.
And that's what we need to be seeing from these Katars. We need to see these commits, these longer strings. And now Megdi looking for it, putting it all on the line with that N-Sig, and Java manages to punish. Does he find another? Megdi doesn't even touch, and Java secures it, going in to the grand finals off the back of a 3-0 over Megdi.
That was like hard to watch. That was really tough to watch, especially not getting to see if the Val would do something. Like I understand the mindset of, like, I'm gonna dance with the date that I brought rather than go to the dance and find a prettier woman and then go home with her, or at least the attempt to do that. Because sometimes it just straight up doesn't work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I'll allude to Boomy. Boomy is a player who will. Oh, dude, look at the orb damage from Java. He's an orb player now.
Look at the Katars damage of Megdi. 400.
Yeah. Wow, look at the damage breakdown between those two. But as I was saying, like, I'll allude to Boomy. Boomy is a player who will, like, come out with. I'll call it an interesting pick if he was like any other player. But he'll come out with like a Yumiko, and then he'll play Yumiko the entire tournament. Even if he starts losing, like, he'll play through in the winner's bracket, maybe go down in the elimination bracket, still play the Yumiko. It'll be very clear that the Yumiko is not working, but he's gonna ride that until it's done, until all the way to his grave in that tournament. So I understand that mindset. We've seen it come from, like, players who belong on the Mount Rushmore of Brawlhalla, but it is tough to not, like, even try the Val there when he was down 0-2. You're in the elimination bracket. This is essentially like your last chance to not be knocked out of this tournament, and he's still stuck with the Katars that, like, really were not working. And you can see, like, the bulk of his damage, 393 compared to 53 compared to 25. All of that was done on the Katars in a losing matchup.
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel like, I don't know, at least in that final game, it didn't feel like we were watching the Megdi we've come to use. I feel like it wasn't even the Megdi we saw against Wichabu, because Megdi kept that set close right up until that last game. But I feel like it might just be the orb. It might just be a case that Megdi hasn't got enough experience fighting orb, or isn't comfortable fighting the orb. And that might just be what it was. Because, I mean, against the spear, Megdi looked as we would expect. Megdi was finding the openings, and right at the end there as well, when with back to the wall, Megdi did start to make things happen, but you can't afford to have that explosive play right at the end. Obviously, you don't want to full commit the entire set. You can't afford to just burn yourself out like that. But at the same time, you can be a passive player while also knowing when to press your advantage. And it just felt like Megdi was never really pressing an advantage. Like I said, he was playing Katars the same way you'd play Hammer or Sword, or maybe even Axe. It just, like, very occasional strings broken up by consistent just two-piece combos. You sidelight, endlight, back away, or go for a nair, and then he hits the nair, doesn't chase after it. So I think something to change about those Katars for sure.
Now I think potentially, if I just do like a little bit of mental math, I think Megdi probably will not make it to the Royale for North America, given that he didn't play in Trial of Ymir. So it's going to rely solely on Frigg, Baldr, and Scotty. He got 13th in Frigg. Now, even though he got a top 3 here, I don't think that's going to be enough. Even if he potentially wins Scotty, I don't know if that's enough with that 13th place, just on the inside of top 16. I think he is essentially out from the spring, or the winter Royale. Is the summer? I don't even know what it's called. The Royale that happens before CEO during the winter circuit. But we're moving on to our next game. Sorry I was yapping so much. But we have Java versus Guichabu. And this is Grand Finals, baby.
And now, it's important to note, Guichabu, obviously, on the winner side of the Grand Finals, took out Meg D to get here. But also, the person who took Java into the lower side of the bracket was Guichabu, and that was scary for a second there, too. But yeah, Guichabu with a 3-0 over Java in the winner semi-finals, and now Guichabu has that whole extra set to fall back on. And regardless of what happens, we'll be celebrating history being made as one player here is guaranteed getting their first gold medal. I just can't wait to see who.
Now, Java's going to have to adapt quickly because he went from a Qatar matchup where he was like winning almost every engagement to a Qatar matchup where previously he was losing a lot of engagements, especially in that winter semifinals as it came out to a 3-1. So he's going to have to adapt to these different Qatars from Guichabu very quickly.
I mean, so far, not so bad. For Java, as the damage is pretty even, but Guichabu, that GC side sig, it's one of those things, like I said before, similar to Radish using that GC side sig on Raptor's Orb. It's something that he won't use too often, but when he uses it, he uses it in a situation where it's almost, you know, not obviously guaranteed, but it's in a situation where he's so confident and so comfortable with it hitting that I feel like he's hit more of those than he's missed.
I would tend to agree with that. Like, he's definitely more sig heavy when he gets the cannon in his hands. Like, he'll just throw him out raw all the time. He's a little bit more conservative with them when he's on the Qatars. Nice down air. Nice weapon toss. That should be
Might
the
still
secure.
have options,
That down air definitely will be the secure.
Yeah, Java keeping things relatively close here, not too deep in the damage on this second stock. The Guichabu is going to be open to the cannon now, which isn't the weapon he really wants. Like I said, that side sig, there it is again, using it in a way that, despite, you know, it's a sig, he missed it, he's going to go off the edge there, he's going to go further than expected, he's going to act out of it immediately. So Java just could not punish that, regardless.
All of a sudden, these down airs, if Megdi wants to keep playing Asuri, like, look at these Qatars. These are the Qatars he needs to look at to find how to initiate onto, like, specifically Java's Orb, but also probably Orb in general.
Absolutely, for sure. Although, Java, definitely someone who could start to adapt to that. Guichabu goes under for the recovery there, actually, and Java going to capitalize, trying to go big on this Orb as the damage now starting to get a bit closer here. Guichabu catches the dodge and takes the stock away. Actually, a slightly larger lead than we saw on these fast stocks. Okay,
that's crazy.
I take back what I said about his use of that sig, man. I just don't know what to say about that one.
Yeah, that was a bold move coming out from Guichabu. Like, even if it hit, like, you're hitting a fresh white opponent. Like, what are you really accomplishing there, dog?
Was it really worth it? Still, Guichabu finding a couple of hits here. He lands a few more. He'll be looking pretty good going into his final stock with the sidelight there. Java going to keep it very close as we go into these final stocks here in Game 1 of Grand Finals. Can Guichabu set the pace of this set? Going to throw the cannon away immediately. Java on the spear, not the weapon he's been really wanting to make the most use of throughout the entirety of this tournament, but so far seems to be doing decently okay here. Guichabu struggling to find an opening here, throwing out a lot of moves. Which is the recovery as well. Java, both players just sort of whiffing a lot here, looking for a way to break neutral. Movement almost too good.
Even Guichabu is starting to slow things down. Like, this is all of a sudden, it's definitely dominated by movement compared to actual moves making contact.
And I mean, at the same time, that's still, you know, they're still fighting in a way. They're fighting for space. They're fighting to see who, like, if they can bait their opponent into making a mistake. Just not, you know, fighting.
And making that mistake is more than just like, when is my opponent going to get impatient and attack me? Like, there are a lot of mistakes you can make that are not just getting impatient.
Okay, dude. Was Grichabu like listening to the stream? He was like, I'll show him this sig. I'll show him what I can do. But Grichabu does show us what he can do, at least in the first game, taking it to his name. And now Java down 1-0. Gonna immediately lock back in on that Dusk. I would be so surprised if we see any swaps here.
He's still locked in on it. Grichabu, of course, still locked in on the Lin Fei. We're getting into the stage banning. You can see the damage breakdown. Nothing really surprising there. Of course, heavily Qatar favored for Grichabu, heavily Orb favored for Java, with still like a decent amount of Spear in there, given all of the experience he's had on Spear. But yeah, it's like he's really swapped over to being an Orb player, not just like a Hattori player that's like, you know, maybe I'll try this Orb thing, and then he picks up Dusk. But no, he's like, he's definitely transitioned from the Spear player over into an Orb player.
And I've been enjoying it too, because a lot of people in the pro scene they'll experiment with a legend, but they won't. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's very similar to like not becoming a player of that legend or that weapon, right? Like when something's a new hotness and just seeing other people play it, someone's like, I'm just going to try it out for this tournament, and they're just playing the same way they did in their other picks. Obviously, still a pro player, still incredibly good, but they don't have, you know, the amount of experience and practice that's obviously been put in by Java on this Orb, which has made him, like you said, more of an Orb player than just a Spear player playing Dusk.
Yeah. That's definitely right. Now he's starting to use those neutral airs more, which I like to see. Reasonably safe move, or at least it covers a lot of territory. Uh-oh, this is scary.
It's like you said against MegD, you just can't afford to dodge! That's Grichabu! First stock down, 30 seconds needed. What a change of pace. And now Java needs to answer back. We've seen Java explode and just, you know, delete stocks multiple times this tournament. Whether or not he can do it against Grichabu is going to be so important here. There it is again. We saw the same thing with MegD. Grichabu going high in the sky, giving so much respect and space. It's that on-off switch. The weapon throws. You'd have me believe I was watching 2022 Snowy.
Yeah. Except Grichabu's like hitting them very often and not disarming himself, so...
Not again, Java! Dude. Please, man.
Okay.
Okay.
Finally.
Redemption.
Finally, we see a D-Light ground pound that doesn't drop.
And actually a pretty good equalization by Java there. Grichabu had a pretty sizable lead, and just Java slowed things down, forced Grichabu to have to like really think about how he was approaching, but now we're back into the scrappy neutral here, and Java struggling to answer, just goes for the end-light there, down there as well. This is what we're seeing. I feel like the down air anticipations are kind of a telltale sign that Java is trying to figure out how to play this neutral, right? Like, he's trying to anticipate, he's not trying to react, and as a result, if it doesn't pay off, he's just putting himself in a position. He's just leaving himself there. It's not hitting anything, and he's not getting punished for it. It's just sort of stalling out the game state.
And I will give him credit. Like, it's tough. It's tough to react against Qatars because they have such low startup frames. Like, it's very difficult to react against Qatars. And Java has great reaction time.
Oh,
probably one of the quickest.
Stock.
That's so tough, dude. It's so hard to play against Qatars. They are very strong in the meta currently.
Absolutely, and I mean, when it's kind of the stars have kind of aligned here for Grichabu as someone who has just been on this pick since the dawn of time, and now having your character be in a position where I mean, I wouldn't even say Lin Fei is like a really strong character. Like, Grichabu has been playing her for so long and is so adept with these weapons and these signatures that the stars have aligned for him to be able to possibly take his first ever gold medal. Java trying to claw his way back into this game with the spear now, a weapon we haven't seen him use too much in this game, even regardless of the tournament so far. Oh, I love that down dodge, or that ground pound read on the up dodge by Grichabu. Doesn't get too much out of it, but still, it's so stylish. And kind of just playing with his food at this point. And there's the side sig to Grichabu. 1 game away from taking his first gold medal.
And even beyond, like, Qatars being good in meta and Kanan being solid in meta right now as well, like, you also have the additional wrinkle of lightsaber Qatars, which, like, when lightsabers came out, like, it was truly an arms race to see, like, who could learn the sounds quick enough, who could adapt to lightsaber Qatars and lightsaber sword quick enough. So, like, Guichabu has a lot of things in his favor, both in his control and out of his control.
Absolutely. And I'm just wondering now, what is the play for Java here? Does he swap? I mean, if he swaps, what does he go to? Does he go to the Hattori? He hasn't played sword at all today. Is he really going to risk banking on picking up a weapon that's just completely cold right now? Or does he stick with what hasn't been working? What hasn't been working all day long? Not only, I mean, it's worst case scenario here, because not only did he lose to Guichabu earlier on, he's now back against the wall, possibly losing even harder than he did previous in the tournament. So what can you do?
I don't know. I wish I had like a nugget of knowledge to drop here, but like, you look at some of the best players that North America has to offer. Like, they clearly don't know either. So what the heck am I going to be able to tell you?
Yeah, it honestly, with how consistent Guichabu is being, especially with catching these dodges, it's like you said, if you're playing against him, you've got to be thinking like, how do I win? How do I avoid taking this damage? Because as long as Guichabu finds the openings, his consistency on punishing these dodges is just so scary.
Java really thinking about this one. Is he going to reset the client like he did earlier? Are we going to see a return to the Hattori? What does Java have for us
a lot
here?
of pleading for the hammer or the Baldr in chat, which obviously that would be awesome, but unfortunately it looks like we are going to be seeing the return of the Dox. Maybe it was just a little break to cool off his mental. I mean, if I'm in this position, I think if most people are in this position, they are shaken up. Like, your mental, I think, is the biggest thing to protect here to a Java. He needs to be going into this game just focusing on this game. He can't afford to think about the medal. He can't afford to think about any money. Can't afford to think about what's happened so far in the tournament. He needs to focus on this one game like they're queuing each other for the first time today.
Now we're over on the dome. We got some soft platforms here. We got 2 of them. They're pretty high. Of course, you're not able to go into the stage, but I don't think either of these players are really focused on that, even though we saw Java play with it just a little bit. Guichabu is starting out with the cannon here. Probably going to be looking for another weapon spawn. I'm surprised one has not come in yet. Oh, what is Odin doing?
Absolutely.
He's asleep at the wheel. There's one, and there it is.
Immediately straight on it, yeah, absolutely. I'm honestly, I'm glad to see that Guichabu didn't like immediately throw the cannon away. He committed to playing it in this first stock. Maybe it's just from the comfort of being this far up over Java, or maybe he's just feeling like he can play both weapons a bit more confidently now. Weapon throws straight at Java, the disrespect, and now Java a full stock behind, charging up the neutral heavy. Guichabu not letting up. Don't tell me he's gonna 3-stock again, dude.
I think like Java literally needs a miracle, and not because like the lead that exists right now is impossible for him to come back from, but the lead that exists right now is impossible for him to come back from given everything that we've seen of Java versus Guichabu.
Absolutely. Java, like, 3 recoveries. It doesn't feel like Java is confident that he can win this game. I mean, we saw for a minute there when he was being chased down, he was just letting Guichabu run after him and just running away. He wasn't like spacing up proficiently or anything. He just like fell off the side of the stage and just fell. Maybe he needs that second to just like recover himself, but that's a nice side sync too. He will be able to equalize up the numbers at least. Java, again, needs to gather himself. Gonna actually stick with the spear here. Honestly, I like that. Because if you're Java, like, you can pretty confidently accept that Guichabu has adapted to not just your orb, but orb in general. He has fought probably the 2 best orb players in the world back-to-back today. So, stick with what he's a bit less familiar with, even if you do lose your stock there. Now on tournament stock, too.
He did 2 important things there. Not only did he, like, swap out the weapon so he ends on spear, as opposed to picking up the orb. Oh, I thought he actually primed a spear. My mistake. I'm incorrect.
Oh, no. Java.
Yeah, I think it's...
there needs to be some kind of answer here.
This set's winding down reasonably quickly. It's not going to necessarily happen in the next 10 or 15 seconds, so the potential is there. But I think we kind of all see the writing on the wall here. Guichabu is he's just playing out of his mind. He's playing too good, and Java doesn't really have an answer for it. It seems like nobody else in North America hardly has an answer for it. Man, I don't know.
Yeah, it honestly just feels like it looks like you're fighting up against a brick wall here. The side 6 spot dodged. Guichabu looking for Airthing to close this out. 1 KO confirm away from confirming his first ever tournament victory. Java fighting tooth and nail here. So, and like doesn't go into a recovery, but Guichabu, one of those will be enough. Does he get the punish weapon throw? Doesn't confirm down air. Java options dwindling and he's gonna fall! Guichabu secures his first ever gold medal, following up from his first ever medal in a ones tournament to begin with, and wins out the trial of Baldr.
I was just being a little bit silly when I was like, he got the 3rd place on the last one. He'll probably get 2nd place on this one. And then that means he wins the next one. But he just skipped that. He skipped step 2 and went all the way to step 3 and got the victory here. Got, again, his best placement of all time, his first gold medal, denying Java his first gold medal. That's huge.
That is absolutely colossal, and a 2-stock victory to do so. Nonetheless, so well played by Guichabu today, just tearing through everyone, including previous medalists. I'm sure some people would be like, "Oh, Lord Sandstorm wasn't playing today. Radish was playing today. Radish won the first tournament of the year and got 2nd in the second one, and Radish came out 5th at the hands of not even Guichabu." It's just incredible play by him today. Incredible play. Obviously, everyone else who placed well in the tournament, absolutely fantastic by them. Awesome to see Java back in a top 3 position, Megdi as well. But this kind of ended up being the Guichabu show towards the end of the day.
Now let's do a little bit of math potentially. Trial of Ymir, Guichabu. Where did Guichabu place in Trial of Ymir? 5th place. Trial of Frigg is 3rd place. So I'm going to say we throw out the Trial of Ymir right now, and we're going to go Frigg, Baldr, Scotty for Guichabu. 3rd place at Frigg, 1st place here at Baldr. So if he's in the top 3, he might even potentially, if he places outside of the top 3, given what everybody else places, there is extremely real potential that we will see Guichabu at the Royale before CEO.
And that'll be awesome. That'll be absolutely fantastic to watch. Just as this tournament was about to be absolutely fantastic to watch. But unfortunately, we've crowned our Trial of Baldr, Baldr's champion, no less. And that does mean we'll have to be saying goodbye with the end of this tournament. My name has been Hackle. I've been joined by the legendary Sparky. Anything left to say to send us off?
Because Guichabu won, he has to shave his head. That's
fair enough.
That's the requirement for the winner of Baldr. And that's all I've got.
Thank you very much for tuning in. Yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. We will see you all with the next tournament hosted here on AJ More 2000. Thank you for watching.